your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere.
away our rights. But it's late at night and you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing from the very we own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are anchored here with our boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the net. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist mind. Zoom out higher, fuck that, look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boots start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. You adorn us with thesaurus words that bore us to death. New rabbit trail appears and you grab it like a habit on that. Now it's so far past the original path, blasting out into the vast. Semantic etymology, erratic ontology, systematic cosmology, romantic ideology, pedantic mythology, frantic epistemology, erratic terminology, making problematic toxicology into a frantic pathology. Argue while you reach beyond the ceiling for a perfect place to stand, pondering that a timeless way function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You can love, defy your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. Every conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away, it'll come from the choices that we make every single day. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You can love, defy your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. We do our best to hang with you when you go off field, oh nerd. Least you can do is try to hang with us here on Earth. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you Then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system. Now it's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Okay. Hey there, everybody. Happy Sunday to all of you. Thanks for coming. And we got, I don't know what the, John, you're going to have to wait. I'm not sure which John that is. Hi, RP and Nick, too.
Hey,
What's
how's
going
it
How
on?
are you guys doing?
We've been doing good.
Finally done with my busy weekend.
You had a busy weekend.
Yeah, with RP Junior's birthday party.
I saw the picture.
Yeah,
That's pretty awesome. Looks like
and
you guys had a
family
great
being in
time.
town. Oh yeah, it was a good time.
Who is John Aria?
I asked
I don't
you.
know.
I asked you guys that
Mm,
a minute ago
mm.
in Discord.
Well, you guys, and Timothy's back there too. You guys are gonna have to hang tight till we're done saying hi to all our friends first. So, once you guys do that, I'm gonna go rummage for some food.
All right, Nick, you want to take it away?
Sounds good. Well, actually, hang on. I'm gonna go to the switch back to my other browser rather than I'm gonna read it from YouTube rather than Talk Studio. Okay, so first we have that Opal guy. How he knows, like, is beyond me. But he's like always on the money. Timothy was right after that, and then JR, and we got Brittany after that. Good to see you. And agnostic, and I think that's it. There's not very many people so far.
Is that Agnostic Z or Agnostic One?
Agnostic Z. I didn't know there was more than one.
Yeah, there's two of them.
Different people.
Yeah, they're different people.
Oh, interesting. What's up, Fizzle? I did nothing I was supposed to do today. I shirked off responsibility and just slept.
After I dropped my family off at the airport, I tried to get as much rest in as I could.
Yeah.
Yep, still feeling like I'm at a deficit.
That sucks.
I love having family in town, but they're also exhausting.
Yeah, and I know the feeling. Like it's hard for me to like be out of town like at a family function for like more than like a weekend, because I need like time to myself,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes that can be hard to come by during those type of situations. So if I have to be like around a bunch of people for like a week or something, I've got to carve out time to be able to disappear. Oh, I did watch. I didn't watch the whole thing. I started it though. There's a new Culture Cats video out today. It was pretty funny so far. I decided to save the rest of it for stream.
Rembrandt's here. Hey, Rembrandt, how's it going? Yeah. You can keep going. I'm just killing time till the microwave's done.
So you're currently away from the computer?
Huh. Right now I'm in front of the computer, but I'm about to walk away from it again.
All
Yeah.
right. Can you quickly bring up Timothy? Looks like he wants to talk about Michael Huemer's knowledge, reality, and value. That might be interesting for Nectu and I.
I also want to bring up John Aria and find out who the hell he is.
You want to do that when you get your food?
Huh?
Okay.
Actually, no. John, are you 18?
Yeah. Hey, can you hear me?
Who do we know you by in chat?
It should be the same name. I was here a few nights ago. You asked me to come back on September 11th for your birthday stream.
Oh, you're John Smith. Okay.
Yeah, John Smith. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And okay, you sit tight. I'm gonna bring up Timothy. Timothy, you want to talk about your great value philosophy book?
Michael Huemer. I read that as part of Ian's book club.
Yeah, same.
And it was good.
I never joined the book club just because it was never at a
I'm gonna
good
go
time
get my
for
food.
my parenting schedule.
Right, that sucks. It was really good. I enjoyed it.
Speaking of, I'm sorry. I might have to drop off for. I was really hoping to hang out with you guys tonight, but my daughter's crying, and it's.
Oh,
I gotta.
yeah,
go
definitely go do what you gotta do. We're here every night. You can come back anytime.
All right, then. Yeah, I'll try to catch you guys later. Thank you.
Yep, have a good night.
W priorities. That's how you do it as a parent. Timothy, looks like you're either muted or don't have your audio set up. There should be a little like up arrow next to the microphone icon. You click that and you can, set
Find
your
your mic.
device.
Sometimes you just gotta click on the mic, even though, or select off of it and reselect it to make it work.
It can be a little screwy sometimes.
Yeah.
Did you talk to John Smith the other night, RP?
Yeah.
He got it.
Yeah.
I just heard it, Timothy.
Yeah,
I heard you.
Here.
I literally just started reading Knowledge, Reality, and Value, but I was laughing. It's like he's actually talking to you,
Yeah. Do you wait till? I don't know if I want to spoil it for you. It's not like it's anything worse. Like,
don't spoil
like
it.
That. But you know what I'm talking about in RP. What I'm getting at.
Yeah.
You guys got the inside jokes, huh?
Well, no, there's something coming at the end that I disavow. I'll say it that way.
Oh, really? Well, I mean, that's
Yeah.
normal. I mean, you're gonna have your own opinions.
You'll see what I mean.
That's why it's a good intro. Like there are things that are good and there are things that are bad, and like it gives you something to like think about and actually have a little tension with.
Right. I'm not echoing.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought the book was great. It taught me a lot.
Yeah, it's fun to read. It's easy to read. I mean, I never read a book like it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Ian picked it for that reason. That it was Ian felt that it was accessible to a wide audience.
Yeah, he's right for that.
I agree. It was a great like icebreaker for a book club too. Like a good one to get everyone involved and participating. And
what really got me in the intro is because like this is all very new to me, and I'm learning the terms and learning the concepts. And just like he says in the book, I'm conflating some things. I'm getting some things flat out wrong. I'm accepting some things that contradict each other. But I guess that's just all part of the learning process. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, am I a LARPer? You know? But no, I guess it's normal, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you aren't going to be a philosopher until, like, in order to, like, Ian wouldn't consider himself a philosopher. You know, like, that's somebody who contributes meaningfully to the field. You know, we're all students for the most part, and that's fine. You know, it's interesting to learn. I've been mainly like a science buff my whole life. You know, I've always kept a close ear on to like astronomy and cosmology and things like that. Paid attention to what was going on, but I've never been into philosophy in my life until now. So like a lot of this stuff is brand new to me. Like I must have been into it at some point in my life because some of the stuff is familiar, and I don't know
like
where
you
else
might
I
have
would
thought
picked
of
it
it.
up. Yeah, I don't know, but but the stuff I have learned that's new to me has been extremely useful. It's helped me like in practical ways, just like with like reorganizing my thinking, things like that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's why it's so captivating and interesting at first. How long have you been doing this now? I mean, you've been at least a year. You're one of the original people on their channel, huh?
I don't think I'm an original, but I mean, Ian was and Blitz were already been going for a few years, but
Oh, really?
I've been a mod over there for about a year.
Yeah,
year and a
Ian
half.
started like streaming to YouTube last year. He was mostly like Twitch and TikTok before that.
But yeah, no, it's definitely a very interesting and useful.
This channel's only been
thing.
a thing for 4 months, but yeah, Nectu and RP are both originals.
I want to say you guys like did totally fucking awesome when you were on Deconstruction Zone the other day. That was a good show.
Oh wow, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a good time, even though apparently like I was too quiet to hear the entire time.
Yeah, there's always audio issues. He's cursed.
It's always your biggest issue, RP. It's just your voice is just, you need to probably just have you boosted a little more. Your volume is set pretty low though. Like your slider on the left.
If I turn up like my gain at all on this platform, you'll fucking hear me breathing.
No, what I mean is look on the panel on the left.
Oh,
your
yeah.
slider is way lower than the rest of ours.
Oh.
Now I'll say something.
Well, I can't turn it down. It like I
But
clicked
see,
on it and it
that's-
went to 100%.
That's way
Oh.
louder. So
It's either one. It's like one or the
Is
other.
this
It's not
is this too loud?
No, I
yeah,
think it's
you were
way better.
You were fine before.
Oh, well, she.
Well, I can't change it. Gretchen, are you able to
Yeah, I
turn it down a
gotcha.
bit? Okay, so
Yeah.
now we know that like even the
So
self
weird.
audio function is broken. That's just another thing to report to Talk Studio.
There's like two settings. It's not a
It's
spectrum. It's just one or the
something
other.
about the way that the team members are coded.
Coded.
Badly.
Yeah. The console codes are I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend I understand it, but that's what she said.
That's what she
Said-
said.
She said the console codes are written to where even a regular first time guest is less fucked up than you guys are.
What the
Whatever
fuck?
RP did, your audio is way better now. You're
Okay.
like, yeah. I think
It was boosted like 10% after Gretchen turned it back down.
well, I was the one. I don't know if Gretchen did, but I did too. I can control yours for whatever reason.
Can you?
Yeah. It at least allows me to
Can
mess
you,
with the
or
slider.
is it me doing it?
Do you want me to test it? Maybe I'm just allowed to mess with the slider. Maybe it doesn't actually change anything. Here, I'll do it again.
Yeah, it's not moving at all. Placebo.
So it just lets me look like I'm
Except-
controlling it.
Did it move
Yep.
now? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 100% now.
That's
Yeah, we
me.
turn it back down.
Oh, that's probably okay. There
That
you go.
is so
That's probably
weird.
good.
Next, you just leave shit alone. Please. Until we get it straightened out, just leave shit alone.
Will do.
Cool.
Yeah, to occupy
Last
my
thing we need
hands,
to
I
do
have
is
my
throw new
Rubik's
fucking
cubes.
wrinkles.
I'm sorry, you
So-
both were talking at the same time.
Go on, Gretchen.
I have one more platform picked out that we can try if
Or are we going to get a refund?
I don't know yet.
I gotta disagree with Rembrandt. I think the God of the Old Testament is definitely the most immoral character in all of fiction.
What did
He is-
Rembrandt say?
That Jesus is the most immoral character in all of fiction.
Well, Thanos would snap.
Mm.
Or
True.
like I think that's a tier
I
above.
could see both. A case could be made for both.
I mean, but Thanos didn't cause unspeakable horrors other than genocide.
Other than genocide.
Other than that one thing.
Other than
we
the
all
worst.
know it.
I mean, the Old Testament God has got he's got layers to that. You know,
Yeah, he's got multiple
The Old Testament
genocides.
Yahweh likes to see the suffering. There's a
Right.
difference between someone who just snaps his fingers and blips people out of existence, but doesn't know that didn't witness any of the suffering. It's just like flipping a switch. Where the other guy is like, I gotta see it. I want to watch the motherfuckers drowned.
Fine.
I
And not
love
only
to
do
see
that,
all of their burning
but do it in
flesh.
my name and do it for me.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that's some sadistic shit. There's something wrong with that motherfucker. Type shit. I mean, both of them are crazy. Both of them are wrong. But one is, I think, just a bit more cruel than the other.
But it
I don't
also how
know.
you cash out like Jesus as like the person, like are they the same character as Yahweh from
Mhm.
the Old Testament? And there can be an argument made that yes, he's the exact same guy. So anything Yahweh did in the Old Testament, Jesus also did.
I didn't
Right.
even put two and two together there. You were
Well,
absolutely
yeah,
correct. That's
because of
true.
the
And even though he's supposed to be, you know, this new character, which is still the old character, he's supposedly supposed to be delivering this new covenant, which is, funnily enough, it's the same fucking covenant
Yeah.
with a new fucking name on it. And, you know, that doesn't really count very well in Jesus' favor.
He's
See,
like, oh, go ahead,
sorry.
Timothy.
Oh, okay. I'd like to learn more about that because, like, I know about the Jerusalem Council, and I know how Paul like directly contradicts Jesus's like actual testimony that was recorded when he was, well, I mean, after he's alive. You know what I'm saying? But I would definitely like to learn more about where these Catholics get, and I was raised Catholic, like where they get their beliefs in when Jesus was literally like saying what the Old Testament God said.
yeah. Don't mean to change the subject on you, but I was not. I was watching JL stream right before we came and started this, and JL was watching something that I think we should react to at some point. We don't have to tonight necessarily, but it was oh, and I know the guy. I can't think of the guy's name. He's a Christian philosopher, but he was ranking and what in his opinion he was doing like a tier list of the worst atheist arguments, and they were just shredding it. I mean, it was entertaining to watch, but I also I had some of my own commentary, but I thought it would also be good for us to take a look at it. I didn't see the whole thing though. I only saw a bit of it, so I didn't want to watch too much of it. So I don't want to be influenced by it too much.
Yeah, guys like Professor Plank tear
He had the new
apart
video
those
out too.
videos. Oh, cool.
Sorry. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I love Plank, but yeah, Plank like tears apart like those kind of like top 10 worst atheist arguments.
Yeah.
And it's always just like a bunch of straw man arguments of, you know, completely missing the point of what
Right.
atheists are actually arguing.
Yeah, and that's what this guy was. I mean, I guarantee we will. It would take us forever to get through it because we will want to stop it after every other word he says because it grates on you that much. But it's really it's entertaining to watch. It's almost like t-ball practice or something. But I've seen this guy on Taco's channel, and he's not a good debater. God, I can't think of his name. Well, it's gonna drive me crazy until I go look it up. I'm too lazy to go look it up.
We'll go look it up.
Are these people who have called in?
I will. I'll go look it up.
Not to our channel, at least not yet.
No, this is on JL. You know who JL Warren is? Bridge the Divide.
I haven't seen him yet.
You should definitely go sub to JL Warren. Well, the name of the channel is Bridge the Divide.
Okay.
No, the name of the channel is at JL Warren. All one word.
Is?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Bridge the Divide.
Nope.
You are correct.
I know.
The channel is at JL Warren, just like Gretchen said. And he is still alive.
I had no idea about this guy. Is he like somebody who's been in the game for a while, or?
He's been around for a minute.
Nice.
He's good. He's a philosophy guy.
I found I was scrolling on Facebook and I just happened to get old videos of Matt Dillahunty, and I was like, holy shit. He didn't have gray in his beard or nothing. He was a lot more calm back then.
Yeah, well, once you hit like 2 decades of hearing the same arguments over and over, it's gotta like,
For sure.
get like kind of really get to you at some point.
Yeah, I came to the same conclusion. Oh.
Like, can anyone bring him an argument he hasn't heard before?
Dude, I seen one video on Facebook the other day where I don't even want to speak this. It's the most disgusting apologetic I've ever heard in my life. But he was with Matt was with another woman they were on TV, and it was like a call-in show, and this
Probably the
apologetic
atheist experience.
yeah, exactly, yep. And they were talking to this guy, and the topic was why God, like the problem of evil, and why God allows rape. Like he's like, the woman was saying, oh, God is saying, I'm going to let you do this to this child and close the door, but when it's all said and done, I'm going to punish you. And the guest's response was the most appalling thing I've ever heard in my life, dude. He goes, you're taking these little girls and assuming they're innocent as if they're not born with sin. And Matt just hung up on him instantly. And that was crazy.
Yeah, like there's a little meme that like has been going around of like, you know, evil babies, like these evil sinful babies, you know, so vile, they deserve death. That's why when you know, their tribe is conquered, they're all put to the sword.
And that's my main gripe with Christianity. Like I was raised Catholic. I was forced to go to church. I'm confirmed, baptized, and that's why I feel like a moral obligation to keep pursuing this and argue with the people that are like deeply rooted in the religious dogma, you know.
Mm-hmm. You know, I get that. I was indoctrinated as well, to the point that excuse me, I went to Bible college, and I actually like lost my faith at Bible college as I was like getting into the historicity of the scripture, and realized there's a lot of things that are fucking wrong. We're supposed to like take the like other parts of the Bible that like aren't historical and like believe those, even though like even the historical things aren't all correct.
How long did
Right.
you last?
3 semesters.
I just talked to JL. So the guy that they were reacting to is a guy named Dr. Derek.
Dr. Derek. For
And
some
I think
reason
that's the name. He
that's
said that's the name of
familiar.
his channel.
Is that the
He's
guy that's like kind of balding, but he's got a
Yep.
big black beard?
Yep. That's
Yeah,
the dude.
yeah. He tries to like debate Justin all the time and gets like his fucking lunch like gobbled up.
Yeah, he has a tier list for ranking atheist arguments somewhere. You just got to find the video now.
Yeah, if it's the guy that I'm thinking of, like
What's
Yeah,
his
here it
name?
is.
he's
I got
sort
it. I
of
got the video.
okay. He's sort of okay on scripture, but then like has no clue when it comes to philosophy.
Here, RP, I'll give you the link. I'll let you control it.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, a job to do.
Sorry.
No, I don't mind.
It's in. I put it in Discord for you.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah,
What's his name?
Dr. Derek.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I asked. I told JL that we were going to react to it. So. I said it looked like fun because they were just shredding it. I
He
think
calls
this
himself
guy's
an academic philosopher.
yeah,
When he fumbles the philosophy like so often.
yeah.
Oh boy.
He
Okay.
considers himself like a professional, like a academic professional, whatever. Totally. He says something like that right at the beginning too. But anyway, I want to go smoke before we jump in though. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
Give me like 10 minutes.
I'll just
Most.
get it loaded up in the background.
All right. I appreciate it. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So Timothy, what was your deconstruction like?
I mean, so for the most of my life, I was, like I said, I was indoctrinated. I was forced to go to church, and I didn't have a problem with it. I really liked religion, honestly. I mean, the idea of, going to heaven and all that is really nice. But I always had questions. I was always like a critical thinker. I always challenged the norms that were set, and I was just scrolling through YouTube Live one day, and I seen Ian, and he just like cracked me open. Like from there, I discovered Justin, I discovered Blitz, and Unapologetic, and I was like starting to really look into this. I've learned more Bible verses from Justin than I ever did as a devout believer, and it just all it makes sense what they're saying. And like I said, I have a sort of moral obligation, I think, to challenge the people that push the crazy ideology.
That's cool that like those channels played a role in kind of your new era of critical thinking. Like I didn't discover these channels until like probably a decade of being an atheist. Like during my deconversion, like I kind of like fell into like woo woo beliefs, like mystical physics and shit like that.
Sacred geometry.
Yeah. Like I was kind of what's referred to in the community as a psychonaut. I liked psychedelics.
Yeah, me
But
too.
yeah, like what got me like into these communities was my acknowledgement to myself that I was lacking community, because that's something that like I had when I was still a believer. But then after that, like I kind of supplemented community for like the music scene and things like that. But as like that part of my life started to slow down, I realized
I think that should be talked about a lot more.
yeah, that loss of your people group, because it's an important part of like who you are. And like if you don't supplement that with a healthy group, it leaves you open and vulnerable.
It is incredibly challenging to deal with the sense of nihilism that comes over you when your whole like worldview breaks down.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta find something that's worth living for, worth fighting for, worth getting out of bed for.
It's crazy to say, but Ian like really did have a huge impact on me in that specific moment in my deconstruction, because without the virtue ethics and stuff, I think I would still be in a sense of that nihilism.
That's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's great at what he does. He's a very smart person.
Yeah, I think Ian is probably my favorite debater currently, like on the scene. Since you like the philosophy stuff so much, are you familiar with Monkey Boy?
This sounds really familiar. I think I've seen him on Call In before.
Yeah, Monkey Boy filled in for Ian
Oh,
on Apologetic the other week.
that's why it sounds familiar. Yeah, no, that was my first time seeing him, and he did really good. Yep.
Yeah, dope. Yeah, Monkey Boy's great too.
all the fill-ins that I've seen, Danny, Quantanai, what's the other one? I can't remember her name.
Oh, Ella,
Snitch.
scientific
Scientific
snitch.
snitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're all like awesome. Like the community that they got is like definitely one of a kind, man. They got like the A team.
Don't forget Chase teaches physics.
That's a new one. I haven't heard that one yet.
Has he filled in for Blitz yet on Apologetics?
No, he hasn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Blitz asked him to that last time Snitch filled in, but Chase was already doing something else because it was last minute. So
I really wish Snitch would like be able, like, I know she's busy and stuff, but if like we had a biologist with those guys, that would definitely be like such a benefit to some of the conversations.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Blitz handles like the physics and like chemistry very well.
Yeah.
And like the biology stuff he's not bad at, but it would definitely like fill like sort of a gap if they had like scientific snitch on there all the time, or Erica Guts at Gibbon, or Forrest Valkai, someone who
I
like
think I actually
dedicates
think
their stuff to
Justin does a
biology.
great job on the biology stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Justin has a good rotation on like ERVs. I've noticed that that's one of his favorite arguments when bringing up evolution, endogenous retroviruses. And like, to be fair, it is like pretty much a slam dunk.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what. Did you say endogenous, or do you mean indigenous retroviruses?
Endogenous
No.
retroviruses.
I've never
So
heard of that.
they're like our evolutionary ancestors in the past. They had a virus that ended up embedding itself in their DNA, and like this is a section of DNA that's like mute. It doesn't like express anything, but it's there. It's a marker, and so like that evolutionary ancestor had children and their children's children, and that little mark of DNA remained. And so we're able to connect, or we're able to compare these endogenous retrovirus strands in our DNA to our close evolutionary relatives, and see and confirm where in the evolutionary link we forked off. So like, say like, these aren't going to be accurate numbers. It's just more for demonstration. Say
Fucking
we
humans
have
always forking off.
hey, fork you. But say like
No, go
we're
fork
looking
yourself.
say we have like 120 of these sections of ERVs, and we compare it to chimpanzees. Well, they'll have like like 110. And so we know that we branched off from them like relatively recently, but then we go and compare it to like something like whales or whatever, and we'll have less. But it's just another data point in which helps us confirm where we had that fork from our common evolutionary ancestor.
Okay, yeah, you just jogged my memory. I remember you perfectly represented, even went deeper than Justin did, and he was using that point to justify evolution to a younger Earth creationist the other day. What was it, Thursday or something? Friday?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Like I said, like what I've noticed is it's one of Justin's favorite arguments to bring up when talking about evolution.
Yeah, no, definitely is a slam dunk. But they never see it that way. They always have something. They always got something to say.
Yeah, with a lot of theists, they kind of do their thinking backwards. They start with the conclusion and then they look for things to like support
back.
their conclusion, and then they ignore all the other evidence that is actually contrary to their conclusion.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I see that all the time. I argue with people on Facebook all the time, and the conclusion is always in the premises.
Oh yeah, that's literally begging the question then, which is just a straight up fallacy.
The Ku Klux conclusion.
Oh boy, that's quite the the phrase.
Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate you guys waiting though.
Yeah, of course. So we ready to fuck this pig?
Yeah,
I haven't heard that in forever. Holy shit.
you take the lead. I'll have sloppy seconds.
Hey, you're fucking this cat. I'm just holding its tail.
What?
As an academic philosopher, I'm ranking the best and worst
An
arguments.
academic philosopher.
Oh,
Is it lagging?
am I
For
gonna have-
atheism,
Here we go.
and they're not all bad arguments. Some people think this is the strongest
They're
argument.
not
for
all
atheism.
bad.
We should only believe things on evidence, and since there's no
Okay,
evidence
which
for
one do you
God,
think
well,
is
we shouldn't
bad?
believe in him. I think this is not a very good argument because it relies upon logical positivism. If I can demonstrate it, therefore it exists. And it doesn't exist unless it can be demonstrated to exist. And this makes a big mistake about God just being a physical object within the universe, something we can go out and observe, whereas God, classically understood, is the
Okay, there's the first issue I have, implying that there is anything outside of the universe.
To me, I don't understand how that doesn't register to them. To me, you're saying outside of time, outside of space, is
Outside of
existence,
reality,
means
yeah,
it doesn't exist.
right.
How can it be the grounding of anything if it doesn't exist? It doesn't follow. In my, I get why they're making the move, but it doesn't follow. It doesn't. I don't see. You can't. They haven't connected that.
ground of all existence. The classical philosophical proofs like contingency and motion are the evidence. I would give this a C tier that's respectable, and I'm certainly sympathetic to it. Like, I look out into the world, there is no God, but I think it's philosophically nearsighted. The second one here is evolution. We don't need a creator because evolution explains.
Wait, so there was like straw man number one. I look out into the world and there is no God, and that's why I believed in. That's like trying to force like look at the trees, but like the atheist version.
Yeah.
That's not what the argument from a lack
This
of
guy has a hard
evidence
time
is.
debating too because he gets stopped so much, and this is exactly why. He gets frustrated. He's one of those people that constantly whines about being interrupted or not getting to say what he wants.
Well, then stop saying wrong things. I don't
Right.
know what to tell you, Dr. Derek.
Does this guy have a lot of followers?
Probably. I don't know.
Probably. Is this on his channel?
No, he's only got 4,000 subs.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Almost 400 videos.
Yeah, that checks out.
But I mean, that's just on one. He might. Who knows? He could have like 500,000 subs on TikTok or something. I don't know. But at least on YouTube, he's only got 4.6 thousand.
It's more than I got.
You know,
Oh, is that Skeptics and Scoundrels backstage?
he's a Catholic philosopher, is what he called PhD. How do you get a PhD
Hello,
in Catholic
Eric.
philosophy?
Hello.
How you doing?
Eric.
Hey, hey, Eric.
Yep.
Almost called you Derek.
It's me with a D.
I'm not touching that one.
Man, the sexual
Oh, that's what
innuendos
she said.
just been dropping left and right.
Damn, dropping like bombs here.
Yeah, I'm quiet on that.
Are you a quietist?
Dude, that shit killed me. Oh my god, that was a funny one.
Oh, fucking Cap, KG or whatever. I'm pretty sure Kylo was like coaching him like on what to say when he came on.
Yeah, they
Was
got
that
their little
Unapologetic?
Discord.
Yeah.
They debate as a team.
It's so funny to think of them all like the drawing board.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Do you, hey Timothy, do you watch Mezzo and Joel?
Joel.
Joel reads Bible.
I thought his name was Dalton. Or no, I'm thinking of the
that's
Bible guy.
If you're not watching Joel and Mezzo, that's another one. You've got to fix that right now.
Yeah, they're more entertaining. Like they're sillier, but they're still like great debaters. Like the tactics they use are just a little more theatrical, I want to say.
Yeah, they're more
You know what his
flippant.
handle is?
Flippant is a perfect way to describe him. Thanks for that, Eric.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know I've seen him, but do you know what his handle is? I think I'm subscribed. I'm not sure.
Ooh,
I think
Joel.
Joel reads Bible.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Mezzo is like at Mezzo W's.
I'm actually not subscribed on. Damn. Yeah. I've watched him though.
Yeah, they're top 5 for me.
He's on the line, isn't he?
Who?
Joel. He's been on the line, right?
No, don't say that. You're gonna piss Gretchen off.
Oh boy. I don't know what I just walked into, but I'm gonna walk out of it. Forrest is really good though. I've been watching Forrest recently on the line. Yeah, dude, he just squashes people. He reminds me of Matt.
There's this other guy. His name is like Skeptic and Scoundrels. He's pretty good too.
Nah, he's a loser. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Fun fact:
Timothy.
I was stuffed in a car trunk with Forrest about a year ago. Like,
Nice.
seriously, that's a real thing.
That's crazy.
For science.
For getting back from the river cruise back to the hotel during BajaCon.
Nice.
Okay, I've definitely seen this guy too, Skeptic and Scoundrels.
Yeah.
You're talking to him right now.
Hi.
Oh, no way, really?
Yeah.
Yep.
That is pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you as well.
I popped in right when this guy said that atheists use evolution to try to prove there is no God. What atheist has ever tried to do that?
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like an admission that like evolution is incompatible with the Bible, which true, but like so many Christians won't concede that,
or that
they'll
all
just try to say
atheists
that
accept
like God
evolution.
started evolution or whatever.
But I mean, I've seen plenty of Christians attack science and evolution in an effort to prove their God, but I've never once seen an atheist propose evolution as a disproof of God. Never once.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone say that either.
So it feels like this guy's getting his wires crossed.
Well, and also like there's the whole thing of it's not an atheist argument; it's a scientific argument.
Yeah,
it's not an atheistic argument.
Like
atheists
I've been watching,
don't have to believe in evolution.
I like proofs or syllogisms for the disproof of God. I've seen a few, mostly over on Ian's channel, and I've never once seen one contain the word evolution, ever. I wish this guy would like offer a concrete example. Like, here's a video of an atheist attempting to use this argument rather than a claim that this argument's being used.
Right. And that was one of my complaints at the beginning is like Dr. Derek always seems to just straw man like these positions. And so like he'll say that these are happening, but I'm skeptical that they're actually happening.
Yeah. Pixar, get the fuck out.
Right.
Do you know if this guy's ever called into the line?
I have no idea. Yeah, no idea.
See, he likes to call like Justin pretty often.
Oh, okay. Well, he probably has then. I'm not sure like what kind of like database the line has on callers, because we do keep a record of everyone who calls in, because we have to like maintain a ban list and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And occasionally, Like I'll be hosting with somebody else and we'll get a call and we'll start engaging. And then in the private chat, it goes, oh, we found this guy, called him before. These are the things he talked about. Or he got to a point where he started dropping like, slurs or just to kind of like prepare us for what might happen in the call.
Yeah.
But I don't have access to the whatever spreadsheet that is. So he might be in there. Who knows?
Hey, Austin, how's it going?
Yeah, Austin.
Oh, same old shit, dude. Just a different day. I saw y'all were talking about this guy, and I'm vaguely familiar with his channel, and I know he likes to say some stuff about areas I'm somewhat knowledgeable about, so I thought I'd jump up and join you guys.
Nice.
Cool. Hey, let's
Definitely.
go.
You got the idea watching JL bridge the divide earlier. So, but it'd be fun for us. It looked like fun.
And I can tell this is a man of fine taste because he has IKEA Billy cabinets behind him, the same as I do. Exact same cabinets I got. So,
Nice.
a man of refined
Hey,
furniture taste.
Arpy,
Yeah, what's
you
up?
said something about Cap KG earlier. Well,
Yeah.
my earbuds were doing their own thing at the time. What were you saying about Cap?
He's different from Cat for Life. He's this guy that runs with
yeah.
Kylo.
Yeah, he's totally different.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was I think
Yeah, I'm not
on
declaring war on
Unapologetic.
Cap for Life.
Cap KG was on Unapologetic the other week, and he basically got like backed into a corner, and he's like he starts breaking out the like, oh well, I deny your ability to deny things. I'm a quietist about this and that. It's like, okay, you're just done, buddy. You're thoroughly cooked. Time to take you out before you burn.
Yeah.
I
And then it
deny
turns
your
out
ability
that,
to deny. That's hilarious.
It turns out that he was getting help with his debate from Kylo through Discord. They were like debating as a team, and they were like telling each other what to say and what not to say, and it was pretty funny.
Can't believe Joel joined their gang.
I'm surprised they let him as an honorary team member.
Well, I think they're clout chasing with Joel.
Yeah.
It is funny though.
Oh, Mallard
Yeah,
has
I
a
don't
great
like
idea.
What's up?
Return callers should have there should be like a 5-star system, kind of like with Uber. And return callers will have a star rating. So when they call in, the hosts can like give them star ratings.
You know who could set that up easily with what data they already have is John Cohen.
Yeah.
He does Rate My Guest.
Yeah, maybe just like a unified database that all content creators can like dump their
sick.
caller info into.
That'd be fun.
We're approaching big government here.
Is Rate My Guest an already set up platform? Is it a separate third party thing?
Somebody already came up with this idea.
I don't know. I don't know where John got it.
I'll have to check that
I
out.
wonder if John would let other people use it. If it's his own
Well, I mean,
proprietary
if it's third party, then he can't stop anybody from using it.
Well, that's true, but I'm just saying, like, if it's his own work, I wonder if he'd be willing to share with the community. But I know that I know the other day, like he said, like he had left it open. It was he knew it was vulnerable to attack, and like it got knocked offline. There was someone like messing with it. That and the kill switch that he does. So I don't know. Some of his stuff might be proprietary, his own work, but some of it might I don't know. I can ask him though.
I don't know. I'm looking it up.
I've talked to John a few times.
Like, is it just like susceptible to botting, or like what's the vulnerability?
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about what he said on stream, and I don't know. He mentioned it like let me look through my history. I can tell you the date and stream that happened on.
Jon Cohen, right?
Yeah. Because I could think of a couple ways to kind of like soften the attacks from bots, and that's like weighting user votes by like, you know, account age and like, you know, giving like the actual inner circle a higher weighting on
Like
their votes.
Like a point system, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Who is messing with their mic?
It's keyboard.
I think it's the keyboard.
It's
Oh.
Erpy smacking away on his keyboard.
Oh.
Their keyboard.
Oh.
Yeah,
My
sorry. I always searching up stuff.
You're fine. I didn't know it was that. I just thought it sounded like someone bumping their mic.
All right. Well, should we get back to this Dr. Derek clip?
Sure.
Oh, for sure. I'll find this and send it to you in the side.
How humans got here, I'm really not sure about this one. I just don't see the pool on this, especially considering that I can be a theist and believe in evolution with theistic evolution. They seem entirely mutually consistent, so I just don't see the thrust of this. I don't see how this could be an argument against.
Need you
not
to
just
like
against God's
mute
existence,
when
but
you're
that one
so
wasn't
I'm gonna put
me.
this squarely in the F tier. Not all of these are bad, but this one's simply a
Okay.
lack of belief. This is what people on the internet have called shoe atheism. A shoe can hold this philosophical view of, well, it lacks belief in God. I understand this from a certain perspective, but this more accurately describes agnosticism, not atheism. So I'm going to put that in the F tier. To call yourself an atheist and say that you simply lack belief in God, this is just a category error. The next one here is the I believe in just one less God than you.
We need to talk about that.
Yeah.
That's wild, and like shows that he doesn't understand what a category error is. What, like, you know, it just shows his gap in like epistemologic like grounding. Like you absolutely can lack a belief and not take a hard stance on a position.
Yeah, like not stamp collecting or
right.
Yeah,
What is the title of this video? Just so I know the main thrust of it.
It says I ranked every atheist argument, every single one that's ever existed in human history. He knows about it and has ranked it.
I doubt he's
But
ranked every atheist argument, but
I ranked every atheist argument.
And this guy's name's what? Dave something.
Dr.
Dave?
Dr. Derek.
Derek. Okay, we have somebody new backstage.
Okay.
TJ McCluskey.
Hello?
TJ, you 18 at least?
35.
He's a little loud,
Okay.
Gretchen.
Yeah, he is. So, TJ, what do you want? What you want to talk about?
Oh, there's choices. What choices?
Oh boy.
Well, what are you interested in talking about? Are you a theist?
Well, I mean,
I'm our new global leader with our new global system. I'm here to spread the truth about life. Fruit is the only food for humans and will solve almost all the problems on Earth.
What?
So you're a vegan?
I'm an atheist.
You're a vegan atheist?
We're atheists.
Yeah, type of vegan.
Okay. So, yeah, it's pretty much open topic.
The root cause of all religion is delusion, and it's caused by diet.
Okay. You are really loud. I have you turned down all the way.
So I'm giving this a yellow flag on the pseudoscience scale.
The most advanced science on Earth. Metadata, gold science.
So I'm here for.
It sounds like he's an atheist. He's just plugging being vegan.
Did you notice? Did you
Yeah.
notice how? I think Austin was basically like, "This is a yellow flag here," but then like didn't really respond to him. You just kind of went on to your next statement. Like, not really like conversationalist. It's more like you're just here to just read stuff to us. Like, let's practice. Let's practice. What was the last movie you saw? What'd you think of it?
Me?
Yes.
You.
Yeah.
Christspiracy. It was a video about how the Bible's true message was more about ending animal slavery, which was why Jesus flipped the tables.
Can you turn yourself down a little? Chat, is he as loud to you guys
Yeah,
as
he's
he
coming
is
in pretty hot.
He's like
to
blowing
us?
out.
Very
It's
loud.
it's like
Can you-
somebody angrily ordering a Whopper in the drive-thru. Oh, a Whopper!
Yeah.
Extra pickles!
Like trying to talk
All
over,
right.
trying to talk over the
All right,
traffic.
stop. TJ, can you
That's
turn your game
great.
down?
In the
TJ,
settings,
You could just
Huh?
you could just back off the microphone a little bit with your mouth.
Yeah.
okay.
That
Yeah.
you could do.
Like,
What is your guys' purpose of life?
Trust the system
Still, you're
trust
you're
this
so loud.
trust the system to just kind of like handle your volume for you automatically. You don't need to like in your microphone and
Take
screen.
your phone,
Pull it away.
go
Yeah.
across the room, set it down on the floor, go back across the room, sit back down, and then talk to us.
I backed up like 2 feet. I'm still loud.
Better.
Yeah.
Extremely.
Are you at a PC? Do you have like a regular a mic, a studio mic?
It's just my iPad.
All right. So just talk normal. You don't have to yell. Just talk normal. Just
This
talk like
is how I talk.
Well, that's a problem.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna drop you real quick and then come back and hopefully it like
Oh no,
it'll reset
I have
you.
the most valuable message on earth. Why would you drop me?
Oh, that
I
sounds
think this guy's a
He's
troll.
Trolling.
that sounds totally legit.
Yeah, you blew
You
it
can
there.
come
dude.
right-
I literally
you can
spent
come right
$100,000 creating our new global system for 4 years. I've dedicated over.
Yeah, this guy's a
Cool.
troll. There's
Wow.
He
no.
had me. He had me for a good minute.
Wow.
So I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade that yellow card.
So
He's not an atheist.
It's now more of like a construction orange card.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe even red.
No, he might be an atheist, but like he does not sound mentally sound.
Balanced.
no,
Don't
he
think
said
so.
from the beginning that humans should only eat fruit, and he's part of the global organic system
He's
or
making
Yeah,
whatever.
where
fun of
are you going to
atheists.
get your protein?
He's making
Tell-
fun
tell
of
me
atheists and
what
vegans.
fruits
That's
have
the bit.
protein.
That's what I think he's doing. He's trolling.
Well, he
Probably.
can come back if he wants. It's just I couldn't take the volume anymore.
He
No,
can,
you made
he
the
can
right
come
call.
back if he admits he's lying.
So this
Puggles
guy-
is asking about the questionnaire I sent her yesterday. What? I didn't send Puggles a questionnaire.
Is someone posing as you? Because that
Oh,
would be
right.
problematic.
I mean, I was asking her questions about her like favorite songs and her favorite music, and
Didn't realize Ray was trying to say that.
it wasn't a questionnaire. I was just asking her. Puggles, I was asking you questions because I'm gonna make you a song, so that's all. I mean, it wasn't anything nefarious or. Let me see.
Are we maybe good to
Wait,
get back into the video?
Kay have a
or-
good.
Yeah.
Wait, Kay have a good life. I don't. That doesn't sound good. What's going on?
Well, real quick.
The
before-
questionnaire thingy you asked me, was it all for? Can someone on the panel ask her? I can't get her attention. Yeah, Puggles, the questions I was asking you yesterday was just about song influences because I'm making you a song. That's all. It wasn't anything, crazy or
addressing
hope-
what little substance that last guest put out.
I hope
food
that
and
I hope that
nutrition-
answer got to you before you left, Puggles.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Food
if anyone
nutrition
has a way
is-
to DM her, can you tell her?
is really complex and complicated, and there's lots of myths about it. So, for instance, it is the case that we put way too much of way too many different kinds of sugar in food in America. If it weren't for that, eating some sugar every now and then wouldn't be so bad for you. In general, like dietary and nutritional claims that say, oh, this thing is bad and you should never eat it, they're generally not true. Most things it's okay to have some of it. And it's a spectrum. So it ranges from that all the way to like Puritan weird ideas about food and sex that come from people like John Harvey Kellogg and fucking Sylvester Graham, these, of course, religious weirdos who thought sexy, sugary, spicy foods made you a sinful food slut.
Made you masturbate.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it's a complicated spectrum for sure. If you want to know some more crazy facts about John Harvey Kellogg, I know a couple. For instance, he was so obsessed with quelling people's desire for masturbation that he designed a machine to reduce libido by squirting cold yogurt up the user's ass. And there's blueprints for this machine.
That's exactly what will turn some people off.
I was going to say, it sounds like a good time. Let's go.
Don't ask me how I know about that, okay? Like, you don't want to ask questions you can't handle the answers to.
I have heard of stories about Kellogg's obsession with other people and their sexuality. I've heard stories about that.
Don't tell me there's a patent for a fucking yogurt suppository.
for a fucking yogurt fucker.
The yogurt pegger.
Yeah. The yogurt fucker 2000. Finally, I know my neighbors won't be masturbating tonight.
Right.
This sounds
One
like
in every
something
household.
Mac from It's Always Sunny
How
would come up with.
strange that my one neighbor now gets truckloads of yogurt trucked into his house on two-wheel dollies. I'm sure he's just getting good use out of the machine. That's great. Good for him.
He must really like granola.
Right.
Better be fruit in that yogurt, unless our previous guest will be very upset. Speaking of our previous guest, I noticed their username in chat, how it's just all caps, our new global system. So I went.
Hey, Austin, I think that was at you.
I went to their page and 150 subs, 1,300 videos. It's just like a short smill.
Holy crap!
Yeah, it's just a short smill.
What's
that? It kind of has like a Heaven's Gate vibe to it. Like if you go to the page with shorts and look at all the thumbnails, it's very Heaven's Gatey.
Did you see that message to you, Austin?
Oh, did somebody claim Jim Bob owned me again? That's so cute. I love
What
that.
is that about?
Oh, he's just continuing to melt down about evolution. and since my channel is all about refuting evolution denial, I'm an easy target for him. And you know what? It's great because I only have like 350 subs and he has like 30K subs. So punching below your weight class much and still failing pretty bad. So
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Nice work then.
Yep.
Can we rewind this video back to the tier chart that it's just maybe just like 5 seconds prior.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of get a recap because he kind of like rapid fired two of them.
One sec. On a different tab. Okay, here we go.
I'm also enjoying the epic saga of the gates of hell will not stand it in chat. He keeps on getting timed out 10, 60 seconds, 5 minutes, and it's like Chubbawamba tub thumping. It's just get back down, but I get up in. You're never gonna keep me down. It's hilarious. Anyway, okay, so evolution. I've never once heard an atheist use evolution as an argument against a god. Maybe the closest that it's come to it is that evolution explains the diversity we see in life sufficiently. No God is required. but that's far from saying therefore God is false or God does not exist.
Mm-hmm.
You can use evolution in an argument against God by saying evolution disproves the Bible.
Yes, you
And
could say
in that case, since the Bible can't be trusted on origins and ontology of species, how the hell can you trust it on the resurrection and salvation? It makes it soteriologically worthless.
Yeah.
So
that's a
I do
that's a
kind
great
of see where
that's
the
a great thing to point out.
creationists are coming from.
Yeah, that's a good thing to point out. In that, although I've only heard this guy so far just say God, not the Christian God, or the Christian God of a literal Bible interpretation. So yeah, like literal Adam and Eve God would be disproved by evolution, but I don't think that's what he said at all. But
You're probably right about that. I thought this guy was a professed Christian, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah. Simply a lack of belief. My lack of belief in something doesn't prove it doesn't exist.
Yeah, he tried to call that a category error.
Yeah. Because he did kind of conflate belief, and then he called it like, well, these people are just agnostic, which is like a knowledge claim, which I know they're related, but they're not entirely the same. But he went over that so fast. I think he maybe spent like 15 seconds on that one.
I'm sure tons of atheists simply lack belief, but the thing I lack belief in is really specific for me. Like, for the Spinozan God, the God that's virtually indistinguishable from nature, J Money's God, I'm agnostic about that God. I don't claim to know that God can't exist. The Bible God, the triomni God, the omnibenevolent God, that God logically can't exist and measurably against the universe does not exist. And so I don't simply lack a belief in that. I think that thing is a logical impossibility. So I have a positive disbelief in that, in a sense.
Yeah, because you can identify internal contradictions in the proposition. Yeah, okay. And then for lack of evidence of God, like, as a proof that God doesn't exist, I mean, I guess you could maybe there's probably atheists that have said that, but I mean, I would take that as far as I would say vampires don't exist because I don't see evidence of vampires or goblins or leprechauns or, things like that. So,
yeah, and so now I'm going to wear garlands of garlic all day, every day, and rub garlic on my skin and stink like garlic everywhere I go and alienate everybody just in case vampires are real, which is kind of what religion is like.
Yep. Okay.
All right, well, back to it.
Belief in God, this is just a category error. The next one here is I believe in just one less God than you. It's very popular. You hear people like Richard Dawkins use this. I think Christopher Hitchens has used this. Christians already reject Thor and Zeus and Odin and all these other gods. So, the atheist just goes one God further and rejects the Christian God as well. I just believe in one less God than you do. Again, this is a misunderstanding of what God is. Those gods of old mythology and pantheons, they are created beings. They're not eternal. They're certainly not what the classical God is said to be. The ipsum esse subsistence or existence itself.
Eric,
You're comparing.
Are you kidding me? It's so much worse than that. We already know that Yah and Weh were separate gods in the Ugaritic texts.
Mm-hmm.
The early biblical authors wantonly plagiarized from, right? So to say that, these other gods are not eternal and our God is just, we know that's wrong.
Yeah, it feels kind of like a quibble about definitions here. And now that he said this, I'm kind of okay. I'm leaning towards, all right, he's talking about like a deistic general God. He's probably not leaning towards a Christian God, because if he is, then yes, what you just say right there will absolutely apply to him, and he just is ignorant about the origins of his God. But I think he's going for just a general, like, just a general deistic God, maybe a classical theism.
Oh, you know
God,
what?
but,
no, he is for sure a Christian. He is a
dear.
Christian because I remember in his other video, he was trying to explain how other species of life on other planets will still be, saved by Christ's sacrifice.
Yeah. He does have problem, like in his queue down there, he has problem of evil. He has divine hiddenness. God can command atrocities. So, okay, there you go. You're already in the Bible now. Miracles aren't possible. That's also kind of Bible-ish. Yeah, so he's gonna. Oh yeah, there it is, right there. Too many contradictions in the Bible. Okay, so he is going towards a Christian God. So yes, what
Yeah.
you just said, he
Yeah.
is ignorant about the origins of his own deity. It appears.
100%.
Okay.
I think these
Not
people know
just his own
exactly what they're
deity. He
doing.
doesn't even just understand what gods themselves are, or he seems to selectively understand it. He doesn't understand that definition applies to his own deity as well.
Yeah, and on top of that, now with evolution, he put an F tier. He might be kind of doing a goalpost shifting thing here, where okay, evolution does disprove the Bible God, but he didn't use the Bible God to pit evolution against. He retreated towards a general God. Now we could say evolution's a poor example of an argument against a general God, but now later on down the line, it looks like he's gonna go towards a Christian God and then move the goalpost up to a Christian God and try to use that as the goalpost for whatever argument he's addressing. So he's like shifting back and forth here. Almost, I don't know, it kind of feels dishonest at this point, but I'm assuming.
No, I feel like these people know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're aware of these arguments. They don't care to actually look into them or like parse them. They just want to. It's all part of the grift, I think, and they're willing to make any type of concessions except for God is not real to make sure that they get their paycheck and take advantage of these people.
Yeah, that's the problem with apologists is that it's kind of just that they have to maintain the narrative and they can't retreat on anything because it hurts their brand, it hurts their income. It's very difficult for an apologist to admit that they're wrong. But yeah, okay, let's keep going. I think we might have sussed out a little bit what he's going to be doing in the future, but let's see for sure.
Characters to the author of everything in reality. And by the way, I get this, right? So I'm going to put this in the D tier, though, because although I do believe it's a very bad argument, I will qualify that by saying this. I think that if it's a matter of parsimony, right? I also think that it just gets parsimony wrong. You know, the idea that my ontology is simpler just because I have one less thing in it, namely God. Parsimony only really works if you don't multiply beyond necessity.
That's not really
right?
what
If you need
okay, it's really a stretch to call that an argument, but it's not really a matter of parsimony and keeping your ontology as simple as possible. It's saying that to a Christian or to a believer, saying, think of all the gods you don't believe in. I take that one God further. You are helping the Christian understand your perspective. Because some Christians or some believers will say, I have no idea. I can't understand why you would simply reject a God. And that's the atheist way of responding and saying, you actually do, because you do it on these other gods. If you can understand why you do it for those other gods, you understand why I do it for your God. That's all that statement is really saying. It's not an argument against the God itself. If a Christian or a believer wants to show that their God is real, they need to provide evidence for it. And that evidence needs to overcome the objections that's used for all the other gods. That's really all that thing is saying. It's not a formal argument, definitely, but it's just like a kind of a street epistemology way of getting the person to understand your point of view. And I've used it several times in conversations in that framing.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a great way of laying it out.
Yeah.
thing in your ontology for explanatory power, explanatory scope, and so on, then you need the thing. It doesn't matter how much more complex it makes your ontology, right? If I need the tires, my car would be so much simpler if I didn't have tires, but my tires are necessary to make the whole car go. So this just misunderstands parsimony. It makes for a great bumper sticker, but it's just bad philosophy. The next bad argument is going to be a very familiar one. It's the omnipotence paradox, that can God create a stone so big that he can't lift it? This is a puzzle. It's not a problem. This relies upon a certain understanding of omnipotence that classical Christians just don't endorse, they don't accept, right? So ever since Thomas Aquinas, even before, omnipotence has been defined as anything that God can do, which is logically coherent. Logic relies upon his own nature.
Right there.
So when we understand logic, we're just
and that's totally
understanding God's
fine.
nature. God cannot go against his own nature. This also does not make God subservient to his nature.
Yeah. And that's totally fine. Like, if you want to define omnipotence as doing whatever is logically possible, that's totally fine. I think that probably solves 90% of the issue there. But a lot of Christians don't like that. They really don't like the idea of their God not being able to do anything or not being able to do something. So they will take it a step further and say, my God's outside of logic. My God can do this or that. And they will answer the question, yes, my God can create a stone so heavy you can't lift it. It depends on the Christian you talk to, but the ones that define omnipotence as only things that are logically possible, are definitely better
Okay.
off than the ones who don't.
Time out, Eric.
Yeah.
Felix, you get one more visit to the panel, and that is completely dependent on Nobody on Fire. Since he's not here, you're not coming up tonight.
And Kurt in chat there.
Understand?
Kurt in the chat there said, if omnipotence is being able to do everything that's within your nature, then I'm omnipotent. And that's something I've seen allegedly Ian use on his channel too. If you want to define omnipotence as being able to only do things within your nature, then literally everything's omnipotent. My half-empty can of beer here can only do things within its own nature, so therefore it's omnipotent. The definition kind of becomes useless at that point.
Yeah, I don't even know. Why would you think that's a good argument ever? Like, it takes 2 seconds of thought to tear that apart.
He in this guy's video's comments, he's accused at least once of straw manning. So he's kind of being very sloppy. I got a feeling he's kind of being earnest here, but he's being very sloppy about it because he first should have defined what God that we're pitting these arguments against, whether it's a deistic God or a Christian God or something in between. And he should be providing examples of these arguments being used so that we know he's not just inventing this or straw manning. But that would be a lot of work, and that's not what he's here for.
Yeah, the argument that he's bringing up, the whole creating the rock thing, like I like to deploy a more refined argument, and it's asking about two actions that are not contradictory in themselves. And so first, can God create a knife so sharp it can cut anything? And then second, can God create a shield so tough that it can block anything? These two existing by themselves, there's no contradiction in that. But when they both occupy the same existence, now we have a problem.
Yeah.
And so like I like to use this to kind of show the tension between omni properties. Like there are certain omni properties that can't be held together because they contradict one another.
Yeah. Like, I guess in order for the knife that can cut anything and the shield that can withstand anything could not exist at the same time, essentially.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because what happens when they try to do their job against one another?
Yeah.
Which one wins?
Yeah.
Or does the entire universe just fucking implode on itself?
Yeah, that's just the unstoppable force and immovable object question.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I love that phrase because it reminds me of the Simpsons movie. Oh wait, no, that's A Rock and a Hard Place. Never mind. There's this point where Homer like is stuck on a wrecking ball and he's smashing between a rock and a hard place.
Oh yeah. The movie and the game were so great together.
Man.
All right, back to the video.
Yeah. He's not bound to his nature any more than he's bound to anything else. It just shows us what God is. God can't do logically impossible things because they're just not things that can be done. God can't create a squared circle. He can't create a four-sided triangle. So these aren't limitations on God's power. They are just an explanation of what rationality and coherence are. So we're going to place
God
this one
can't
since this
logically do. You know what else God can't logically do? Exist.
Burn.
True base.
Get wrecked, Christians.
Owning the Christians.
But I don't know about this. Like, if God is the creator of existence, like, shouldn't he be able to like instantiate some sort of existence in which contradictions are possible? Or like even like just like a squared circle is possible in some way.
I mean, it does make God dependent and beholden to logic, which a lot of Christians will be very uncomfortable with that idea.
Yeah, is God fine-tuned for logic?
Yeah. Like, does logic exist independently of God? There was an interesting comment. It might have been in this in this live stream the other day. Somebody said that God cannot do anything outside of the logical system He created. And I was like, I listened to that. I was like, God cannot do anything outside the logical system He created, which means that there was once a time when the logical system didn't exist, and God can't do anything outside of that system. So there was a time when God couldn't do anything.
It also
Like-
makes one of his creations more powerful than him.
Yeah, because it limits. God's limited by it. Like, he's shackled by a logical system.
Ian
So, yeah.
brought up the same point the other day about it was the problem of evil again, and it's like I can't articulate it as well as he can. I'm a little drunk, but he was saying that, does God do things because they're good, or does he are
Yeah.
things good because he does them? And if it's the one, then the I don't know what the word for it is, but like the object of good exists outside of him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
The
this is
Euthyphro
a
dilemma.
yeah, this is a classic dilemma.
But yeah, like, if okay, if God created logic, then God can do anything outside of logic, which means God can create a rock so heavy He can't lift it, right? Because He's not beholden to logic. But if He is beholden to logic, then logic must necessarily exist for Him to do anything. So it's it's a kind of it's not the morality dilemma of Euthyphro, but it's something very, very similar. It's almost like this God's contradictory, and the people who made Him up didn't think of these things.
It's a whole lot of heresy.
Bro, tell me about it. It's kind of like some bipedal ape looked at its dead relative and was like, that thing had a thing that animated it, and that thing that animated it went up there in the sky, and there's people in the sky, and they collect it, and now you got to cut the tip of your dick off because those people they made a mistake. They left your dick a little too long. It's so crazy.
Yeah.
If God doesn't want us to have foreskin, why did He design the foreskin? Doesn't that like just
Good
automatically like defeat the entire concept of omnibenevolence? Like what
Is there
kind
no
of
meta? Is there no
loving
meta
God?
argument? I'm surprised there's not an apologetic for that.
I'm sure there is. Like the explanation for circumcision that I've heard historically is because like when they go into battle, in order to like count how many people they slayed, like they didn't like keep like Excel spreadsheets of every like individual name that was employed in their army. They were able to tell like who was part of their army because they're circumcised, and so they go around and they collect the the members of their slain combatants, and they
Which
can
is
count the
funny
ones that still
because
have the foreskin.
While that may have been something that happened, it was clearly just people using a religious tradition as a means of record keeping. But the source of that religious tradition that they were adapting to record keeping, Maimonides admits it himself in his Guide for the Perplexed. He says that people who have foreskin are sex crazed, and women whose partners have foreskin, they become addicted to his foreskin. So you have to cut that foreskin off to
That's crazy.
keep women from getting addicted to foreskin, having sex, having crazy people. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
Maybe guys with foreskin just threw better dick. I don't know.
Well, it does. It's straight up. It facilitates sex. It's a very important sexual organ. It protects the glands for one, and it facilitates sexual motion by reducing friction. So, and not to mention, it's just a big mass of the penis. It's an amount of the skin of the penis. It's like 30% for some boys. So,
I mean, if we're going off of science, west of the strait, they got it. Like they got the records. You know what I mean?
yeah. and most importantly, in areas where hygiene and those contributing factors are accounted for, there's no significant difference in things like HIV or infection rates for people who are circumcised versus not circumcised. That's just the myth that people use to justify circumcision here in America. Infant prophylactic circumcision is basically completely pointless. It's just something doctors make money from. You don't really need to be circumcised unless you have some kind of deformity in the phimotic ring. That's pretty much the only situation.
The only actual data point that I know is true is there are higher rates of HPV, but I think that might not be, directly due to the circumcision. It's more incidental that, like, people who are uncircumcised are less likely to be brought up in like strictly religious environments, whereas they may be more sexually active, therefore their chance to catch HPV and spread HPV is higher, just simply because they're more sexually active.
True.
Clean your junk.
The most wild take I put, like, this is actually in the realm of my most wild take in all this, and I'm only going to say this one thing, and I'm not taking questions, but purely aesthetically, I am happy to be circumcised.
Well, that's because, like, you've seen your penis your entire life. It's what you're like used to, and like I'm sure that uncircumcised people would say the same thing. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm glad I'm uncircumcised. I like the way my penis looks."
Yo, true.
As I've gotten older, I've noticed I see my penis less and less. It recedes behind the curve of my belly.
Because that belly.
Damn. But true, I never thought about it like that. I guess you're right. I probably would think about it like that if it was the other way around.
Plus, there's all the way in here, and I admit this is anecdotal, but like while it wasn't like a serious failure or anything of my circumcision did go a little bit wrong, and so sometimes I do have pain, especially if I'm having a lot of sex. So I'm not a fan of the practice. I think it's completely pointless, and it can go wrong, and boys do die from it, and those factors alone, I think, should.
Well, and there's also like
let's not do this.
The aspect, like like in public schools, at least, you have like gym class, and they put the boys in locker rooms together, and they expect you to undress in front of each other. And at least they did at my school when I was in school, and that was like the first time you see. I mean, you get used to seeing other people in the nude, and most people that you're going to see in those locker rooms are going to be circumcised. And like for me, like the first time I saw somebody who wasn't, I was confused. Like I didn't even know it was a thing at that time. I thought the dude had just a deformity, So I mean, I'm just saying there's like a social stigma to it too. You don't want your kid to be the only one. You want people to point in.
It's a lot of considerations I have never even thought about. Wow.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you what, your kid will really be the deformity, will really be the freak if he gets a botched circumcision and he has half of an anteater and half a German army helmet. So just take that into consideration. Bro. I mean,
well, my ex actually told me a horror story where they didn't circumcise her son at birth, and later for some reason like had to, and he ended up getting like blood squirted into his eye during this operation or whatever. It was like craziest shit I ever heard.
Yeah, usually it'll be hygiene or a deformation in the phimotic ring or the paraphimotic ring, but
damn, Austin knows his shit.
There's always a possibility that you might have to oh my God. Nowhere near as well as the epic nub expert known as Made by Jim Bob. But there's always
nobody knows dick like Austin knows dick.
There's always a possibility that you might have to amputate a body part later, like if it gets infected or you don't clean it or take care of it enough. Like But that doesn't mean you should just cut it off right at birth. Like any of your fingers could get infected. Oh, just go ahead and chop those off. Like, no, you take something off when it becomes a necessity. And it's purely cosmetic when you're doing it prophylactically on infants. And honestly, they do it because doctors charge you for it, so they make money off of it. And they sell the foreskin, so they make money off of it on both ends.
To who? For what? I didn't know that.
Cosmetic companies can use them. It's mostly cosmetics companies. I think there's a couple other industries, but mostly cosmetics.
Okay. I was hoping you weren't going to say something like you usually make like lipstick or, like something that you have to like put on your face. And so I was imagining like foreskins. Never mind. You get the idea.
Yep.
It's definitely changed my opinion on the whole matter.
Yeah, dude. I think if you ever have kids, if you ever have male children, you probably shouldn't get them circumcised, and you should just teach them to take care of their parts and to use good hygiene.
Yeah.
There's
also, we haven't even touched upon it, but there's also the matter of consent. Like you shouldn't be permanently modifying somebody's body like that without their consent.
That's exactly where I'm going with it.
There will be Christians who are okay with circumcising their boys, but then they won't be okay with like giving babies ear piercings or something like that.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that Hitchens when he's talking to it's like a rabbi, and the rabbi says to Hitchens like, "Oh, my son cried more at his first bar mitzvah than he did at his circumcision," or something like that. And Hitchens like, "What if I told and then he gives like a parallel example of when I cut off her clitoris, like it's just mutilating people."
Yeah, so part of the reason circumcision happens in America is because of John Harvey Kellogg, the yogurt in the ass guy. He was also a huge advocate for that. And but he also was advocating for putting acid on women's clitorises. So he was also talking about mutilating women too. And it's so weird that religion
real class
leads
act.
to mutilating bodies so much. It's really odd.
Yeah. Just some folks are sick in the head, and their religion gives them the license to push that onto others.
That's what it really boils down to, is the excuse to control other people.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we've talked about cocks enough. Let's find another fun topic.
For the rest of the night, they talked about nothing but dick.
This is now
we
the
just have
penis
to
panel.
be clever with it. We have to come up with puns and find a way to talk how to surreptitiously, right? We gotta.
I want to take a screenshot of this current frame of Dr. Jerry's video. I'm just going to change every single one of these items to just dick.
Like that was a really long, hard conversation, you guys.
That was a long, hard conversation, but I derived great pleasure from it. Thank you. We'll come back for more.
Well, I'm glad we could roll back the excess and really find the sensitive points.
I liked how we all contributed. Like we all pulled our burden there, our load. Yeah, we all pitched in. Like
I didn't add anything. I'm not getting sucked into this.
Gretchen just watched from the corner, and that's totally fine.
Someone had to sit in the cook chair.
I've been on Bandcamp.
There's a Christian
for a specific album.
She's like this one time at Bandcamp.
Oh, if you just put in the URL in that picture that Nectu shared, you can get to it, and be sure to report it for AI content.
There's probably a Christian in the audience right now going, "I see, I knew it. These atheists are just dirty-minded. They just want to sin. I knew it."
Oh, he's got Nitty Wants Titties on there.
Speaking of Nitty Wants Titties, I'm gonna go say hi to him in person in November because I'm doing a U.S. cross country trip, and I'm gonna meeting a bunch of people as I go. Nitty's on my
Nice.
list. Nitty's on my list.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Where's Nitty?
Are you going to be anywhere near Iowa?
Iowa, perhaps. Message me on Discord. Maybe I can detour through your area.
Yeah,
Where's
if you're around, I'll
Nitty?
definitely.
Nitty
Going
is
away now.
in. I don't want to give his exact location. He's in the Midwest.
Well, state. Okay.
Midwest. Yeah. Actually, I can just message you directly because I think I have you on my Discord, Gretchen.
Hmm?
But anyway, we can go ahead and go. I'll let you know, and I'll let you know Discord, Gretchen.
All right, back to it.
Fun puzzle, but it just doesn't have any philosophical push to it. We're going to place that in the F tier as well. The next bad argument is that there are too many contradictions in the Bible. How many angels were at the tomb? How many women discovered the empty tomb? Those sort of things. Now, I honestly don't understand how this would be an argument against God, God's existence, right? This could be an argument against some sort of...
He's trying to have it both ways. He's trying to have it both ways.
He 100% is trying to have it both ways. Like he wants to, say that this doesn't disprove the deistic God, but like he's going to advocate for the fucking Christian God. Like this absolutely disproves the Christian God because the Christian God is what is claimed in the Bible. The Bible claims that this is the perfect word of God. And so if the perfect word of God contains a contradiction, perfect thing is contradictory, therefore it's not perfect. So we can just, know that it's not the perfect word of God. It might be the imperfect word of God, but it's definitely not 100% of the claims that are put forward in the Bible.
And I will go as far to say that he has now established a straw man. I have never seen anyone say because the Bible has contradictions, a deistic God does not exist. No idiot has ever said that.
They like to make up arguments for them to attack.
Yeah,
it is a straw man.
Yeah, this is straw man territory. I've lost 10 respect points for this guy.
And you only started with 8.
Yeah, you're at -2, Dr. Derek. Got to pay off that respect debt.
What's funny is look at what he thinks is the worst arguments, and they're actually like some of the best arguments. The problem of evil. I think that's a pretty.
Oh no, those are on hold. Those haven't been discussed yet.
I didn't see that. You're right.
Hey Gretchen, I don't see you in the Discord. You must have a name different than Gretchen. Can you at me in the general chat so I know who you are?
It's Boots.
Oh, it's Boots. Okay.
Yeah, it's Boots 98C.
Yeah. Okay, I talked to you yesterday. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we have a DM history, so.
Yeah. As of yesterday, I was wondering because when you messaged me yesterday saying if I wanted a wrench, I was like, I don't know who Boots is, but sure, I'll take a wrench.
I don't understand this one. He says simply a lack of belief. Is he saying that we think that because people lack belief in God, that is a evidence against God?
There are some atheists who will say their atheism isn't a belief, that it isn't a position on God. It's just a rejection of the theist's position on God. I think it's kind of a weak argument, but yeah.
Yeah.
No.
That's my position for like a deistic God. Like I don't hold like a stance of any sort of gnosis, and so like I simply lack belief in the deistic God. But when it comes to specific God claims, like I tend to actually take a hard stance.
What I'm asking though is a little different, a little nuanced. He's saying simply a lack of belief is an argument. Like we're saying, like he thinks that we're saying as atheists, because people lack belief, because there's people like us, because there's atheists, therefore no God. Simply a lack of belief. He has it listed as an argument.
Yeah.
And I've never heard anybody as an atheist say, well, because atheists exist, that's how I know there's no God.
Does this guy, is this like credentials published anywhere? He's a Catholic philosopher, PhD.
That's the claim.
What though?
He's a link tree. Let's see if he has like a LinkedIn. The Dr. Derek.
What's funny though is in Christianity, like, to actually do the work and become credentialed, unless you're going to be like working for the DI, you can just pretend. It's undeserved credit all the way down.
I mean, if you have enough clout, I'm sure there's a diploma mill that will give you credentials.
Yeah, I'm curious because this feels very sloppy to me. And I'm no PhD doctor, man, but something doesn't quite add up for me here.
Maybe he went to the same school as William Lane Craig.
He has an academic website, something he calls an academic website, derek-mcallister.com.
It's a commercial website.
He's an instructor of philosophy at Towson University, Maryland, Baltimore.
How do you spell that?
Here, I'll just put it in chat because I have a wrench thanks to... there we go. Put down there in the chat. Yeah.
You're telling me that this guy in the video is an instructor of philosophy?
He's an instructor of philosophy at Towson University and Loyola University, Maryland, in Baltimore, Maryland, USA.
That just I don't know. I just feel like he's intentionally misrepresenting these arguments. He's obviously perfectly capable.
That's true. I mean, he could potentially be using his credentials and then acting dishonestly on the side. Because
well-respected.
You can do this. Like, you can be a credentialed instructor and professor, and as long as you're working in that official capacity and you're disciplined, you're fine. And then you can go on the side and get a YouTube channel and just do all kinds of bullshit. And as long as you don't say I am representing this university or I'm acting as
Avi Loeb does. That's basically what Michael Behe does. There's a bunch of grifters that do that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money to be made.
They probably have enough self-awareness to go, okay, I know that I have this degree and I have this position and I know the boundaries of behavior within my profession that I must maintain or else I'll lose those privileges. Mm-hmm. But I can go over here on my own space and do whatever the fuck I want. And they know that's permissible in our society. So
it's unfortunate.
Anywho, I guess he's a professor. I'd be curious if he has any lectures online. I would love to see him in his professional capacity versus what he's doing here on his YouTube channel. That'd be a fun compare and contrast.
Chase says as soon as he gets his PhD in physics, he's switching to flat Earth. Chase, the standard policy for myself is that if I ever become a young earther or a flat earther or anti-vaxxer or something like that, a serious head injury has happened or I'm being taken advantage of. And in either case, I should just be taken out to pasture and humanely put out of my misery. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to apply that philosophy to you as well, my friend. So if you become a flat earther, just watch out because I might have to old yeller you. No offense. Anyways, go on.
Man, if there's two things.
Old yeller as a verb, plus 10 points for you, Austin. I love it. Mm-hmm. Gonna old yeller you.
Man, if there's two things I can't stand, it's a flat earther and a shroud of tourismer.
Yeah.
Especially with the same person. It's like, oh, I double hate you.
The rag of tourism.
Tack on Eucharistic miracles to that.
Mm.
Blitz always gets that. Every time I'm watching Blitz, Shroud of Turin comes up.
Yeah, I got a feeling... I've seen kind of a pattern with the way TikTok drives interlocutors to certain content creators. Like, for instance, Monkey Boy gets all kinds of bong hit philosophers, potheads. It's like one after the other. And I'm like, the algorithm has dialed Monkey Boy into that audience. Dr. Blitz gets a lot of Shroud proponents because it's probably the algorithm's like, yep, okay. Blitz talks about the Shroud. Let's send Shroud supporters to him. I think you kind of get circumstances completely out of your control. You just kind of get shoehorned, pigeonholed into this category, and then TikTok's like, "This is you, and this is your identity. Deal with it."
Chase says, as long as I'm sad, sorry, old boy, I wish I didn't come to this. We'll do the whole Grapes of Wrath. We'll do the whole Lenny moment. Look out over the lake, Chase.
Oh man.
Wait,
There's a channel.
was that Grapes of Wrath or was that of Mice and Men?
Mice and Men. Thank
Men.
you. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I was gonna say Grapes of Wrath was when they're going to California.
Just be like Fredo, just go out and go fishing on the lake.
Wait, I think of Mice and Men took place in California as well. It was like the Dust Bowl shit.
No, that was Grapes of Wrath.
I don't know, dude. It's been years since I've, that was like middle school.
There's a channel called Primrose Permaculture. They mostly do politics. Has anybody heard of them? It's a woman.
Yeah.
And she was talking the other day on her channel that she nuked her channel and she's okay with it. And because she was talking about like how when she first started her channel, it was for the permaculture stuff. It had nothing to do with politics. And then like earlier this year, she got into politics and her channel just blew up overnight. But the algorithm has basically locked her into that type of content. And so she's in this process of trying to reclaim her channel for the original purpose. And she's tried to segregate out the political stuff onto a new channel. And I think she went about, in my personal opinion, I think she went about it wrong. I think if she wanted to keep doing it, if she doesn't, then she did it right.
Yeah.
But if she wanted to keep doing the political content, I would have just let the channel switch to politics and move the permaculture shit to a new channel. But I understand, like, with the how you mean with like the algorithm, like what, because like she's basically found out like you can fight it if you want, but it's not going back. The algorithm is like stronger.
Same thing kind of happened to Pine Creek a few years ago. Like he had Pine Creek was mostly religion, and he like kind of sprinkle like in his like conservative points of view throughout, but it was like 99.9%.
Oh yeah,
conversation on religion, and then he started more and more talking about politics, which kind of divided his audience. So he then created a second channel called Pine Creek Politics and moved the politics chat over there. Did that for a year, and then he decided that okay. And he was doing both at the same time, Pine Creek and Pine Creek Politics. And then he decided, okay, I don't like this anymore. I'm going to bring them back together. And then he did that. And then his views like tanked. And I don't think he streamed for like over a year now. So he fucked with the algorithm and the algorithm fucked him back, I think.
Yeah. You really can't fight it. You might as well just go with the flow is what it seems like.
Yeah.
But anyways, we can dive back in if you guys are ready.
A biblical fundamentalist literalism, right? But to say that a supreme creator of the universe doesn't exist simply because these things in this book are misunderstood or they seem to conflict, or not just seem to conflict, right? That they're contradictory. I mean, you have to have some really narrow view of the Bible in order to make this work. And even then, so what? Suppose there are contradictions. I don't think that there are. I have a video on that. But suppose there are.
In order for this,
does that mean that there?
In order for him to be saying right now to work, he needs to have the position that the Christian God is the only possible God. They are one and the same. Like a deistic God is the Christian God. There's no escape. Like that's the only way that this framing that he's attempting would work.
I think they conflate those on purpose. I think they do like the bait and switch with it.
Yeah. It is on purpose, definitely. But
no way. Zeno got back to me finally.
Why do we long
Good news?
Hmm?
Is it good news?
I've been trying to get him to come to async to. You remember when Arpy and I co-hosted with Justin?
Yeah.
And there was that one guy that they got so fucking lost in the philosophy sauce.
Oh yeah.
And that Justin had to stop it and go, "This just isn't for my audience." Like,
but
they were just they were going.
Ian
like,
loves this person.
Yeah, they were going way deep into like they were both like lost in that discussion, and so I've been trying to get a hold of him and let him know that you can come to async and continue having that kind of discussion, because
nice.
we got a couple people on my channel that would you know, one of them being Arpy, the guy you talked to, and you know, they would
There was a
absolutely
couple of Christians
love to
in,
get lost in a thing like that. So
yeah, for sure.
So
There's a couple of Christians in chat today on Unapologetic that were telling each other to go to async because they're nice to theists there. The name of the one, I was going to screenshot it, but I was busy at the time, but it was it's like REM, Remissus or something like that.
Remesis, I think.
yeah, Remissus is in chat all the time.
Yeah, I think it was in chat last night.
That person,
Yeah.
and then there was God's Warrior of Peace. That's they were talking. They were the ones that were talking about it. They weren't talking to me. They weren't talking. They were talking to each other about async, and that's what they said to each other. So
And
apparently, we have a good reputation.
What did they say to each other?
Well, one was complaining about.
I gotta start being meaner to theists.
About
And
not
this was
having a
in
good.
Jail's chat.
No, it was an Unapologetic. It was during Unapologetic. It was something about. Well, I didn't catch the beginning of the conversation, but I think it had something to do with. One was complaining about, not being, not getting fair treatment whenever an atheist call-in shows, and then that's what that Remissus person said back was, go to async. If they treat theists, they treat theists really well there, or something like that. That was the gist of the conversation. And then I chimed in and I was like, hell yeah, thanks for,
Well, we treat them, if they're going to be honest with us, we'll be honest with them,
But I wasn't part of the conversation, is what I'm saying. Like, they weren't doing it because of, and they were just having a conversation and I just happened to catch it. It was just incidental. But then I did jump in and thanked him for saying that.
Cool.
Yeah, I should have screenshotted it, but I didn't think about it at the time.
Cafe in the chat, hey Cafe, asks, why keep coming back to deism? Dr. Derek isn't a theist. Yeah, we know that, but he's purposely keeping himself in the deist classical God position because it's easier to address these arguments when you have that position rather than holding the Christian God position. So basically, Cafe, Dr. Derek here is straw manning the arguments.
Yeah. Because it makes it easier for him to make the kind of content he wants to make.
Yeah. You probably didn't hear earlier, Cafe, but like, for example, they're an F tier evolution. Evolution being true is not an argument against a deistic God. No atheist would ever say that. But Derek here is claiming that they do, basically.
Yeah.
Evolution is an argument against the Christian literal Bible God. But he didn't want to contend with that, so he just simply retreated to the point of deism, and he's addressing it on those grounds. So he's being dishonest here.
Yeah, he's waffled a couple of times. Or whatever. We can
when I say deist God, Cafe, I mean just a general classical theism. I mean, obviously deism and classical theism aren't the same, but deism, classical theism, just this general God that's not specific to Christianity. Just go back and listen to what we were saying. You'll understand.
All right, we ready to get back into it?
Yeah.
Is not a God. I just don't see how this is a good argument. I'm going to put it in the F tier as well. All right, so the next one is a little bit stronger. It doesn't go in the F tier like all these other obviously bad ones. Religion is to blame for atrocities. Like, I sympathize with this one, as anybody should, right? The witch hunts, the Inquisition, the Crusades, right? These are all really terrible
genocide.
things. And apparently this objection goes that religion poisons all things, and so, well, God can't exist somehow. So I'm not really sure. First of all, this is historically myopic.
Again, right here.
You have
Stop
to
it, please.
Ignore all those 20th century.
Again, like a God can exist and all religions not represent that God. So obviously religion and religious atrocities don't disprove the God, but they do. The atrocities in the Bible disprove an benevolent God that Christians claim exist. That's the contradiction, and he refuses to address it because he's maintaining this quasi classical theist position rather than a Christian position.
Yep. Well said.
secular regimes that killed so many people. But also, I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove in terms of God not existing. Now, this is a legitimate complaint to have against followers of God, but to say that, and even if you thought that religion endorsed these things, which is highly controversial. I mean, so you have a few bad actors who are misinterpreting passages in some holy book and they twist it to their means. I mean, well, Christianity affirms that.
How do we know you're not
predicts
doing that,
people are
Dr.
sinful
Derek?
and evil and will twist things to their means. So I'm not sure what this is doing, right? So like, if Christians are bad actors and they do some really terrible things, somehow that makes God not exist. Somehow that settles the ultimate question as to whether the creator of the world exists. I'm not sure, right? So I'm going to put it in the D tier. I don't think it's a strong.
And it's not what Christians do. It's what God commands Christians, or back in the old day, ancient Jews to do. It's what
Or
God
what we would
explicitly,
expect.
it's what God commanded them to do. God commanded the genocide. God litigated and legislated the slavery. And if the claim is that God is omnibenevolent, you would not have a God legislating slavery. You would not have if a God is omnipotent, he wouldn't be bound to legislate slavery because of how limited man is. These are internal contradictions in the Christian worldview that he's refusing to address because he's cowardly, in a cowardly fashion, staying at this classical theism position.
And like, is would this qualify as a Mott and Bailey, or is that
a Mott and Bailey? What's that?
Well, you know, like he's retreating.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he defends one at one position at one point, but then retreats to a safer position.
Yeah, shifting the goalposts essentially.
Yeah, I'm not as well versed in like logical fallacies, but
I just heard of that the other day as well.
It's a tactic where you make an extreme claim, and then when you get challenged on that extreme claim, you retreat to a more moderate claim. So, like for instance, RFK Jr. does this all the time. He screams some shit about you can't trust the government about vaccines. People call him on his shit, and he says, "Well, don't eat junk food." And it's like, well, fucking no shit, moron. Like, of course, everybody agrees you shouldn't eat junk food. We're all wondering why the fuck you're screaming Tylenol causes autism, idiot. And it's, it's called a Mott and Bailey, basically.
Yeah.
It refers to old castles where the Mott was the wide open area where everybody could come in, and the Bailey is the well-guarded position.
Yeah. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. So it's not exactly that, but it's similar. He's definitely he's conflating positions and switching between them for different. I can't talk right now. Jesus.
I think he's been strawmanning the fuck out of everything, mainly.
Yeah, definitely. My brain is moving faster than my mouth.
Philosophical argument, but I think it's a strong rhetorical tool. I think that it gives people pause, but I don't think it has any forcefulness to it as an objection to God's existence. So it doesn't go higher than D. And also, almost 95% of you who watch my videos aren't subscribed. So would you just do me a favor and double check that you're subscribed? I spent a lot of time making these videos. I'm just a one-man team here.
Nah, keep it that way.
If you subscribe.
It's fine.
As you can
Leave
see,
it.
we have some more to go, and they're not all going to be bad. These are some really good ones coming up. This next one, science explains X without a creator. Our scientific knowledge is always constantly developing, and, well, if people are proposing the sort of God of the gaps explanation, well, we know how lightning works.
One second. I want to ask a question. So, like, there's a difference here between evidence against, doesn't just because one can be, it can be evidence against something and be strong evidence, but it doesn't mean that God does not exist. But it can be part of a greater argument. You know what I'm saying? So, like, each one of these, it's like if it doesn't conclude with God does not exist, well, not all these. That's not the intent for each one of these. You know what I mean? Like, some of these are just part of an argument. It's more of you're building more of a cumulative case. You know what I'm saying?
I think. Sorry, I wasn't tracking all that well there. I was a little distracted. Can you repeat that? Repeat it. Let me engage with it. Go ahead and repeat it, please.
So what I was saying is like it's it's like, like some of the things on this list are just like parts of arguments. It's not like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't use these as like, therefore no God, or like, so. But it almost seems like he wants to do that with each one, and it's like not one. If you were to take them all together, it would add up. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So he's kind of like addressing premises rather than an argument. Yeah.
Well,
I agree with that.
The problem is a lot of these aren't just like things said in a vacuum. They're responses to like specific God claims.
Thank you.
Yeah, so like being able to explain this naturalistic phenomena without a God is a response to like, oh well, a creator is necessary for this to exist. Well, no, we can actually explain that, and so there's the response, and so he's demonstrating these as if they're not actually responses. They're just like the argument given like without any sort of context. Yeah.
Like some atheist sat around and said, like, this will be my argument against God. And it's just like, no, this was a response, or this is like a part of an argument. That's where another part of where the dishonesty is coming from on this guy's part.
And they need to eat up on this, because if they actually understand the arguments, then they're cooked.
This would be a much more interesting video to review if he was like confidently claiming that the Christian God exists and then addressing these arguments.
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot more work, but it'll be a lot more interesting, because right now it's just like, okay, he's just playing both sides, and he's flip-flopping back and forth whenever it's convenient for him.
True.
Thor or any of these other strange gods that built these things and do these things in the universe. So, as our scientific understanding increases, then our God hypothesis is obsolete. But this is just another category error. Science can't really explain why there's order in the universe to begin with. It can't explain why there's science itself, why the laws work. It can't explain laws of logic. It can't explain laws of mathematics.
What science can explain? Why it's nonsense to think you should cut the tip of a baby's dingling off. That's just something science can explain, for instance. So, I know we've said that we've already talked too much about this tonight, but it's just another relevant example.
Science is not going to be able to explain everything. Does that mean that there must be a God? No. Remember, the dialectic here is God exists. Oh, well, science explains this, so God must therefore not exist. Well, no, because science doesn't explain everything. Certainly can't explain consciousness and all those other things I list. So,
sure it can.
This is, as far as being an argument against God's existence, it's a fun promissory note.
It's the only thing that can explain consciousness.
Answer all these things for us.
That's a strong claim.
Proving God's existence.
Saying science is limited.
And again, nobody's saying that because science can explain X without a creator, no creator exists. The whole point of that is to say that, to point at the unknown and say this is explanation of a creator. That's first of all fallacious, but also literally everything we've discovered has pushed that creator out, pushed that God of the gaps out of that gap. And it's happened over and over and over and over again. And we've never seen it happen in the opposite direction. We've never seen a supernatural explanation take over for a natural explanation.
Yeah.
So by induction, we can say, hey, yeah, our next discovery will continue to push the supernatural and God out of our pool of explanations. That's not saying no God exists. It's just we see a pattern in science and we expect that pattern to continue.
Yeah. I'm just shocked by his conviction in the statement that science won't be able to explain these things ever.
Yeah, he's definitely stepped out of his wheelhouse there, because sure he's a philosopher. I'll probably grant him that, but yeah, that doesn't mean he's a scientist or understands the scientific process or what's going on there. He overstepped his bounds.
Or know in the future.
Yeah.
Some teeth to it, right? So I will acknowledge that, but I don't think it. You know what? Let's put it in the C tier, right? So maybe as you understand more, then maybe, right? But that's the idea. It's like maybe science will explain these things one day, right? But I don't think it goes any higher than C tier. The next one is that all religions can't be true.
Are any of these arguments gonna reach above C tier?
I didn't
Right.
think so.
I'm really curious here.
I thought that like a half hour ago. I was like, nothing is going to reach S tier.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is, like, you know when Professor Dave did his,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nick. Dude, it just reminds me of like RoboCop when RoboCop's like looking down a crook is about to like kill a hostage, and RoboCop goes, "Can't have that." This is like a Christian apologist. Like, are these arguments going to go above C tier? Can't have that.
It's just a Trump administration bar graph, basically.
Yeah.
Remember when
Oh,
Professor
my God.
Dave did his, he did a tiered thing like this recently with the things that he's debunked. When he did that, he put them all over the place, and it was just random, like how as the person who had made it for him had procured it, but still, like he was honest about it. He put things where they in their proper place. Like if something wasn't super toxic or whatever, they didn't go in a super. This guy's like, all atheist arguments suck, because that's what his audience expects. His audience doesn't want to know about any good ones. They can't.
Yeah.
There can't be any good ones. If there were good ones, they'd have to admit that. But we can't have that.
I mean, to be fair, I think sometimes it can be kind of hard. Like when I'm asked to do things like rank anti-vaxxers, evolution deniers, flat earthers, and Holocaust deniers, like which of those is the worst? Anti-vaccine people cause a lot of deaths, so I think they're probably the worst. But they're all really freaking terrible, right? Like,
yeah.
Especially, and vaccine denial isn't much worse than Holocaust denial, so. Like I can understand, and it would be perverse to put any of those in A tier or even above C tier, right? Like, yeah.
I think it depends on the way you look at it, like whether you're judging it by like a moral bankruptcy or like a real world harm. But they're all terrible. I agree.
Just realized too that he's calling these arguments. Like his video is titled, "I ranked every atheist argument." But he's not actually showing any arguments. He's just showing like clipped paraphrases. Like along with an example, like showing an example of an atheist presenting this as an argument, it would be nice if he had like formalized it. Like, okay, here's what the argument says, premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, conclusion. Like addressing it in that manner rather than, here's this clipped down paraphrase that I can't demonstrate was actually uttered by any atheist ever in this context, and then addressing that would be more fun.
That would be the first time I ever see a theist honestly disagree with a premise and actually engage with a syllogism.
Yeah.
All these other religions are false. They are all made up. So your religion's all made up too. First of all, I just don't think this is a very good argument. I mean, first of all, here's what I like about it. I like that it acknowledges that not all religions are the same, because that's what you don't want to hear. All religions are the same, therefore, well, they all say the same thing. Anyone is just as good as the other. Just pick one. This isn't saying that. This is saying that they're all different, but they're all similar in that they're religions. And if one religion is wrong, then they've all got to be wrong. I think this is just, first of all, a couple fallacies here. First of all, hasty generalization and the fallacy of false equivalence, that these things, since they're similar in one respect, they must be equal or equivalent in all these other respects. And so this is just making so yeah, the Greek pantheons and Hinduism and Buddhism and Islam are all wrong, but we have independent grounds for thinking they are wrong. It would be wrong and hasty to just assume that these are wrong just because they're religions. They have something in common. You hastily and falsely make them equivalent in your mind and just throw the baby out with the bathwater. So again, I don't know how this is supposed to be an argument against.
I've never heard another atheist say that because one religion is wrong, they're all wrong, or that because 99% of religions are wrong, that they're all wrong. The quote is, all religions cannot be true because there are religions which contradict each other. For example, Christianity says Christ died and rose from the dead. Islam says, no, Christ did not die and rise from the dead. So you have a direct contradiction there. They both can't be true. But it is possible for every religion to be false. And that's really is the crux of the matter, is that if all religions can't be true, but all religions can be false, what is the reason why we believe any one single religion to be true? And he seems to I kind of I had it, but I lost it because it's getting late. But he seemed to oh yeah, that's right. He basically said that, you know, we can show that these other religions are false, probably because we're using arguments like he has on his board here, because he's taking these arguments and applying it towards the concrete, narrow. What the fuck?
Sound like
Hi,
Oh,
Tava.
there it goes.
I thought I was muted. I was muted, right?
That was a beautiful way to join the panel.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I muted myself. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, I think it unmutes you when I bring you up.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I
You're good.
tried to mute,
It's
but I'm
alright.
so sorry. I'm so sorry about that.
You're good. That was hilarious.
I'm so sorry.
that was
um,
awesome.
But anyway, so he basically said like I didn't catch it completely, but he basically said that, you know, those other religions can be shown to be false because, you know, we're using stuff like he's got there to show those religions are false. But he's refusing to do that for his own religion. He's only taking these statements to his right and applying it to this general God idea rather than his narrow, concrete God idea. So yeah, it's again more double standards.
Well, here's the qualification that I would offer on that point. Now that my sinuses have cleared up. Do you know like James Fodor's RHBS argument?
No, I know who James Fodor is, but I don't know the argument.
Yeah, it's basically like it's essentially a constellation of arguments from hasty generalizations, where he basically says, here's how false beliefs emerge. False beliefs can emerge. They emerge in a lot of situations, but he never shows how any theology instantiates a specific false belief through the mechanisms that he describes in the counterexamples that he offers. In other words, he's like, you know, here's a bunch of situations where people believed in things that were false, and therefore, you know, the RHBS model was specifically organized to argue against the resurrection. It's actually still like a really nice argument. Like, I really like the model. I really like his argumentation. But at its heart, the premise is humans form false beliefs. Therefore, the resurrection is a false belief. So it is sort of in that category of the fallacy of hasty generalization.
Okay. I have to look at it to see.
Still, I admire it very much.
Yeah.
God. It's supposed to be an argument maybe about, I don't know what, maybe that all religions are very similar, and so let's criticize them. I'm really not sure. So because of that, and because it commits two fallacies, I want to put it in that F tier. Anything that commits a really obvious fallacy and has no redeemable qualities goes in that F tier. So this next one is pretty formidable. It's a religion is just man-made cope. I word it like that, but really it comes from Freud.
You just said yourself that you didn't look into it, and you're not even sure what it means, but you're going to rank that in the F tier. Yeah, all right. Come on.
And this guy calls himself an academic philosopher. This is the kind of guy that makes philosophy look bad. Because philosophy is actually a really rich, deep field, and there's a lot of good stuff to know.
I think any Christian apologist.
Be careful, you might make Gretchen vomit.
I think any Christian apologist makes their field looks bad. Any professionally trained Christian apologist will make their field look bad, even if they don't invoke stuff from their field in their argumentation for Christian.
It's the same thing with quantum mechanics. Like when the Christian comes on and pretends to know about quantum mechanics, and even though they can jargon max, but it'll drive people away from, because it'll make some people think that quantum mechanics is just woo.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same problem here with this guy in philosophy.
I was going to disagree with what you said, but you added a really significant qualifier, which is any professionally trained Christian apologist. That is an important qualifier. If you go into the profession of Christian apologetics to provide apologetical resolutions of issues, then that's not definitionally, you're not being scientific. You're definitionally going into an argument saying, I'm going to prove that this side is the correct side of the argument. So
yes.
When you say that, I guess I can't really disagree, but I wouldn't say that all Christian apologists are.
Oh no, I wouldn't make that claim.
No, I think you could be a Christian apologist and do, like have all the problems over there in that kind of category of interest, but still also be very professional and upright in whatever, like not official, but any other profession you're in. Like, let's say you have a chemist who then goes, like chemist, very disciplined, published papers, very respected. but then they can go over and be a Christian apologist on the side and like have problems over there. Like those can be separate. Absolutely.
You wouldn't be talking about James Tour, would you?
Yeah, that's part of it, yeah. But the thing is, I guess my point being is that there is a cost. If you want to get into Christian apologetics, you will suffer a cost, whether rightly or wrongly, in other aspects of your life.
Yeah.
It's well, a simple fact.
I agree that the field is beleaguered by people with very entrenched beliefs who aren't willing to break out of that mold. Again, it's a generalization, but there's a real basis for it. But yeah.
And it is, and you kind of brought up a good point there in that, okay, let's say like you're a chemist, but then on Unite Life as a Christian apologist, the approaches are absolutely different there, because as a chemist, you have to look at the data and the evidence first and then draw conclusions. Whereas with the apology or the apologist side, you have to have the conclusion first and then shoehorn evidence argumentation into that. So there's like
the only thing that can agree with the conclusion.
Yeah, there's a conflict there. And it's also like speaks strongly to the double standards with that person's epistemology, because over here, the natural world, they're basically saying, yeah, we have this epistemology and this works and we respect it. But all of a sudden we have this special category of thing over here, mainly religion or God or whatever. And now we can just throw our established epistemology out the window and do whatever we want because reasons. And that's kind of my beef with people like that, is that, okay, why are you exercising two different epistemologies when you really should just be exercising one universally?
Yeah, I would agree with that. In academics, there are still people who have like really entrenched belief systems, right?
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully they would still, encounter evidence to the contrary perspective and then give up on their belief system. But and there's a lot of examples of academicians who still have an entrenched belief system, and that's not great either.
Yeah.
But if your belief system is entirely based on I always make the argument that I think it's wrong for Christian apologists to argue from a standpoint that's mechanistic, to say that God is necessary as a cause for, anything, and therefore we have to put God into the equation as we explain things around us. I think theology, like Ludwig von Wittgenstein said, I think, theology is in the domain of why type questions, and the sciences are in the domain of how type questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
I think you guys are touching on like a huge conflict between theology and science, where the object of science is to root out that preferred belief, but it's required with a theism.
Agreed, yeah.
Marx, this idea that religion is just this evolutionary survival mechanism to cope with the fear of death and meaninglessness. We need something to hold on to. And it's a really nice attempt at giving a naturalistic account of religion. The problem with this is that these accounts are usually highly speculative and without evidence. They can give us a just so story, a just so narrative that kind of explains how it came to be. Something like Daniel Dennett's Breaking the Spell. Something like, well, all religions, I suppose, how the story goes, began as some sort of ancestor worship. We felt really bad, really sad that our ancestors died, our family died, and so we go to worship. And that just developed to these really complex religious systems that you see. That's all highly speculative. So I'm not sure what it does as a actual defeater for religious claims.
Hold
like
up.
The proposition.
Okay. So something that's based on mountains of archaeological evidence, anthropological evidence, DNA evidence, tons of evidence is speculative, but your fucking dude came back from the dead theory isn't speculative. Fuck you.
God exists. It's not doing anything to undercut that proposition. So, I mean, it's a nice attempt. I'm going to place it in the D tier because I think it's a well-meaning and let's say an admirable attempt to give an account of religion that probably you would need as an atheist. You're going to need religion is a really weird, kooky thing. You're going to need some sort of account to explain this weird, kooky thing that humans do. So I think it's going the right route. But as an undercutter for that proposition that God exists, it does nothing. It has no effect whatsoever. So this next one is who created
religion
God.
Is so kooky. So religion is so kooky that I refuse to defend mine.
Good point.
So the first one, the most classical one, is responding to the cosmological argument. And, you know, if somebody says that infinite regresses are not possible and there has to be an uncreated creator, an unmoved mover, uncaused cause, then that thing must be God. Then the sort of pat answer here, the pat response would just be, well, who created God? Who created that thing? And so as that sort of design, that sort of argument, I just think it's a
That's
bad
kind of more the
argument. So it just
contingency
misunderstands
argument
what
than
information.
the cosmological argument, right? Because he went from he said the cosmological argument, but then he was like, okay, created. Okay, then who created God? That's a contingency thing, right?
I'd love to hear him address the what's the term? It's escaping me. It's fucking it's like a paradox. Going backwards. I can't think of the word or the term.
Are you talking about the reverse ontological argument?
I mean, he's thinking about a regress, infinite
yeah,
regress.
yeah,
Oh,
the infinite regress. I'd love to hear him address that.
Infinite regress is how God is supposed to stop that thing. And most theists, if you say, if you said that there's a thing that creates the universe and then a thing beyond that thing that creates that thing created the thing that we're calling, theists would just say, okay, well, let's back it up. That ultimate thing is the thing we're calling God. Forget about this thing that created some demiurge or whatever. The ultimate thing, the thing that must be necessary, the ultimate thing for all existence that created all existence, accounts for all existence, that's going to be the thing that is God. So version 1 of this is really bad.
Very, very sloppy
However,
his language there. The thing
Richard
that
Dawkins-
created all existence, before anything else existed, did God exist? Okay, so you have some form of existence there. He's being very, very sloppy with that.
That was slippery.
But also, like, why even think that the universe was created? Like, there's lots of scientific ideas and theories about the universe being eternal in some form or the other. We really have no reason to think the universe is created. I don't know.
Yeah, but it just goes back to what you were saying before about how he's got, you know, different epistemologies on display, and they're starting to fight each other.
I wouldn't say that we have no reason to think that the universe is. I wouldn't say. I would disagree with the statement. We have no reason to think that the universe is created. But I like what Leonard Susskind said about this specifically, and he was like, we don't even have enough information to ask the right questions about the origin of the universe. So I kind of put that in the bin of just, it's kind of a black box right now.
Oh yeah, and I'm there too, definitely. And I can conversely say that we have no reason to think the universe wasn't created. To go one way or the other is definitely a jump, because if you go back far enough to the Planck time, we just don't have the information or the math to even describe what's happening there. But,
yeah, and Chase Teaches Physics said that in order to, you need a particle collider to record, to probe earlier and earlier moments of the universe, and to get to the first Planck time instant of the universe's existence, you'd essentially need to marshal the entire energy of the galaxy, which essentially means you'd need to be whatever, a Kardashev type 3 civilization, if you believe that could even exist.
Yeah. And the main point too is with the contingency argument is, okay, the causes of everything, the cause, going all the way back. And then you come to the question of, okay, the universe caused everything we see. So what caused the universe? And that's kind of the question that an assumption is made by creationists or Christians or God believers to say, okay, we must also answer what caused the universe. And then now we hit God, and now we don't have to worry about these questions anymore. And there really is no justification in doing that, because I can easily say that, using the same criteria of, okay, well, we can't explain the universe or we can't explain the universe in complete detail, but I'm just going to stop it right there and just simply say, okay, the universe doesn't have to have these explanations. So we're both using the same kind of thought process there, but I'm not taking it one step further like the creationists do. It's okay to just simply say we have these unknown questions here, and we have no reason to think that the universe was created or not created. So we'll just simply stop the buck right there and wait for more information to come to us. And that's kind of the symmetry breaker between saying that the universe is uncreated versus the universe is created and God created it, but God is uncreated.
This is my take on it, Eric. There is literally no data set that can't be explained with God did that. especially if you think God is all powerful. So instead of saying, intelligent design wouldn't predict this or it wouldn't predict that, it makes more sense to say evolution, naturalism, physicalism, they all make a very specific prediction about what the data set will look like that keeps getting confirmed over and over and over and over again. So that's the difference between the two. And that's why science tends to veer towards evolution, naturalism, physicalism, that kind of metaphysics. And it works very well for science.
Yeah, I guess I would say though that the early church founders, always were well, not I shouldn't say always, but oftentimes were very explicitly deferential to the existing sciences of their time, right? So they always said that it's flawed to argue for like an apologetical resolution of something if the science has already shown you something specific. Now, they were specifically applying that analysis to things like Genesis to make like the argument that a lot of what's written in the Bible is meant to be taken allegorically, that of course there was no first Adam or Eve. And this was something that was argued, this perspective was argued 2,000 years ago. Now, I've said this before, so I don't want to be too redundant, but it's fairly recent that religious fundamentalists have decided to pin a lot of the arguments of cosmology and geology and evolution and biology on God specifically, and have adhered to like the very literalist verbal and plenary inspiration interpretation of the New Testament. Like that's a fairly recent, or even the Old Testament, that's a fairly recent development. It started in the 1600s and 1700s, and it culminated in the turn of the century in in the 20th century with the Niagara Creed. This was all funded by these two brothers who were oil tycoons, Milton and Lyman Stewart, who funded Christian fundamentalism in the United States around the turn of the century with the Niagara Creed. And they put out these papers called the Fundamentalist Papers, and they invested in roughly hundreds of millions of dollars, like Carnegie Mellon University, what's that other one, in Biola University. Like those are all universities, or a lot of those universities were partially founded, maybe not Carnegie Mellon, but Biola definitely. Those were universities that were founded on the money of these two oil tycoons who were investing, again, hundreds of billions of dollars to establish this very fundamentalist doctrine. And then that was further entrenched in 1979, I think was the year of the Chicago Statement on Biblical Inerrancy, which again affirmed that you have to take everything in the Bible very literally. And that has increasingly set religion at odds with the sciences. But it wasn't always the case. And early on in Christian history, there was a lot of deference to science from a theological perspective. Sorry to be so long-winded on that point.
No, you're good.
Is there any, like, have you heard any apologetics or theologians like give a process for how do we determine which parts of the Bible are supposed to be taken allegorically and which parts of the Bible are meant to be taken literally?
Yeah, I mean, Philo of Alexandria, like going back to like Judaism before the time of Jesus, essentially made, I don't remember what his evaluative criteria was, but he made the argument that I'm not like familiar enough about his writings, but it has been argued for. Your point is well taken, though. If you say that it's all allegorical, you can kind of say that like ad infinitum, to the point that any theological contention becomes meaningless. I think to a degree that's a legitimate criticism of the argument. But I still think that that like there were people like Thomas Aquinas who clearly established the rubric that if your science says this and the theological texts say this, then you should interpret those theological texts as allegories.
Philo's argument was that you could interpret things as both allegorical and literal simultaneously. Like when the Bible says God is mighty, that doesn't mean God is a big jack dude with massive pectorals and six-pack abs and big bulging biceps. It means God's a powerful spirit. So in a sense, it's both allegorical and literal.
Yeah, that's so that would be sort of the argument for inerrancy without literalism, right? So Philo of Alexandria would look at Adam and Eve and say that didn't literally happen. There wasn't one man and one woman. right? And he actually cites the parts of Genesis where it talks about other people being around at the time these events were happening. But his whole point is, that doesn't mean that you should throw it out. In other words, those parts of the Bible can still be inerrant, but they're just not literally true. I think that was Philo of Alexandria. So he still
that was Philo, and that was also I think it was Augustine who wrote
Origin,
Ganassi ad literam, and a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I can't even get my brain around that, something being not literally true but still inerrant.
You're not the only one.
I can't even.
Well, it seems like an easy cop out.
In other words, like, the argument is the story of Adam and Eve is important. It should be studied, and there are important moral lessons in there, but it's not a literal retelling of history.
Well, then it's not inerrant, is it?
Well, I mean, it kind of depends on where you sit on those issues. But if you say this is an important thing to read and there is an important lesson here, but it is not.
In the words mean words. See.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a valid criticism too. If the things are written down that things happen this way and they didn't happen this way, is that an indictment? I mean, I think that's an argument to be made. I don't think you're on weak footing when you say that.
Okay.
So fair warning, I went to the fridge to get another beer and I don't have any. So I got an old bottle of soju. So I might get a little weird here soon. Fair warning.
Soju's pretty good. I had a couple of those.
Soju is delicious.
Yeah.
Fair warning, I'm out of beer. Let's party.
It's late Sunday night. I got to work tomorrow morning. Let's get stinko. Hell yeah.
What is soju? Should I ask?
It's a very strong Japanese alcoholic beverage.
It's like rice wine, isn't it?
It's kind of like sake. It's very sweet. It's easy to drink, and it will fuck you up if you're not careful.
It's basically like fruity Four Loko.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
It's good. I recommend it if you're into drinking every once in a while. Soju is pretty good.
Malt liquor, white rice wine.
Yeah. Yeah, the Japanese know their alcohol for sure.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, I was replying to some Discord stuff. Are we ready to continue?
Yeah. Let's go.
The philosopher that he is gives this in a little bit different version of this. He calls it his famous 747 gambit. And the idea here is that suppose some whirlwind goes through a junkyard and creates all the parts necessary and makes a 747 Boeing airplane. Then that thing must be more complex than so in other words, so since the universe is so complex, then the thing that made the universe is more complex. And since the universe is so improbable, then the thing that made the universe being more complex is even more improbable. But the problem, this response just completely misunderstands the whole commitment to God's divine simplicity. It assumes that it follows the natural order of physical laws, and just these things just don't apply. I can't put it any higher than the D tier because for various reasons. So the ones that we're left with here are some pretty formidable ones. I saved the best for last.
Hold the motherfucking phone for a goddamn second. Did he literally just do because reasons?
Maybe.
Yes.
I think he did just say because various reasons. He just did because reasons. Fuck me.
Really, the objection here should be that miracles are highly improbable, because this objection comes from David Hume. Hume says the laws of nature are immutable, and assuming that they are, then any change in the laws, at least as far as our experience can observe, we have uniform experience against miracles. So any claim that there has been a miracle that has occurred is going to be highly improbable, and it's far more likely to assume that the person making that claim is
miracles.
Just and the problem with
miracles,
this is,
even by the Christian definition, are the least probable thing to occur. Like saying that basically was that miracles aren't possible. I don't think anyone's
True.
ever said that. Like, okay, maybe miracles themselves don't exist, in which case, yes, miracles are impossible. But if miracles do exist, then okay, miracles exist, and like I'm not quite sure kind of what he's getting at here.
What's his name? Something of Samasada. He was a philosopher, a Syrian.
Lucian of
Lucian.
Samosata.
He said Jesus. Well, he didn't specifically say Jesus, but he said that the Catholics were worshiping a crucified man who was akin to a street performer. That his miracles were just simple tricks.
I also love the frame you froze this on. If this was me, I'd be like, that's my new avatar. That's it right there.
They're illusions, Michael. Tricks are what whores do for money.
All right, so he says that. Sorry, he says that we're about to get into the good stuff here. So maybe he was like building up, kind of like a conscientious lover. Like he's building us up to a climax. So let's see what happens.
And Hume is making some really substantial assumptions here. He assumes that the universe is a closed material system, and that is not what theists hold to, right? And if God exists, then miracles are certainly possible. And here's the thing: like, don't get kind of caught up and forget the dialectic. The dialectic here is God exists, and if you say miracles are impossible, well, that assumes that God exists in order to say that. So it's not an argument against God's existence. You would have to actually deal with.
No.
So all it is an observation that you don't see miracles happen. So I can't put it, because of that dialectical weirdness, and it doesn't really follow the actual arguments, and it not being a true argument against God's existence, I can't even put it in the C tier. I would like to put it in the C tier for
would miracles be possible? Okay, let's build a scenario here. Okay, we have a deistic God. He creates reality, but he's a strictly deistic God. He is strictly hands off of this reality after he creates it. It is against his nature to interfere. In that scenario, miracles are impossible because it is against his God's nature to perform them.
Right.
So, like, why would this argument eliminate the possibility of a God? It would eliminate the possibility of his God, because he claims his God performs miracles. But for a deistic God or a general God, which is kind of where he's trying to stay, that this doesn't at all address it.
Right.
And why would any atheist think that?
I think it depends on if you define a miracle as a transgression in the laws of reality.
Well, that's probably good. That's a good differentiator right there. I think, yeah, you're right. Yeah, maybe it is built into physics that God can like do things that appear to be miracles, but they still follow the rules of the reality.
When God created the universe, he put all the miracles in place from the start.
It's called the back door. God's got the admin password. He can do whatever he wants.
He's like, well, see, I fucked up. Shit, I can do these patches. We'll just call them miracles.
He put some arguments in the Earth EXE and ran as administrator.
Yep.
Put Jesus as admin number 2.
No, Jesus is a super user. He's not an admin. He's a super user. Yeah.
Super user.
Yeah.
Is the Holy Spirit the heart or the CPU?
What would the Holy Spirit be analogous to? Okay, so God is the admin. Jesus is a super user. The Holy Spirit is.
I think the Holy Spirit should be a super user.
Yeah, probably another super user.
Then what would Jesus be?
Well, he's a super user too. Yeah, moderator.
He'd be the anomaly in the Matrix.
Do you guys want to keep responding to this guy, or Tavo? Would you be interested in talking more about CTF after this is over? Then,
it's up to you all if you want to hear about it. I'm in the middle of like revising the argument, but and also it's 12:30 in my local time zone, so I'll probably turn into a pumpkin in about 15 minutes.
West Coast.
Nice.
Yeah. But I'd love to do that some other time. I don't want to distract you guys from what you're already on. And
No problem.
We can finish this. I mean, yeah, we got 5 more minutes.
I appreciate you bringing it up. If anyone wants to check out the CTF argument, it's probably the best video I've done. So
CTF.
I'm pretty sure I subbed to you last time we talked about that.
Oh, thanks.
Double
Thanks.
check. Yeah.
Drop a link. I have no idea what this is about.
I'll put it in the private chat. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to kiss the tip of Tavo's dick too much about it, but it's a refreshing. It's refreshingly different from other religious apologetics in that it's a very curious apologetic. Like it's willing to explore the other God claims, and that's a big thing for sure.
Thank you for the kind words, uncanny as they were. Yeah, I mean, basically what I do is I take historiographical criteria, so the criteria that academic historians would generally use to determine if something did or didn't happen, and then I look at 18 different religions across 13 different evaluative criteria, and I say which theological tradition has the strongest evidence basis for the theological events that happen at the origin of the religion. So in other words, like take the things that happened during Muhammad's reign. He split the moon, he shot water out of his fingers, all that stuff. Take that all together, and what is the evidentiary? How likely is it from a historical lens that's
0%?
Yeah. So it's a ranking argument, right? So if you look at CTF and you're like an atheist, it may not move the needle for you. Really, the argument is just that we can stratify the religions based on historiographical criteria. So basically, we can say these events at the beginning of this religion are more likely than these events at the beginning of this religion, based on academic historiographical criteria. That's not to say that any historian would look at any set of claims and say that these claims are true. Anyways, I put it in the private chat. I won't put it. I don't think I have access to put a link in the public chat. And also, I don't want to take away from this channel. So
hey, I had a question.
I realize you weren't here for the circumcision discussion. I was just making a reference to that.
Oh, okay. I was like,
we talked a lot about dicks about 60 minutes ago.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad I missed that.
Yeah, you lucked out there, my friend.
Yeah, I think somebody had a question though.
Oh yeah. So I'm looking at your channel right now, and you have a video you made 5 months ago about Mr. Deity.
Oh yeah.
And did you actually talk to him at all when you made that?
I sent him an email after he made his response video to me, and I said, I have this really great idea for collaboration, which cuts to the heart of the common space in what we're both talking about. And I think we should both do this video together, or at least talk about it. And I never heard back from him. Whenever I comment on his videos, he replies to my comments, but I've sent him emails, and I think I've sent him like 2 emails now, because this came up. I think I came up twice on his channel for something, but he made a whole video responding to a very early version of the CTF argument. But all of his responses were to the first argument of CTF. And I made a response to him. I thought it would have been a really great collaboration, because it was.
I really like Mr. Deity. He's always been really kind to me. Whenever I've not really talked to him a whole lot, but I mean, when I used to watch his videos like all the time, like he never missed every time I talk in the chat, or not chat, but comment section, he'd always I'd get into back and forth with him, and he's always kind.
No, he's great at answering comments. When I saw my video thumbnail on his channel with his picture in front of it, I was like really legitimately quite surprised, because I had already subbed to him at that point. So I was really surprised that he addressed my argument. It was a fairly kind treatment of my argument, so I can't really fault him for that. But the context was, I made a video about how religious participation tends to promote health in a number of ways, right?
Mhm.
And the long and short of it was the response, the email that I sent to him was, we should actually do a collaboration video on this because,
I think
as
it'd be cool.
yeah, and my specific idea for the collaboration was, in addition to repudiating religious arguments, the atheist community ought to at least devote more resources to building community, because as societies become more secular and fewer people have participated in religious settings, there are health benefits that could be recouped that we're sort of missing out on. And unless we invest resources in building social networks in other ways that sort of simulate some of the benefits that you get by regular church attendance, we're going to miss out on those health and well-being benefits. So I thought that would have been kind of a fun video to collaborate on. But,
Yeah,
Sure.
I agree with that too. Yeah, religion has utility, and if religion is going to be replaced by something better, that better thing should have probably the same utility, at least plus more. So yeah, I'm pretty much in alignment with that.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We should chat sometime. Like, you've got a great channel too. I'm subbed to your channel as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That was all. We can go back to the
move forward.
As far as its historical significance, but as being an undercutter for God's existence, it's just not going to do the job. The next one here is that God can command atrocities. And the evidence for this is that in the Bible, God does this. He commands the slaughter of the Canaanites and so on and so forth, and just really terrible things. And it makes God out to be a moral monster. This also, you could take this as also the Euthyphro dilemma. Is something good because God commands it, making morality just arbitrary, or does God command it because it's good, in which case God is just subservient or less sovereign compared to morality or goodness? If you understand what the Euthyphro dilemma is and the classical theist answer to that, this completely dissolves. God's not going to be able to command atrocities because goodness and God are one. They are just unified.
Not
The
if
classical
goodness
theist answer to the
can
Euthyphro dilemma is
become
just to split
anything
the
God commands.
Yeah, this is kind of the sleazy used car salesman aspect of Christian apologetics I really hate, and Christianity in general. Because when you are a good Christian who's preaching the good word and you're going out there to make converts, you are
Right.
presenting God as loving, just, wise, all-knowing, powerful, and you're
The good
selling.
parent figure.
Yeah, you're selling this car with these attributes, and then after the person buys the car, all of a sudden now, and then they start looking at because this happened to me in my very first car that I sold. I was told about these attributes of this car, and then when I got the car, like one of the things that happened was literally the radio was changed out. I went from a CD player to a cassette deck from my test drive to when I purchased it, and I left the lot. They did a bait and switch on me, and Christian apologetics and apologists do the same exact thing. They will sell you this God with this ideal of love, and then after you buy. And then you start realizing, hey, wait, hold on. Things don't quite add up to what I was told. Now, all of a sudden, love means something completely different. And he's doing the same thing with the case of goodness here. You're told that God is all good. But then when you say, well, wait, hold on, God commits atrocities in the Bible. How can that be good? Then all of a sudden, good means something different in the context of God. It is not what God does. It is what God is.
That's exactly what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
And
it is a bait and switch. And he's bringing the youth pro dilemma in here, I think, feeling like to muddy the waters, because you can make this into like a really simple logical syllogism. An all good God would want to minimize suffering,
right?
And if an all good God exists, then this God wants to minimize suffering. In the Bible, he commands he said the Canaanites. But I'm going to bring up the Midianites, where God commands that Midianite babies, male babies, be put to the sword. And it's like, can God have accomplished his goals of removing the Midianite problem from the equation without killing those babies or having those babies put to the sword? Couldn't God have just snapped his fingers and just poofed them out of existence? And an all good God
could have
would
made the women infertile so the babies were never born.
Yeah, and that was a solution I proposed a few years ago. And it's like the conflict there is that God is supposedly all good, and yet he commands horrible, painful execution when he has the ability to perform non-horrible, non-painful execution. And that's a conflict there. But now, when you bring that up, though, it's like, okay, well, hold on. You need to you're evaluating God on the standards of goodness that humans use. You need to now evaluate on God on some different standard of goodness. And I was like, wait, hold on. I didn't buy this car with a cassette deck. I bought this car with a CD player. Why is it changing now?
Well, you see, God didn't say to love. He said to blathe.
Yes. To blathe.
Good one.
It means to bluff.
Is that a... It
from
sounds so
Princess
familiar.
Bride.
Oh yeah, the blade. Yeah, okay, yeah. I was leaning towards Mel Brooks, but yeah, the Princess Bride. Okay, that makes sense.
It was Billy Crystal who played that.
Yeah.
So very very similar people, Billy Crystal and Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of Mel Brooks, Spaceballs 2, the sequel,
that's
in
happening.
development.
Right?
Yeah.
He's going to be 102 when that movie comes out.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I hope he's alive to be at the premiere.
Me too.
How do you make
please.
plans when you're that old?
You don't. You take it day by day.
Day by day.
One of my best friends passed away around the time of COVID, and he was 103 when he passed. He was a doctor with me too. Yeah.
You guys want to get together on Wednesday? Well, if I'm still alive, I mean,
yeah.
shit.
That's an exceptional run, 103. Wow.
I can't believe Rick Moranis is coming out of retirement for it. He actually had to stop acting because his wife got sick and he took care of his kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, real G move.
Yep. He's well respected for that. Let's go.
Horns of that dilemma. I have a whole video on this if you want to go check it out in my live streams. So I would put, but here's the thing. This relies also upon some pretty heavy lifting, philosophically speaking. So I'm going to, because of that, because you actually are going to need some robust philosophy there, I'm going to put it in that C tier. Now, the next one, penultimate one here, divine hiddenness, right? This is a big one. I've made a couple of videos on this. Now, if God is perfectly loving and wants a relationship with us, then why does he stay hidden? This is especially poignant and powerful when it's a non-resistant non-believer, somebody who really, really wants that relationship with God, really tries.
Oh, I guess we're just all resistant non-believers.
So I'm going to place this in the B tier. Here's why. I can sympathize fully with this, right? If I really seek God and I'm not hearing him, like I'm praying to the wall,
flow through me for shit.
I mean, this is a pretty simple syllogism. It's like, okay, if the Christian God exists, then he wants all beings to know he exists. If he is all powerful, he has the power to make all beings know he exists. That's premise 2. But then premise 3 is, I do not know that God exists. And then the conclusion is, okay, by contradiction, the Christian God does not exist. So that's a valid syllogism right there. If there is just one non-resistant non-believer out there, and that person goes through their entire life and dies without knowing God exists, then the Christian God cannot exist. And so that's why he has to basically bring up this resistant non-believer stuff, because the way out of that is just to simply accuse everyone of being a resistant non-believer. But that puts you in a position of reading everybody's minds and knowing their brains better than they do, which is absurd. But yeah, it's a very simple syllogism to defeat the Christian God on this point here.
Please, Eric, I've met a dozen mind readers, and most of them went to naturopath internet school, and they'll tell you that the reason you're not telepathic is because you have too many vaccines and you don't eat anything but fruit, like our last visitor.
You need a fruit-only diet.
Like the vegan psychics and Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah.
What? Gelato's not vegan? Milk and egg, bitch.
You're full of the good movie references tonight.
Right. Oh, thank you. That's all I have.
All the movies I watch are from like 20 years ago. They don't know anything new. But you don't have to pause for that. That was just the shower thought.
Be really extremely powerful evidence that God doesn't exist. Now, philosophically speaking, this is non-philosophical, non-theoretical, but philosophically speaking, once you understand what sort of assumptions you're relying upon, sort of naturalistic assumptions, perhaps positivistic or scientific assumptions here, then
Scientific?
this becomes less of a sort of logical problem,
Yep.
but
That's a new
it
one.
doesn't mitigate the sort of evidential experience of I looked for God and he's just not there. He didn't answer me. If he's so powerful, he should have answered. So because of that, it's such an emotionally heavy, powerful objection. I mean, pre-theoretically emotionally heavy, powerful objection that requires serious theological nuance and philosophical nuance. I'm going to place it squarely in that B tier. It's hard to answer, so it's formidable. It goes in that B tier. Now, our last one, the problem of evil. It is formidable. This is not a Reddit atheist throwaway argument. First of all,
He really
must be
worked
distinguished
from the
between
bottom all the way to the top, and this is the last one, so that he has none at the very top.
He will not put this in S tier. His God will be very displeased if he puts this in S tier.
Right. Like, there's no way his audience would, because there can't be any good reasons.
Yeah, I put a simpler syllogism. One I actually thought through for a few moments in the chat. One, if the Christian God exists and everyone knows he exists. Premise 2, I do not know that the Christian God exists. Conclusion, the Christian God does not exist. So the only way around this is to accuse me of lying.
My first goal for like being new to this space and stuff and getting familiar with philosophy is to put together an original syllogism for the problem of evil. I've tried it so far. I've double checked it. It's got some issues, but that's what I'm ultimately working towards right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a good argument. Oh, go ahead.
Like it's not just accusing.
Tier list.
Go ahead, Nick. Do sorry.
That's okay. If I was going to make this tier list, I would, as a Christian, I would put all religions can't be true as an S tier argument, to still be like, just to give them something, but to say like all religions can't be true. Like, yeah, I can understand. There's so many to choose from,
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
anyways,
go ahead.
Yeah, with my argument there, not only would the person who disagrees with the argument have to accuse me of lying, they have to accuse every single other person who's ever professed non-belief in a God of also lying. Like, you can imagine that person sitting at a table and having a line of millions of people, and they have to tell each of those people, the persons to their faces, you are lying to yourself, you are lying to yourself, you are lying to yourself. It's like the idea is absurd.
I mean, I have some thoughts on it. I think it's a really good argument. I think there's some ways around it, but I think they're quite challenging. But I'd love to take it on in a longer conversation. I don't know if I want to like toss out any refutations.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Valentin Tomberg wrote a book that deals a lot with that specific argument, and he has an interesting resolution for it. But like he believes that our salvation is somehow. He believes in some sort of iterative soteriology that is partially within and partially transcendent of Christianity. It's kind of an interesting argument, but his whole point is that there must be other chances for us to redeem ourselves. So, in other words, if you're bad in this life, if you don't believe, and then you go, he doesn't believe in hell as eternal conscious torment, which I don't believe in either, by the way.
Yeah.
But
I didn't either as a Christian.
Yeah, but his whole argument is the reason why Jesus didn't teach that is that's one of the teachings that, that Jesus taught, but it wasn't written down anywhere in the Gospels. And the reason why he didn't teach it often was because if you say that to people, then the contention that they should be Christian in this life becomes meaningless. So it's an interesting resolution. I have my own thoughts on it. That's kind of a short form of the argument, but I think it's a powerful argument.
What was his name again?
Valentin Tomberg, I think it was a book where he talked about it, was Meditations on the Tarot. A lot of his stuff is really out there, so I wouldn't I wouldn't be like, oh, this is something you definitely. I actually really liked reading Meditations on the Tarot, but he was like sort of the guy who was supposed to take over after what's his name, Rudolf Steiner, is that his name? Anthroposophy or whatever that is. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I pulled up his wiki. I'll read up on him.
Yeah, interesting and insightful individual, polymath, very smart person. But
yeah. Cool.
The logical problem of evil, which I think has been solved. I made a video about that. I made a few videos on this, but Then again, with the evidential problem of evil or problem of suffering, that one is extremely potent, extremely powerful. It's really hard to answer, not just from a pre-theoretical point of view, like we said with divine hiddenness. It's hard to answer from a philosophical point of view as well. So, and in order to answer this and divine hiddenness, you have to buy into this sort of worldview, Christian worldview, where this stuff just makes sense, right? Suffering makes sense. And so because of those heavy commitments that are required before you buy into this, because it's so difficult to answer, I would put it squarely in the A tier. Now, the reason why I didn't put anything in the S tier, because I don't think that there are any elite arguments for God's existence. I think they are all answerable, ultimately. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe in God. I'm a Christian because I believe there are no knockdown, drag-out arguments against God's existence.
Even an atheist would have given him an S argument. I can easily give an S argument for them. I would say fine tuning for them is their best argument.
Yeah, a lot of people tend to say that it's probably the closest thing to a good argument they got.
But this is just saying you can't even be charitable enough to, But I guess he's trying to be consistent. But it's reminiscent of like what Ken Ham said to Bill Nye during their debate. Like Ken Ham says what would it take to change his mind? He says evidence, but Ken Ham is, well, I start when I'm a Christian,
Yeah, it's a
I'll always be a
presupposition.
Christian.
Yeah, it's like that's the starting point.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of reminds me of
what he's doing here.
I'll have to pull it back up, but it kind of reminds me of I mentioned a couple weeks ago about William Lane Craig's the whole the witness of the Holy Spirit defeats any defeaters to Christianity type thing. And it's like he said that, this guy here, Dr. Derek, basically said that, there are no S tier arguments against Christianity or against believing in God. That's why I'm still a believer. And it's like, well, that's kind of, that statement there is itself an argument from ignorance. It's like the proposition of God has not been demonstrated to be false. So I'm going to think it's true, which I know he's probably not entirely saying that, but that's essentially the thrust of like, well, there's no arguments against my position, so I'm going to hold my position as true. It's like, no, you haven't shown your position to be true. You just simply accept it as either a presupposition or you have some other reasoning that you haven't brought to the table.
I wonder if he would consider himself to be a Gnostic theist or an agnostic theist. Because I think the agnostic theists are the most bizarre category.
Yeah.
But
I'd be curious what his falsification criteria would be for his God position. It's like what can you imagine being presented to you that would disabuse you of the God belief? It's like, because I can bring lots of stuff to the table that would convince me that a God exists. Like not within absolute certainty, but man, damn, you gave me a lot closer. Like you actually might get me to the point of like 51% certainty. I can bring lots of stuff to the table to disabuse me of my atheism, but I wonder what Dr. Derek would require to be brought to the table to disabuse him of his theism.
Right. That's a good question.
I should probably hop off, but good to see you all. I hope those were good additions to the conversation.
Yeah, Tavo. Thank you.
Oh, I'll put in the private chat the other video that I did about the health benefits of Christianity.
Cool.
Thanks. It's not about Christianity specifically. It's just about religious participation. But yeah.
Maybe I'll go watch Tav or Mr. Deity's video on you and be like, man, you should do a collab with this guy.
Start nudging Mr. Deity.
I'd love that. He's a funny dude. I mean, have you ever seen his TV show? He had like some comedy series.
I watched his channel a lot.
Yeah,
like he's been around forever.
He's been around for a long time. Yeah.
I haven't been there very often or very much lately, but no reason. I've just been, I don't know.
He's been on the line once or twice. I've never actually interacted with him though, but I think he's been on the line a couple times, at least once with Matt.
He's probably pretty busy. I know he has like a ton of production equipment. I know he like rents it.
Yeah.
That's how he makes a lot of his income, is by renting like equipment for like cameras and camera stands and lighting and all that stuff. So I don't know what he does for professional work outside of YouTube, but I know he uses that stuff for his YouTube as well. But yeah, his show is funny, and he's had a lot of guests on it. They're big names, and so
Yeah. Yeah, he streamed with Matt all 3 times that he's been on the line in the last year.
Nice.
Good night, Tavo.
See you, Tavo.
Night, Tavo.
Take care, man.
Can't put an argument in S tier because God will be big mad at him.
Yeah, that was funny. Well, that was what I expected from that.
So I think in a nutshell, you can summarize that video as Christian pits arguments against the Christian God against the deistic God.
And then straw man's atheist.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the wine moms and Phil bros that need to watch that to feel better.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, it's Owen. That's another fine chap I'm going to be visiting on my
like
trip.
Owen. I wish he would do it more of the streams when he would, or like streams, but the stuff where he draws.
Yeah. In fact,
That was
yeah,
always really
he does. He did those like 5, 6, 7 years ago. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I thought they were really cathartic. Like just sit there and listen to him, like ASMR stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not cathartic.
Yeah.
He's an XJW too, like me. So we've done a couple of episodes of The Line together of the Sunday show.
Oh yeah,
so, yeah. He's a good guy.
I've seen a couple of them too. They're good.
Yeah, he's a good
You
guy.
guys have good on screen presence together.
Eric, you guys gonna work in the LA Blitz Justin Ian event into your?
You know, I probably should. I can't make the New York one, but I know. Yeah, they're going down to LA and San Diego, something like that.
Yeah,
I should go down there. And
San Francisco.
Yeah.
I think San Francisco's on the 13th of November and LA's on the 14th.
Yeah. I know I've been stalking Justin. I've been trying to get him because, like I said, I'm meeting a bunch of people on this trip, and I've been trying to get Justin on the itinerary. But he's been a little difficult to get a hold of. He did finally get back to me. Turns out me and Justin will be at Rocket City ReasonCon, so I'm going to see him there. So I'm probably about to go meet him.
I got a video for us, RP. I forgot about it. I put it in the production chat. It's the new Culture Cats video. We should watch that before I gotta go. If that's all right. Plus, it'll be a good pivot to something funny.
Is it these proofs of God cannot be serious?
I'm sorry?
Is it these proofs of God cannot be serious?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Yes, these proofs of God cannot be serious. That just came out 8 hours or 12 hours ago. And I've only seen like the first 2 minutes of it. But it seemed to be a banger, so I immediately stopped watching it and put it in production chat.
All right. Before we start this, I need to go grab like some caffeine. Like I'm not gonna make it through. Like I've been so good cutting out caffeine the last couple weeks, but with this whole weekend having my family in town and everything, I'm on fumes.
That dude right there on the right, that Logic dude,
I like him.
He's friends with white supremacists.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
God damn it! I can't believe I liked him. Okay, well, I guess I'll stop watching him because I like his character that he
I
does.
can prove it. Too. He's friends with Atheism is Unstoppable, Devin Tracy. And Devin Tracy is a white supremacist. He's on the censored whatever channel, the Richard Spencer bullshit.
Okay, well, I guess I'll unsub.
Yeah, I did. He's good friends with Devin Tracy.
Was this the guy that called in and had like Nazi symbolism and stuff on his TikTok profile or whatever?
Devin Tracy? No, Devin Tracy doesn't call in and debate. He's an atheist. He wouldn't call into any of the shows we watch. I used to actually watch him before I realized he was a Nazi and how awful he was. Because when he first started, all he made was atheist content. And then it was like, this is like 2010, 2011.
Is he a Nazi or is he a friend with the Nazi?
Yeah, that was a good question. I should make that distinction, shouldn't I?
You know, I have Nazi
Logic
type
is not
people in
Logic
my
is not a
family,
Nazi.
but that doesn't make me.
No.
Nazi,
Logic is not
know?
a Nazi. I wasn't not saying that. But Devin Tracy is a white supremacist. I don't know why I started saying Nazi. I should say white supremacist.
All right, well, that's enough for me to unsub. And
well, Devin Tracy is good friends with Phil from Pantera, and shit, I forgot what I was going to say about it. There's a video with them too, like walking around in Australia on Devin's channel, and they're talking about like basically skinhead propaganda shit, like.
Yikes.
Yeah. It's been so long I can't remember it all.
Talking about it in what context? Like that it's bad?
They were no. They were agreeing with it essentially.
Okay.
Because and then another thing is like he
Phil was?
Who's the black
Phil and Selma
Officer
was
Tatum?
agreeing with. That doesn't sound smart. Phil and Selma
Officer
was
Tatum
agreeing with nuts. Never mind.
No, not Phil. He wasn't. Phil is friends with Devin Tracy. Devin Tracy is a white supremacist. I don't know what Phil's.
I'm trying to figure out why you brought up Phil and Selma.
Because that's the video.
Phil's absolutely white supremacist. Like there are countless stories about black fans being backstage, and he would call them the hard R word and tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, and I've heard that about him too, but I'm not. I don't know. I know for a fact that Devin Tracy is a white supremacist.
I'm telling you, Phil is absolutely
talking about with Phil. They start talking about evolution, and they don't like the idea of being of white people coming from Africa, so they favor an idea of white people having their own separate lineage out of the Caucasus Mountains, and that's what they talk about.
I've heard of this.
Yeah, so it's like that's some of the stuff they talked about in that video. So like I was just trying to remember something like specific to give you guys, but this was all on his old I don't know if it exists anymore. Devin Tracy would get his channels removed from YouTube, like they would get taken down, and he would start another one. At one point, he was running 5 different channels, and they were just like Atheism Unstoppable 1, Atheism Unstoppable 2, and so on. But I almost got red pilled at that time because I don't know. I was an idiot. I was on drugs and disillusioned and but I mean, as soon as I figured it out, you know, that he was a racist, I immediately stopped and unsubbed. But it was because, like I said, at first it was just nothing but atheist content, and it slowly became more. It started out with like, you know, he would post like anti Islamic content, and then from there it went to anti-brown people content, essentially. And then he would like Officer Tatum would be one of the people that he would promote on his channel a lot. This is I'm not all I'm talking about here is atheism and stuff. I'm not talking about Logic or anybody else. But I had an interaction with Logic one time, and he basically he thought I was trying to say I was friends with Devin Tracy, which I wasn't. But for whatever reason, he made it clear to me at that point in time that I'm not Devin Tracy is not my friend. he's like, but he's like, I am his real friend in real life. He was like basically telling me to stop pretending to be friends with somebody, which I don't know why he got that idea, but that was my interaction with him. But that's the whole story.
I'm just curious how, I mean, if they even thought about it this far, how do you ground secular racism?
What?
You said he's an atheist and he's like a Nazi, right?
No, I shouldn't have said Nazi. I don't know.
Well, I mean, he made like he made racial videos, right? Like saying that white people. I just
and he debated black people a lot, and like they're always extremely heated. And he says in those debates, I mean, his talking points are, even though they're pretty bad. I don't remember specifically things that he was said, but this is like, I haven't watched this stuff in like 20 some years or 15 years, you know.
No, it definitely would have to be like, I just don't see any logic.
And a lot of it got taken down for how offensive it was.
That's good.
So, but I just happened to see logic, and I just know that he was connected to that guy. So, sorry for all the confusion. I'm really tired. My brain isn't working right tonight. But we can watch this if you want.
I just got back.
Oh, I didn't know you were gone.
Yeah, it said I had to grab that caffeine.
I know you said that. I just thought you were still here.
All right. So we're ready for the video.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, on a serious note, you've no idea how much pleasure it brings me to see all of these people doing their thing together inside the same building. Mainly because it means there's less of them outside bothering the rest of us, but still, everyone's a winner. Now, welcome back to my award-winning documentaries. We've just seen a little bit of Speaking in Tongues, and we are going to pick that up at the end of the video. It's well worth sticking around for. But between now and then, we have a lot to learn from the internet's wisest. Starting with the recent solar eclipse, a lot of people have a lot of questions about it.
So, it's the total eclipse today. Yeah. Where's the moon?
But unfortunately, a lot of the people who have these questions also think they have the answers.
It isn't the moon. It's when the sun rebirths itself. I bet you didn't know that one, did ya?
Now, it's the confidence he delivers that line with that I really like. When I look at him, I think there is a very confident, capable man. He probably wouldn't need more than 2 attempts to get out of a revolving door. He's not the only person, though, on the internet who is questioning the role of the moon.
Love it. That was a good insult.
That was brutal. Yeah, that's great. I'm going to have to remember that one.
In the eclipse.
So I'm not sure if you're aware, but there was a total solar eclipse that just happened very recently, and it swept all through Europe. So this guy in Austria recorded the eclipse, and he couldn't see evidence of the moon being in front of the sun at all.
Yeah, nothing to see here. This is a masterclass in the ability of flat earthers to deny.
You know, except the fact that you can see the moon moving across the sky and crossing the sun and moving away from the sun. Like, no evidence at all.
Yeah, like what does he think that is? Like, what is something's there? Something is definitely changing what the sun normally looks like.
The eclipse that we had 2 years ago in April of 2024, I flew to Austin, Texas, and I stayed with Matt and Arden, and they were right on the edge of totality there. So we were able to just like walk out their back door, and they had this hole in their back fence that went out to this big empty lot, and we were out there with like some chairs and some drinks and watching the eclipse. It was really fun.
That's badass.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no evidence the moon here is in front of the sun.
Do you really think that's the moon eclipsing the sun?
Yes.
Because if the moon was a physical rock, then you would simply see a rock in front of the moon.
If the moon was a rock, you would see a rock in front of the moon. That is worth a second listen.
Because if the moon was a physical rock, then you would simply see a rock in front of the moon.
You know, the most impressive thing about this is he actually knew how to film a video and upload it to the internet. Anyway, he has his own conclusion about how solar eclipses actually work.
The sun just becomes black.
Nice and simple. Literally. Now, it is time to prove the existence of God.
Here's more proof that God is real you have to watch.
Look at this picture. Now stay with me because this is going to blow your mind. So what you're looking at in this picture on the left side is a human lung, and on the right side is a tree.
Hang on. I think I can do this too. Now look at my picture. On the left-hand side, we have a poop, and on the right-hand side, we have a chocolate mousse.
And don't they look similar? Am I the only one that sees the connection here? They both look like the same kind of thing, right?
And don't they taste similar? I mean, look similar? Yeah, same kind of thing?
When we breathe out...
If not Jesus, why Jesus shaped?
It's true. That's so funny.
The moon being a rock isn't totally inaccurate.
Oh, hey, Ryan. I didn't notice you jumped on panel when I was gone. How you doing?
Doing all right. I got sick earlier, and
Sicker?
I threw up a little bit, and laid down, and now I'm fine.
I'm glad to hear you're feeling better. Good to see you on the panel. All right, back to it.
We let out something called carbon dioxide. And guess what trees do with that? They breathe it in.
When we eat chocolate mousse, we let out something called poop. And guess what happens to the poop? It eventually ends up returning to the soil.
And the tree does whatever the tree does, and somehow it
It's
makes
all
oxygen,
connected.
and it breathes it out. And guess what we breathe in? Oxygen. It's almost like God's a genius.
And the soil does whatever the soil does, and eventually it allows us to grow more plants that make cocoa, and we can make more chocolate mousse. It's almost like God likes eating shitty mousse.
Hey, look at these trees, man. Shout out to these trees, man. Keeping us alive right here. Thank God.
Look at the trees.
He literally said, "Look at these
Look at the
trees."
trees.
God damn, man.
For making these trees. And thank God for making our lungs to work with these trees.
Yeah, and shout out to my poop that I just left on my next door neighbour's lawn. Now, it is quite easy to kind of like laugh when people say silly things, and obviously I do quite a lot of that. But sometimes you hear a story, and even though it's a little bit out there, you just feel you shouldn't laugh at it.
This dragon was given to me by my granddaughter in memory of my beautiful dog Venus, and I love him. He sits by my bedside.
Yeah, I really wish that's where the story had ended.
He talks to me every night.
Because of the love between me and Venus and my granddaughter, this crystal, the patterns have arranged themselves, the atoms have arranged themselves partly into sacred geometric patterns, and I can connect through Venus to Source with this crystal. Love enables us to create magic.
Bless. I mean, she's very likable, isn't she? And I don't want to say anything sarcastic about that. I just wish she'd stick to saying stuff like this.
This is the portal to Lyra. Now, Lyra is the unicorn kingdom. When you stand in the portal, you access the energy of the unicorns, every single quality at the highest possible frequency.
Anyway, let's prove God again.
Dude, I want to go through
a fox or a dog?
You could explain.
Yeah, if there were actual portals to Unicorn Kingdom, like the meat industry would have found a way to like get in there and like bring it back and serve up, unicorn patties.
Bruh, I would take
Taco Bell would have been all over that.
Set me up. I'll take a first class ticket, yo.
They like do
hell yeah, fucking
tourism.
bow hunting some fucking unicorns, bruh.
Yeah, bow hunting ligers, my bow staff.
Give me that unicorn chalupa.
Hell yeah.
Didn't Taco Bell like have an issue with like some percent of horse meat?
Yeah, it happened in Europe.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I don't remember if it was true or not, but that was definitely a headline.
I'll look up the Snopes while I let the video play.
Wi-Fi to somebody, how it's like an invisible wave that's in the air that actually works.
Well, yeah, we could explain that. We could say that Wi-Fi is basically radio waves that is encoded by modulation, where we change the amplitude and phase, and then it's picked up by a receiver that demodulates it to extract the digital data. I'm no expert, but I'm sure somebody could explain that, yeah.
But as soon as you start saying the air in front of you is unmanifested matter of the infinite intelligence, or in simple terms, the air you're breathing is God.
And when you start saying things like that, obviously you're saying something that's got no scientific evidence or explanation. I get where you're going.
I guess what I'm trying to cover here is the fact that people will think you're so crazy and out of this world for saying something like that, for believing, for seeing it the way it actually is. But they'll still believe in Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
That's the second time this week I've heard someone bring up Wi-Fi. Like, oh, you believe in Wi-Fi, but you can't see it. Like, yeah, like we understand
Radio
the
waves.
the electromagnetic spectrum. Like,
it's not magic.
But I looked it up. Taco Bell Europe had a supplier basically send them what they said was beef, but was actually had been cut with horse meat, and they reacted quickly. This was back in 2013.
Yikes!
Yeah.
How many times did they not catch that?
Right?
How many
Yeah.
people ate horses?
Survivorship bias.
Imagine 2026 and there are people out there still believing in Wi-Fi. My God. Anyway, who out there is struggling to fart? Because if I've just described you, then I've got just the video.
Oh my goodness, for those who are struggling with farting, you really want to fart, but the fart won't come out. So I want you to sing this song, then you try to fart.
Now, this is going to be really useful. I mean, maybe think of a scenario. Perhaps you go to a funeral and you're sat in the funeral car, you know, surrounded by obviously all the family, and you think now would be the ideal time to cheer everybody up by letting one rip. But you can't. You get the stage fright, you know? Is there a song out there that can help get us in the mood?
Farty, farty, fart, 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 fart. Farty, farty, fart, 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 fart. As you're singing, you're calling the fatness to come, you know?
Now, I know it sounds silly singing a song to, you know, but
sing the fart out.
Farty, fart, fart. Oh!
Oh my
You see?
god, yo!
Just don't sing
wet.
it.
Dude, the struggle in her face. Oh my god! What the fuck?
Isn't that the lady that farts on the chickens? Did she do that in the last
Nah.
video?
That was an
Do
older
you
lady.
remember that? Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I do love how TikTok has enabled the mentally ill to broadcast their message.
That's the problem with the internet. You know, before I heard this talking point from somebody, stupid people were kind of like far and in between, but the internet's just enabled them to all come together.
Yeah, like they were all just like isolated and they weren't able to like organize and get an audience.
Right.
Now they can't. Anybody with any crackpot idea can get an audience. It's bonkers.
There was just the distance between us was a protection from stupid ideas.
Yeah.
And now they're everywhere. You can get smacked in the face just walking out the door.
Yeah. If I had a time machine, I would definitely probably pop back to like the 80s or 90s to get away from this shit.
True.
I got a little bit of that. I was born in '99, so like the early 2000s, I was like in a rural area. I kind of got to experience that, but it was for a short time. It was nice though.
Anybody?
It was around in the 80s and 90s. We just used to make Xerox copies of it and send them to everybody. No joke.
Did anybody talk to Gretchen? Talk to Robin today? Is she still sick?
No.
Nope, you didn't talk to her, or nope, she's not sick.
Yes.
Nope, I have not talked to her today.
I knew what you meant. Well, that was funny. Hope you're doing okay if you are listening, Robin.
Yep, I hope you're feeling better. Just don't listen to the farty fart song.
I'm gonna need therapy.
Unless you really have to fart.
Or,
you don't
or,
want
the pussy,
anyone to know.
or pussy farts.
Jesus. Okay. Well, we're barely like halfway through the video, so something tells me that like it might even get more unhinged. So,
right.
Buckle up.
Too loud because that makes it harder to avoid the follow through. Anyway, more proof of God.
I need you all to look at this and look at it closely because I'm going to tell you why this completely aligns with the return of Jesus.
Now, I want you to listen carefully here because he has told us that this is going to be proof of Jesus' return. So obviously, this is going to be actual proof of Jesus' return. It's not going to be utterly shite.
So these are all the major earthquakes that have happened in 2026 so far. But there's something you need to see here that is very evident. You see? You notice something? They're all everywhere. No, they're not just confined in one area.
Notice how they're random everywhere.
Notice how they're randomly all by tectonic plates. Spooky.
He doesn't know the first thing about what he's talking about.
He doesn't.
So
Literally hold
all
on,
around the globe.
really quick here. Hold on. Go back to that screenshot there. Those are all 7 something earthquakes in the Pacific.
In the Ring of Fire.
I'm asking Google here, in 2026, have there been any 8+ any earthquakes?
I don't think so. I know there had been a lot of earthquakes recently.
What was the question, Eric?
Over 8.0. I'm formulating as in 2026, has there been any earthquakes over 8.0 on the Richter scale in the Pacific Ocean? I'm trying to see how I'm trying to see if he's cherry picking his data here.
I don't think it goes to 10. I'm pretty sure it stops before that.
We've never had a 10. It goes like the highest is like a 9 point something.
Oh, okay.
I mean, theoretically, it could hit 10, but the thing
Well,
is,
theoretically, there is no limit.
Actually, I don't think so. Like, I think it tops out. I mean, it might top out at 10, but like it's capped by the physical mass of the planet.
yeah, every point of the Richter scale is 10 times stronger than the
It's
point
10
below
times
it.
the one before it.
Yeah, so to get up to 10, it's like pretty extreme. But I don't think it's theoretically possible. I don't think physically impossible, but I have no idea.
Is that logarithmic?
Anything past 10 is
If it ever did get over a 10, then
It's exponential.
that would be like a global killer, probably.
I'm here for it. Let's do it.
Yeah, but go ahead and go. It's trying to see if there's anything. I'm trying to see how he's picking his data, because obviously
I
there's been
wonder
more.
how big the earthquake was when fucking Chicxulub hit.
When what?
When what?
When fucking Chicxulub, the fucking the fucking asteroid.
Talking about the asteroid
Oh.
that killed the dinosaurs.
That's not really an
Yeah,
earthquake.
yeah, what would that have registered on the Richter scale?
Well, it wasn't an earthquake.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it would have registered though. It's a vibration in the ground. I don't know.
Yeah.
Good
Right.
question.
Did they say how many, like, what its equivalence would have been to like a nuclear bomb?
A lot.
Yeah, for sure.
At least 2 nuclear bombs.
Oh shit.
I'm willing to bet you it's more than that.
Yeah, at least 2, maybe 3, maybe at least 3.
They're all everywhere. No, they're not just confined in one area. Literally all around the globe.
Because obviously, if Jesus wasn't real or he wasn't returning, then all of the earthquakes would happen in exactly the same place.
You see this verse? Look at the word there, various. And when you look at this, you see a whole lot of various. And when you look at the sentence above that verse, you see that that's happening too.
Now, this is the strongest piece of evidence I've seen for Jesus' return yet, because this is 2 pieces of evidence. Number 1, he's brought the word various. And number 2, he's brought this sentence here. Nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom.
Yeah.
And though we have afterwards, just for confirmation,
The two dumbest
rumors of wars.
Exactly, the 2 dumbest prophecies. There will be earthquakes and there will be wars.
Just to follow up on the power of that asteroid, it was 4.2 times 10 to the 23 joules, over 100 million megatons.
That is definitely at least 2 nuclear
maybe
bombs.
at least 3
Yeah.
at this point.
It's estimated between 10.1 and 12
Jesus.
on the Richter scale.
Have you seen the simulations of the asteroid that hit Earth to form the moon? It basically liquefied Earth.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, I wonder what that would be register as.
Isn't that partially like the reason why we are spinning at the rate that we are?
Well, I'm sure it definitely affected our orbit, our spin, our tilt, probably everything. Simulation of moon formation. It's really neat. We look at it, you go, yeah, Earth is basically turned back into a molten ball. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I'll turn it. I'm gonna put it in the private chat there. It's a neat
Alright,
video,
yeah,
but it's just a computer simulation.
Nick 2 shared another simulation, so I guess we'll do a simulation.
Yeah.
Expo right now.
I haven't seen this one, but I have seen one before.
And this is from NASA Ames Research Center. So
We're
it's
on 821. Just remember that real quick.
Like Earth is essentially liquefied at that point.
Is this the primordial soup they talk about?
No.
No.
No. But I see the similarities, definitely.
That is funny.
So I think Earth was about 400,000 years old when this happened. So Earth was just a baby.
That's cool as fuck. I love the cosmos.
Yeah. Space is scary, yo.
Right. This is a simulation of what the
Is this the meat of it, like right here?
hold on, go to you see like oh, this is the one I was thinking of. This one's still cool.
It's probably
This
the
guy
end there
did
with
a different
that
one on his channel. Yeah, this is showing what it would
spike
look
in the
like.
views.
Yeah, like as it comes, as the asteroid were to come in, like what it would have looked like in the sky. Like so, like global killers, like we would see them. There might not be anything we can do about them, but they'll be bright as fuck in the sky.
Yeah.
No telescope needed.
The global killers that really scare me are like, I mean, I won't say scare me, but are the most fascinating. Gamma ray bursts, because there's no detecting it until it hits you. Like, because it's going the speed of light. So it's one moment you're there, and the next moment you're dead, and the Earth is sterilized.
Sounds pretty painless, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather go with a gamma ray burst than a meteor impact.
Moment of impact, I think that's fine, because I mean, this wasn't the one I was thinking it was. He does another one where nice. He does another one where he shows like all the data for like you know how fast like the surrounding impact would have spread out, you know, like how fast the tsunami of wind and how deep the crater would have been. Like all this stuff gets like he puts it on the screen and like shows it like happening like in real time.
Wait, did we just get fucking clickbaited?
What?
Says see what happens next. All we saw was a bright flash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked the wrong one from his
That was
channel.
12 minutes? Wow.
Because it's like a 10-hour long video normally.
Just blue balls you.
I don't know. I found the wrong one. He does have like smaller clipped ones. And that's what I thought that one was, but that one didn't have like all the infographic stuff. But it's okay.
Yeah, okay.
It's a cool channel. He just does stuff like the simulation stuff. It's not that
What
important.
did I say? We were at like
8:21 is what you said.
8:21. Okay.
What's up, nobody?
What up?
Happy birthday.
Yeah, thanks. It was like a was it a day ago now? But thank you.
I know, but we're still
It's still
celebrating.
your brother. Yeah.
True. Okay.
We're still
Gretchen,
celebrating Ray's birthday too.
You get to do the white girl thing of celebrating your birthday all week.
It's my birthday month, dude, not a week.
Yeah, yes,
It's
let's
a
go.
month. So it stops on September 15th. Gretchen, how did you meet Zeno?
On Justin's show, I talked to Zeno on Deconstruction Zone.
Nice.
Oh, wait, that wasn't a different Zeno with an X? That was the Zeno with the Z?
I didn't know there was a difference.
There's a Zeno with an X who's a fucking asshat, and then Zeno with a Z is...
Oh, yeah, that dude is called into John. I know what you're talking about.
I think it was the good faith Zeno, because
Yeah,
like
it's
it
Zeno
didn't.
with a Z. He's the good faith one. I've been trying to get a hold of him ever since he called into DC while RP and I were there.
Yeah, it didn't devolve into bad faith. We just got like way into the philosophical weeds.
Well, this guy, yeah,
but
this guy's
if I
good
remember
guy.
correctly, I got him to admit that his God concept was contingent.
Nice.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
He only talked... That's funny. He only talked to me about psychophysical harmony, and I was like, you know, man, I don't really like pay attention to that argument too much, but I've like been around it, and I just like spitballed with him like why evolution is like unsatisfactory to certain people as an explanation, and yeah, something like that.
I just figured he'd be a good one to have come do, fill in your playtime for your birthday, but he did.
Yeah.
He never got back to me until just tonight. So
Yeah, he's great. I like that kid.
I just invited him anyway. Figured no rush.
Right.
Oh god damn it! I guess we're gonna do this since you,
Um,
you said that earlier.
No, Felix, I didn't say you could come back whenever nobody's here. I said nobody will set it up.
Well, does he have a new argument? I mean,
He'll say
have
the
a
new
new
argument.
argument?
It won't be any different. He'll change. He'll
You know
change like
what?
3 words, but it's all gonna essentially
Fine,
mean the
Felix.
same.
What have you got? Have you got a new argument?
He left. Felix, you're running now.
And it might have been an
What, I bring you up and you fucking take off? What the fuck?
He might have clicked the wrong thing. Give him a break.
That's all I've done is give him breaks.
I'm not saying you haven't.
Well, while we wait for
Come
Felix
back.
to figure out
Maybe
his
he didn't mean to
tech,
take
let's,
off.
Let's get through
That's
this.
all I was saying. Like maybe he
never
made an
mind.
maybe he made a mistake. What, RP? I'm sorry.
And never mind. If you want to bring him up, Gretchen, I'll just copy the current time and close that out.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I can watch it any other time.
Oh, this isn't gonna last long. Felix,
It's true. I'm gonna go grab a smoke. I'll be back.
Felix, what are you trying to
Actually,
do here?
same.
What's up, Felix? How you been, dude?
Felix, you need to select your microphone because it's obviously not working.
What's that?
There you go.
How you doing?
Good, dude. How are you doing?
What do you want to come up for, Felix? What you got, Felix?
Just to join in.
Felix, you're listening to the YouTube stream. I can hear it like echoing in the background, and that's why it's taking you 5 seconds to respond. So turn off the YouTube stream and use the audio for this chat room.
You
Well,
mean
you guys
your
get
show?
it too. Turn off the
Here.
YouTube stream, okay?
Here, Felix,
and
Felix.
listen to this room.
Yeah, Felix. When do you hear this? I'm gonna count to 3. I'm gonna count to 3, and then you say 4. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Felix, when you hear this, I'm gonna count to 3. I'm gonna count to 3, and then you say 4.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Corn? 4. Yeah. So,
Felix?
so yeah, you got the wrong. You're listening to the YouTube instead of the actual window.
And we're going to wait till tomorrow for his response.
No,
It's
not.
already tomorrow.
3 to 5.
I can't hear you.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Did
It's
you
all right.
pop him back down, or did he put himself down?
I kicked him.
Now he's gone. Okay.
What's his deal? I've seen him on here, but I haven't really listened to what he argues for.
Oh shit, we got to bring him back up then. If this is this guy's first time. Hi, by the way. what's your name, or what do you go
Nice
by?
to meet you. Just Tim.
It's worse than Jay.
No, we
Oh, if
don't
he's
have
worse
to bring him
than
back
Jay,
up.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. He's infinitely worse than Jay. I don't know what anyone's like. Jay Money's tight. He's a cool dude.
He's a little goofy, but yeah, I agree.
I fuck with Jay.
I don't think Felix is like cognitively all there. I think he has some.
Has he called into Justin's live before?
Yes, he's called into everybody.
Okay, then I probably know who he is because I remember Felix.
Yeah, I'd say he's a hamburger short of a Happy Meal.
Yeah,
That's a lot of the Happy Meal.
I know. That's why I made the analogy.
Well, Felix,
And-
I got your
and
back
it's just-
somewhat if you want to come up and do something new. Jesus Christ. We should probably ditch the arguments about us existing, though. That's probably
Okay.
it's probably never
It's
gonna
all
work.
yours. Nobody. Go for it.
Can you hear us? Like, oh no.
Felix, turn off the goddamn
Yeah,
YouTube
go ahead,
stream.
keep talking. I don't want to be any interruption here.
Shut down YouTube.
Yeah, you got to turn YouTube volume off.
Holy,
What do you mean YouTube?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Can we not turn this into another tech support stream?
I cannot hear you if I turn it off.
Oh no.
Yeah, you can.
It's your audio device on Talk
You
Studio.
have
then.
you have 2 tabs open. You have Talk Studio and you have YouTube. You need to close the YouTube tab.
No, I already tried.
We hear it. We can hear it right now.
No, I already tried.
Felix, notice how
Yes,
you
but
hear
if
yourself.
I turn off
Felix,
the YouTube
Felix.
show, your
Notice how
show, then I
Felix, notice
cannot
how you
hear you.
hear yourself like 10 seconds later. That's a problem. That shouldn't be happening. That should clue you in that you need to fix something. So you close YouTube
I
so that
know.
you stop hearing yourself, and then
And there is something weird with the chat, too.
No, you click on the
The
Talk
screen is
Studio
really
tab
tiny
that you're
right
talking
now,
into.
and
Felix,
the
you need
chat
to
is
stop
covering
talking
almost
because
the
you
whole
don't
screen.
understand what's going on right now, okay? Let me explain what you need to do for this to be successful. You need to close YouTube, then you need to go into the Talk Studio tab and click the little up arrow next to your microphone, and then the bottom option should be your audio output. You need to select the audio output that is appropriate for your system. That way you can actually hear us talking in real time, and this will be able to be like an actual conversation that we can go back and forth. If you're unable to follow these steps, we won't be able to have a conversation.
Like literally won't.
Are
Okay,
you
let
on
me
a
try.
PC or a phone?
He's on a PC attached to a TV. Oh, it stopped.
Well, because he's muted.
Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
Good effort.
I say we give
That's
him
not
one
happening
last
again.
chance. Okay, Gretchen has spoken. Not
No,
happening again tonight.
I'm-
We're done. We're moving on.
That was the last chance. We're not doing that again.
Okay, that's
Felix. If you can't figure out like something as basic as your audio output, then like we just don't have any confidence in any sort of new argument you might have.
Well, no, he said he was just here to join in and hang out.
Oh well, then that's a complete waste.
Mhm.
All right. Well, let's get through this, and then I could use a smoke break.
Yeah, I'll
between the
probably
next video.
I'll probably dip out in about 20 minutes.
That soju got your pillow calling your name.
Yeah, it kind of does. I better chug some water before I go to sleep, though, or else I'm gonna have a pretty bad headache tomorrow.
I felt that.
I always get some soju when we go get hot pot.
Oh, nice.
All right, back to it.
So we have afterwards, just for confirmation, there will be famine and earthquakes in various places. And this is very strong evidence because at no point in the last 2,000 years, at no other point, have countries ever been in conflict with each other or have earthquakes ever happened in more than just one place.
So, let's start taking this serious and locking in. Because time is ticking away.
Sounds serious. Maybe we need the help of Super God.
For those of you that know me who I am, 24 Ego, aka Super God.
So Super God, as his name suggests, is a very, very humble guy. He's also in contact with extraterrestrials, and he's going to prove it to us.
I am in complete contact with extraterrestrials daily, all the time, literally. Okay? I'm going to show you my neck now and how there is an extraterrestrial that is connected to my nervous system. I stay in full contact with her.
Yeah, I think this is just Tourette's.
Yeah.
I
was gonna say we should play a game, Grifter or Mentally Ill.
I wouldn't
Can we
really call
select
it mentally
both?
ill, just like a neurological condition.
Yeah.
Can we select all three?
Yeah. I mean, the delusions would be classified as mental illness for sure.
Because he's making objective claims or claims about objective reality that there's an alien connected to his neck, and the aliens talk to him. I'd say that's probably mental illness.
No, Felix.
I mean, if Felix fixes his audio, it could be funny, but no pressure, guys.
Yeah, but we have to bring him up and go through 10 minutes of this circle jerk just to figure out if he fixed his audio.
I mean,
Well, what if he confirms in the back chat once he has it fixed?
Yeah, Felix, when you connect in, it gives you a dialogue, like it gives you a window saying, hey, set your input, output. You can run tests. You can test your camera. Like, you're skipping that part. It's your responsibility to make sure your stuff's set up correctly before entering into our chat.
Yeah, I absolutely make sure I shut down YouTube before I jump in here.
Yeah.
There have been times that I've forgotten to do that, and like I've started like the intro music, and I've like run upstairs to tuck my my partner and my son into bed.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the audio starts doubling, and Gretchen and Nectar are behind the scenes like, RP, you fucked it up.
I've definitely done that more than once where I'll start hosting an episode on the line. And so like I said, my setup is I'll have the YouTube window on one corner of my screen, and I'll have like Zoom on the other. And because Zoom or YouTube has a delay, the show will start in Zoom, and I will start talking. And right when I start talking to host to the audience, that's when the YouTube audio kicks in, and it like throws me off. I'm like, God, I'm hearing double. Hold on, people, and blah blah blah. It's a great start to the show. I love it when I do that.
Just streamer things.
Just streamer things.
Here you go.
Now, I do want to warn you here that this isn't for the easily shocked. He has an alien grafted onto his nervous system at the back of his neck, and he's going to show us this alien right now. So if you're easily scared, easily frightened, please look away.
Is it like a really gnarly cyst?
This is her saying, yes, believe him. Divine feminine goddess. Okay? There's a lot to unpack here.
Well, that's all the proof I need.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
after that, I only have one question
You
left
know
to
what
ask,
I'm
but I can't
saying?
answer it, so let's hand it over to the Advanced Knitting Club.
Is Himalayan salt petrified giants?
Dowsing rods.
Yes.
That's not how those work, lady. You're supposed to use those to find water.
Find me the nearest idiot.
Wow. That's crazy.
Wow.
Felix, you still have
Nope,
YouTube
you're still
open.
fucked up, Felix.
God damn it.
He just showed up for that moment.
Yeah.
It was just the perfect time.
That was actually really funny.
The dowsing rods would be pointing towards him right now.
Thank you.
Now, I've got a question, and that is, what would happen if you took two people with these alternative mindsets and put them together in a conversation with each other? Just how balmy would that conversation get?
AI, I don't think AI is artificial intelligence. I think it's ancient intelligence.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think we've had it before. Like when you look at a computer motherboard, the way the pyramids are built and everything is the same as a motherboard of a computer. And I don't think we copied the formation of the pyramids for a motherboard. I think they copied the formation of a motherboard to build pyramids.
Yeah.
Because that's another thing.
What?
That's amazing.
Wait, so
They're time
this is like a
travelers?
retroly causal? Or yeah.
Yeah, they're time travelers or something. I don't know. What?
I think Justin said it best. With knowledge comes sadness, because then you start seeing shit like this. What
It's,
the fuck?
And then she said that
She's like kind of saying that like technology and time is cyclical. Like pyramids inspired motherboards and motherboards inspired pyramids. Is that it?
but in the same timeline. That sounds crazy as fuck. But it also struck me as odd that she seems to think that the pyramids are flat, like a motherboard.
Yeah.
Like everything's the same.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
did she
no
say
there's
that?
no pyramid structures on a motherboard. You have capacitors, which are cylinders. You have transistors or chips, which are like
wafers,
rectangular. Yeah, squares and rectangles.
Hey, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys, but I just want to let everyone know I'm dropping now. I got to go to bed.
All right,
but,
okay.
I'll be back tonight, tomorrow night, whatever.
Nighty night.
Take care.
Night,
Sweet
everyone.
dreams.
Good night. But yeah, there are no triangle structures on a motherboard. At least none that I've ever seen.
What was the pyramid tablet that would that they had in the office when Saber took over? You guys remember what I'm talking about? They had to go down to Florida for like the big launch.
No, The Office.
Yeah, The Office.
Never
If it's a
watched
later
it.
season episode, I probably didn't watch it.
Okay. Well, I was going to say maybe they have little triangle capacitors in those triangle tablets.
But yeah, like a motherboard, I think the most noticeable like shape on a motherboard would be the cylinders of the capacitors. They look like little silos.
Yeah, but or even like all the way up to the fans, like on my CPU, or
Yeah.
like I guess I have a water cooler, but like either way, how does that? Oh, maybe the water cooler looks like the tunnels in the pyramid. Shit,
maybe.
You should, take like a piece of beef jerky and then wrap it in toilet paper and like set it like nicely, like on top of the PSU or something. There's your little mummified pharaoh.
Who needs thermal paste? That works perfect.
Drippy bacon.
Thermal meat. It's good.
How the fuck did they build pyramids?
Now, I could explain to this lady how it would be impossible for the pyramids to have been based on a computer motherboard, but I think it would be a complete and utter fucking waste of time.
To be honest with you, really one of the only things on my bucket list, I want to look at them pyramids with my brain.
Now, I could be really pedantic here, although that's not like me. And I could laugh at the fact she said she wants to look at the pyramids with her brain. And I could say, ha ha, we all look at things with our eyes. But that would be cheap. Because normally when people say, I want to look at things with my brain, what they mean is, I want to look at them with my eyes and then really think about it. But in this case, she really wants to look at it with her brain.
Yeah, you were saying this to me the other day. You said not your eyes, but your brain.
Yeah.
But what do you mean by that?
Now, unfortunately, in that small, short TikTok video, we didn't get an answer to what she meant by that. But I say, you know what? Let her look at things with her brain. You know, let her use her brain to see things. I don't think it's getting used for much else. So it's time to round the video off. We started by looking at a little bit of speaking in tongues, and we're heading back to church.
The God forbid. He said, y'all don't want this. Y'all don't want this. Y'all don't want this.
Okay, that's an added sound effect. Like the first time I thought like it was actually being caught by the mic, and that is like comically loud.
Catches off guard.
It's definitely dubbed in, which makes me a little sad.
You don't want this. You don't want it. Do you have
I'll be honest, I don't know what that was. It just made me chuckle. Now, speaking in tongues, we have to take it seriously. Is it something we should be doing, or is it something we shouldn't be doing? Well, I did my research, and this is what I found.
Speaking in tongues is a gift.
That's good to know.
Speaking in tongues is demonic.
So we're all in agreement then. Now, whenever I do things about people speaking light language or speaking in tongues, I get a lot of comments that kind of go along the lines of, I wonder if two people could understand each other. You know, two people who pretend they can speak in tongues, can they understand each other? Well, we've got a video clip here of an actual pastor calling out the members of his congregation who think they can speak in tongues. He does a great job in showing us the answer to that question, and the fact comes from a pastor I think is absolutely brilliant. So I'm going to knit it together here for you and enjoy.
Who among us speaks in tongues? Raise your hand. If you speak, come. All right, you speak in tongues? Okay. Someone else that speaks in tongues, come and tell the world what she just said. What did you just say? What did you say? No, what did you say? Interpret. You may return to your seat.
Now, if you've made it this far, you might be sat at home thinking,
What the fuck
look,
did I just watch?
I've watched almost all of this video and I've no idea what it was about or why I even watched it. But I'll go on further. I made this video and I don't know what it's about or why I even made it.
What an outro.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Those zany religious folks.
Yeah, I was never really exposed to the whole speaking in tongues culture.
Yeah,
because like my denomination would have been like that's demonic. On the demonic side.
Yeah. No speaking in tongues as a witness, no hellfire. A lot of the traditional religious.
Yeah, none of that was crap, but dude.
I only just learned what that whole thing is like actually about. Like it's supposed to be like you're like the Tower of Babel or whatever, where you can speak a language that you don't actually know.
I think, well, okay, so the Tower of Babel is a proto-history type like explanation for why there's so many languages in the world. The speaking in tongues, I believe, was a result of the Holy Spirit at Pentecost 33 CE. Like I think as described in the Book of Acts. So I don't know if they're like linked to the Tower of Babel, but you can certainly draw a parallel. Let me see here. Pentecost 33 CE, speaking in tongues. And the witnesses, when they read that, the notion that the Holy Spirit granted them to speak in tongues, they interpret that as the Holy Spirit taught them actual other human languages so they can go and spread the good news. Like for instance, if Arpi was there, the Holy Spirit will grant Arpi the ability to speak Italian, and now Arpi can go to Italy and speak, about Christ. But some denominations of Christianity take it as, oh, this is like speaking in tongues. You're speaking like the angels' language, which is gibberish to us. Yeah, on the day of Pentecost 33 CE, about 120 disciples of Jesus gathered in Jerusalem. They were filled with the Holy Spirit, and tongues of fire appeared above their heads. They began to speak different languages, foreign languages, allowing visiting Jewish foreigners from many nations to hear and understand the message of their own native tongues. So it was basically a Babel fish. So, okay, yeah, you can, if you understand that reference.
Wait, I think the Holy Spirit just gave me the gift of Italian. Let me try out.
Oh, shit.
Buca di Beppo.
Buca di Beppo. It's yummy in my tummy.
A spicy meatball. All right, I'm ready to go on proselytize.
Yeah, there you go. Go to Italy, my friend. Spread the good news of this American Italian restaurant franchise.
It's like, wait, Peter, you don't know how to speak Italian. Of course I do, Brian. I have a mustache.
When you're here, your family. Oh, wait, wrong place.
It's me, the Apostle Peter.
I have like the teensy tiniest bit of Italian. Oh God, it's Felix again. Felix, let us know in the back chat if you got your shit figured out. And if it takes 10 seconds for him to respond in the back chat, we know he doesn't. But as I was saying, I have like the teensiest, tiniest bit of Italian heritage. But it's mostly like Czech and Ukrainian from the Bohemian region.
Oh, okay. I recently found out I also have that type of lineage. I'm like I'm 1% Northern Italian and like 20% like Eastern European, so like Czech Republic, Slovak.
Hey,
I found out I'm
we
second,
could be
generation Irish.
brothers from another great grandmother.
Good. In fact, I would say it's guaranteed that we have a common ancestor.
Actually, my family comes from a castle in Ireland. It was there was like a crest and everything. It was a Conahan Castle or something. Yeah.
Nice.
We were like peasants. Like we weren't any type of nobility or anything. We just happened to come from that specific house.
Neat. I'm reminded of the Family Guy skit on Italian speakers. I'm just gonna find it.
I just came across the other day where he critiques The Godfather. That one was great.
It insists upon itself.
Yeah.
Isn't the one where it's like the black lady runs into a bunch of Italians and it's like a nature documentary?
That one too.
Scusi, bobbity boppy.
Flock of Jewish flock of Jewish men sensing danger fly away because this is the safest way for them to avoid danger.
Or the guy that lives in the glass house with a fucking machine gun.
I put a 30-second Family Guy clip in the chat if you dare to show copyright content.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, probably better I did not to. Excusey, bobbity boopy.
Is that when Peter grows the mustache?
Yeah,
and he's just
yeah.
like going to the restaurant.
He's talking to the meat store owner. Yeah. I miss old Family Guy.
Yeah, like with Seth MacFarlane not really being as involved with the show, it's kind of stagnated. But like, it's like consistently mediocre.
Yeah.
To the point where like, it's not a bad show. It's just like not doing anything interesting, really.
Yeah. I think my appreciation for American Dad has grown greatly, while my appreciation for Family Guy has diminished. The mid-season, I haven't seen any like the latest stuff. Like the mid-run American Dad. Oh, some of it's so good. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I feel like the characters are just so much more like rich and like deeper.
Yeah.
Because like they like continuity in American Dad. Like if something happens in an episode, like it's bound to like come back up in a later episode.
Yep.
But it's not so serialized that like it's this perfect continuation. Like it's still pretty episodic, but like that like little bit of continuity just makes it a little more enjoyable in my taste.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, okay, it's probably a good point for me to go to sleep. So, was fun.
GG's.
Yep. Catch you
Yeah,
guys later.
thanks for coming up, Eric.
Yep.
We'll try to replace you with Felix.
Oh, good luck with that. See ya.
Later.
I'm gonna step out for a smoke, like I said I was going to half an hour ago. But hopefully Felix gets his shit figured out. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
What the fuck? When you're threatened with the police for allowing your children to watch Harry Potter? What the fuck?
What are we doing? You know what? I guess.
Can
since
you
we
hear
got
me
nothing
now?
Going on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we've been able to hear
Yes.
you the whole time. Can you hear us on a timely manner?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Nice. Yeah, it seems.
Yeah.
You got it
There's
straightened
no
out.
echo?
Yeah, you got it straightened out,
No,
buddy.
you're good.
There's no echo?
Nope, no echo, buddy.
Okay.
No, there's no echo, but there becomes an echo when you have to ask the same goddamn question 3 times in a row.
No, because I cannot hear my voice.
You're not supposed to.
Okay, I didn't know that.
What's up, Felix? What do you want?
What do I want?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What brings you
What
up here?
do you want from me?
Did you want to? Did you want to talk
What do you
about?
want from me?
Did you want to talk about an argument, or are you just here to hang out?
No, I can talk about an argument if it's allowed.
Sure, it's been a while.
Okay, something has always
Tim!
existed. What's that?
You trying to kill that keyboard, Tim?
Oh, is that me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't realize you guys could hear that. Fuck. Bad.
So.
Just mute up when you need to type something long.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, he's all yours, nobody.
Well,
You wanted him up here.
I did. Okay. So do you have a new or a different argument, or what do you
Okay,
want to talk
something
about?
has always existed because something exists
Nope.
right now, and the opposite is impossible.
Mhm.
That's why something has always existed.
So, in other words, you don't have a new argument?
That something is the universe.
It cannot be the universe.
Go ahead and give the
Because-
argument for that.
Yeah, why
Because
not?
the universe is dependent and it's a necessary being what
No.
always
You know,
existed.
you can't prove the universe is
The universe
dependent.
is not a being. It has no agency.
Look, so
I haven't got there yet.
You haven't got anywhere.
Yeah, but okay, look. The argument itself, I keep talking about how certain things don't entail another, right? And it seems to not be doing anything. And the next problem you have is that I can grant your whole argument and then I don't have to agree that it's God. I'm just going to pull out the word personal and then I'm going to agree with the argument. And so you're either going to have to deliver an argument for why the necessary being needs to be personal, or you're going to have to deliver a symmetry breaker between the necessary world and the necessary God that creates the world. And obviously I have parsimony on my side because I don't have to assume there's a God.
Okay, I'm getting there. So this necessary being, always existent being, must be powerful, all powerful, because it's infinite, never began, never.
We
end.
can't start talking about the properties of this necessary being until you have established that they are in fact necessary. You have failed to establish that at this point. So going on to their properties is completely
because
pointless.
I established that it's always existent.
No, you haven't. You've asserted this.
Dude,
No, because the
I've told
opposite
you-
is impossible.
No,
No.
it's impossible for there to be nothing. That something
Exactly.
doesn't have to be like some sort of being with agency. It's just existence itself.
But I haven't got there yet.
Well, then first establish that existence requires some sort of being before you start talking about the being's properties.
Okay, there are only two options. Nothing ever existed, no reality at all, and nothing would exist right now, which is absurd because we exist.
Mhm.
And the other option is something always existed because we exist right now, therefore something
So-
always existed.
So if you say
Those are the
always,
two
like,
options.
so if you say always, like for all time, then sure. Where does
No
that get us?
beginning, no end, infinite.
It doesn't matter.
Right,
For
you
all
said
time.
something, so why can't that be the universe?
No, because time didn't exist.
What?
Yeah, you don't have an argument for that, and I actually have an argument against that
Because
point, but we're not going to get into it because the last time we did, you were unable to track.
You don't want to just bite all these bullets. We just want to focus on one thing at once.
Because
You
time
wanna-
is
you want-
dependent.
Oh my god. Dependency. Okay.
It cannot be a necessary being if it's dependent.
Who's
A
the
necessary being
necessary
is not
being?
dependent on anything.
Right. What's the necessary being or state of being that needs to not be dependent? Because I didn't invoke one.
Okay, it's an the always existent reality that always existed with no beginning and no end. That has power.
That is
all
literally
power.
that is literally what RP just said. And there's no agency.
It must have all power. Therefore, it must
Yes.
have all powers, all
That's
kinds
fine.
of
I
powers,
take-
including
I
the
take-
power of knowledge.
What you're
including the
no,
power,
hold on.
including the
Hold on,
power
we
of
gotta
knowledge.
No, we have to separate those two things, because if you're going to say powers, like it has this like I don't want to use the word potential, but it has this like this disposition that enables possibilities that it's capable of causing to obtain. That seems fine. So powers, I guess, is fine if that's what you mean. And then now you added knowledge as if it is a power. I don't agree with
Knowledge
that.
is the power.
Okay.
Knowledge is power.
No.
Schoolhouse Rock taught us
No.
this.
No, dude, we don't want to do that. You need to separate the powers from the knowledge. You have to do that. You can't be
No,
calling.
because knowledge is a power.
Okay. Can you give me a power that is analogous to knowledge but is not knowledge?
Sure, omnipower. It's analogous to knowledge.
What is?
And it's not knowledge.
No, what is?
Omnipower, all powerful.
Omnipower? No. Pick a power. One power, because you picked knowledge as a power. So now I need to know something analogous that falls into omnipotent. It also falls in it as a power, just like knowledge, but it's not all the powers, and it's something different than knowledge. You see what I'm saying? I need an analogy that shows me that knowledge can be a power because of this other thing that you classify as a power.
Because it falls under the definition of power. The classic definition of a power. Knowledge falls into that definition.
Okay, can you give me a different power? Any example?
Omnipresence, omnibenevolence.
No. Benevolence is not
Those
a power.
aren't-
It's a
yeah,
disposition.
It is a power because it falls into the definition
Okay, this is
of
super
power.
weird.
What
It
is your
falls under the
definition of
definition
power?
of power.
What is
Yeah,
your
what does
definition of power?
Yeah, what does power mean, please? Like that's got RP's right. Well, what does that mean?
What power means?
Yeah, what does power mean?
Power is the ability to achieve any end.
No, it can't be any end, just the end respective to that power. Because
No, to any end because it's so powerful.
Right, but now I'm asking what power is, not what omnipower is. I just want to know what's a power, like what's the general attributes, the necessary sufficient conditions for the word power.
The ability or capacity to achieve an end.
That is so vague and also includes minds.
And that's what
It's so
knowledge
weird.
and omnipower does. They achieve an end.
That is, well, you're baking in a mind to powers.
I'm doing what?
You're assuming that powers are the product of a mind.
I'm not assuming that.
Yes, you
Knowledge
said
is a
an end.
power.
Who chooses an end except a mind?
Exactly. Knowledge needs a mind. You're right.
What? Am I crazy? What is?
No, you're not.
I'm
We need to differentiate whether power is something that you can.
That, like, I don't feel it's. I feel it's irresponsible to continue this conversation.
Well, here we need to differentiate whether power is something that you can willfully willed, or if it's something that is independently instantiated. Like, say the sun has the power of nuclear fusion or whatever. The sun isn't willing that, but like it's certainly like an action or like one of the properties that it holds, rather than like a human has the power to, I don't know, fucking drive a car. That's something that they're like willfully wielding.
Yeah, sorry, I
But
stepped
the sun
away.
achieved the power with the power of the sun achieved the power of producing light.
So you just use the phrase power of the sun, so you would agree that power is something that is independently instantiated.
It achieves an end, producing light.
Achieving an end that presupposes agency, because like an end is like a decision, like you're working towards that goal, like physical thing, like unagential.
Hey, Robin.
Things
How
without
are you,
agency
sweetie?
aren't picking goals. They are just acting in accordance with their nature.
Okay, but I'm describing the powers of the always existing necessary being, reality.
You feeling any better,
But
Robin?
wait. No, there's something important there though, because if you're willing to say that the sun has the power to like, cause a sunburn or whatever, then you're okay with powers without a mind, right?
At this point, yes.
Okay, that's fine, I guess. I guess you're granting it because I know you're an idealist. So, where were we before that, RP? I don't remember. So, but he just said powers can have no mind. So
yeah, the universe could be omnipotent, and therefore
right.
we don't need your God for the universe to be the necessary quote unquote being for existence, and so the universe can simply be eternal, necessary, blah blah blah, and fit your syllogism. So now you've written your God out of the equation.
Well, we
So
can.
the universe is all powerful.
Well,
no, the universe is all powerful.
It is all powerful.
The universe, yep, according to your definitions.
Therefore, it must have all powers if it's all powerful.
No, you gotta no. Look, we're like conflating and equivocating all over the place. Like with power, we're doing this weird equivocation where it's like, so we have to have all powers for all possibilities. Then we also have to have knowledge because you consider knowledge a power. Well, we don't consider knowledge a power, so that doesn't go through like with us.
What is
So
knowledge if not a power?
It's a threshold that can be reached when it comes to a belief.
So it doesn't achieve an end?
No.
No?
What do you mean? You can know that you exist. Does that achieve an end?
When you have knowledge, is that not achieving the end of having it? That not having it?
Yes, if you want to call it that, yes, that's fine. But that we're conflating now. You're talking about an end like a goal, and then you're talking about an end like we've obtained successful knowledge. Those are two different uses of this word.
I mean, the end of getting somewhere from here to there in some way.
Okay. So here would be I don't have knowledge of it yet, and there would be I have knowledge now. That doesn't seem to be a goal to me. That's just I used my eyes and then I walked up closer and I touched the thing, and therefore I know the thing is there. I've passed a threshold of knowledge, and so I've attained knowledge. I didn't have a goal. I just wandered into the forest and touched the tree or whatever. That's not the same thing.
So you're not more powerful when you have knowledge than when you're not?
I think you're more likely to successfully utilize your powers in the apt and efficient way once you have knowledge. But I don't think that knowledge itself counts as a power. No, I do not think that.
Would we describe machines as powerful, Felix? Would we describe machines as powerful?
So knowledge doesn't produce an
Felix,
effect
would
in
we
you?
describe machines as powerful?
They have power, sure.
Yeah, so you can have power without knowledge. Thank you for proving my point.
Not necessarily.
You just admitted that they have power. You just admitted it, my guy.
Yeah, you just said not necessarily. That doesn't mean that it's not. No. Okay, what is the not necessary thing you just brought up? Not necessarily what?
That I brought up?
Yes, you said not necessarily to RP. What was that in response to?
It was a response to RP.
Yes.
About the machine.
About what?
Okay, but not necessarily what about the machines?
That he said that it doesn't require a mind, I think.
Okay,
no knowledge.
Knowledge, I'm sorry.
He's not making, he's just saying it doesn't require it. He's not saying it necessarily doesn't have it.
Knowledge,
so I don't understand
sure,
how that was
but it has power.
Huh?
It has power. It doesn't have knowledge. A machine doesn't have knowledge. It has power.
Yeah,
I never said that power requires knowledge.
You just admitted it again.
Computers don't have knowledge?
I never said that power needs knowledge.
You literally were saying that.
Yeah, hold on. So that's a good question. That should I call you Satan or Stalker? I don't know what
My name's Ryan.
Call him Ryan.
Stalker is my Steam name, so based. But so that was a good question. Do you think that machines can have knowledge, Felix?
No.
Okay, that's good. Now, what's your definition of knowledge? Like what's the epistemological theory or whatever?
What is knowledge?
Yes, like what threshold needs to be passed for a belief to be knowledge?
There needs to be a mind, at least.
Yes, correct. Yes.
or a person.
And then what?
And then knowledge. Those are the requisite for knowledge.
No.
Prerequisite.
Knowledge is a
There's
prerequisite
more.
for knowledge.
Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about, dude. Okay, look, like you're calling knowledge a power, and that tells me that like you have a weird idea of what knowledge means, and that's fine, but we need to parse out what that is and figure out what it is you think counts as knowledge, whereas you could also have a belief, or you could have false justifiers for a belief that would make you think it's knowledge, but it's actually not knowledge. So it's like some type of misfiring of your knowledge system, right? And a lot of
I'll give you a
these
definition
standards.
of knowledge.
Okay.
The capacity to represent things as they are on an appropriate basis of thought and experience.
Thought and experience. Okay. Do you think that you can have knowledge without experience?
No, because experience is part of consciousness and awareness, and you cannot get out of it.
That's interesting. You think that 2 + 2 = 4 requires experience?
You just experienced that when you said it.
Okay, now we're equivocating on experience, because that's not what an a posteriori evaluation of justification or evidence is talking about. They're talking about things that you can like feel and touch and see in the world, like things that are experienced throughout
experiencing
time.
consciousness.
Okay,
It
but
includes
this is-
experiencing consciousness.
I mean,
But
to
this-
steal, man. Felix, like we could just be going with like qualitative experience. Like if you're born blind, deaf, dumb, completely numb, you're just like your mind. Like you can still like have the experience of I'm having a thought, I'm not having a thought. And then
Correct.
like get to like 2 + 2 = 4 just from like that inner mental experience of thought, not thought, thought. Well, how do you get to multiple experiences
Well, I would have
from that?
Well, if I was if I was looking at like that situation, though, I think that that would still be called like a priori knowledge, like you figuring out that 2 and 2 is 4. I don't think that does that count as experience. Like,
I think that's fair to say it's a priori.
So then, like again, maybe I'm like, what I just want to know is like, what does knowledge even count, or what even counts as knowledge for Felix, and then that way we can like evaluate like its power status, because like we can't, with a vague definition, with no definition, we can't look at knowledge and say it is a power. We have to know what knowledge is first, and then we have to. That's why I asked him for an analogous example of a power earlier, because like that would at least give me something to compare it to, like ostensibly or whatever.
Okay, can you repeat my definition of knowledge?
I want to say it was like truly representing reality through thought and experience.
No. The capacity, you know what a capacity is?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
What is a capacity?
Like how much of the
An
thing.
ability.
Yeah.
An ability. And what is an ability?
Oh my God. Can you just read the definition again, please?
An ability is a power.
No, not in all senses.
A capacity is a power. An ability is a power.
Okay, then we've equivocated on power twice, because that's not how power is talked about in like metaphysics.
Of course
Like
it is. Look it up.
A water bottle has like a certain capacity. Does that mean like the water bottle has the power to hold water?
Right.
It has the capacity to hold water. That's a power, sure.
But you said
No, it's
capacity
not a
and not power.
But capacity is a power. It's another word for power.
He's trying to use the transitive property to get to like power from capacity and like just equivocate on them. It's
right. So there's a problem because like capacity will have like a certain, like say it has like a threat or not, what's the word? I can't use capacity.
Why not?
It has like an upper limit of the stuff it can hold. Okay.
What is the capacity?
What? What do you mean?
What is the capacity?
Like an upper limit of stuff a thing can hold.
A capacity is what?
An upper limit of said stuff, the relevant stuff, that said thing can hold.
What does that even mean?
I'm avoiding the word capacity and power on purpose because they're not the same.
Well, you haven't given a definition of capacity.
I just gave you one. It's good enough, I think.
But that doesn't even make sense, what you just said.
What does it mean for something to be at capacity?
To have a capacity is to have an ability or a power to do something, to be able to achieve something.
No. See, this is what I mean by equivocation, Felix. Like, you speak
capacity
Spanish too.
is more of a potential than a power.
And the potential must have power.
No, not necessarily.
Felix, you speak Spanish,
It
right?
must be for a potential to be one.
If we put a rock on the corner of a desk, it has potential energy. It has the potential to like roll off and go to a lower energy state. We wouldn't say that rock has a power to go to a lower energy state. It just has the potential to do that, to enact that.
It has
And
the
then
power to do that.
And then
It
I'm
has
even
the
talking
potential.
about the water bottle. And I'm saying there's a 16-ounce capacity for it to hold fluid. That doesn't mean it has some power to hold fluid. Like, these are different words to me and RP and probably everyone on the panel, because like a power, like we need to define the terms. You know what I mean? Like, at the very least, if we're going to use these terms in these like
I already did. The ability to achieve any end.
No, but that's omnipotence. That's all power.
No. And
we
then,
just want-
okay, and then to achieve an end.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so an end. So is holding water an end that a water bottle can achieve?
Is the water is that not what a bottle is supposed to do?
Yes, but is holding 16 ounces of water an end that the water bottle can achieve?
The water, the bottle, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, it must have the power to be what it is, the identity, to hold it in identity and not be able to change into an elephant and remain a bottle. That's a power.
You think that the law of identity is a power?
What?
Of course,
bro.
If he would be able to change into an elephant, he would no longer be a bottle of water, but he has the power to remain constant.
Wait, are you saying that it's wait, hold on. You're saying it has the ability to not do that?
The ability to remain a bottle of water.
It has the ability. It has all simultaneously.
The power to do that.
It has. So wait, you think a water bottle has the ability to not turn into a duck and not turn into a whale and not turn into an elephant? It has all of those things.
He's turned a non-ability into an ability.
That's what I'm hearing. No, you don't want to say that. You don't say of course to that.
Why not?
Because that's goofy. You think that all of those things are powers that things have? I have the power
I'm not
to not
saying
turn
those
into an
are all
elephant.
powers. I'm saying the bottle must remain a bottle.
Yes,
it must
but what does
use
that
the
have to do
power
with
to do
powers?
that.
No. Wait.
That's a
no.
single power.
Okay. Maybe we need to slow down again. I would just say that, dude, I don't even know how to like steelman you. Like these things have these dispositions because of their molecular makeup. They don't have powers. This is just what they are made of.
And how do they remain the same?
Now you're saying that because there's consistent behavior in the world, that is a power? That doesn't make any sense. You're reifying something, but I don't even know what it is.
Consistency doesn't require power?
No.
No?
No, whatever's happening that makes it consistent is maybe the powers that are happening, but it's not a power in itself. No, hold on. It's not a power in itself to remain consistent. That is some weird reification that I can't even pin down.
Yeah, in fact, you can define power as like the enactment of change. So like you act and a change occurs. Like change is not consistency. And so things remaining consistent would not be a power under this definition.
But if
That's
they
a good
remain
point because
consistent?
that's a good point because you're trying to like, or you seem to be saying that to change is one output of the function, and then to not change is the same output, but it's not even not change. It's like remain changeless. You know, it's like its own command. That seems really weird to me. Does that make sense?
To me, it does.
You talked about powers and then you backed up.
No, we're literally still talking about powers. You're just not tracking.
Yeah,
no,
so
he said that consistency has some kind of power, but then he said something else.
No, we're debunking your claim that consistency has power.
Yeah, like you seem to think that instead of the change out. Am I lagged out? What's going on?
I think Gretchen like refreshed or crashed or something. Slowly bringing everyone back up.
Nice.
Great, can just thank you for letting me up.
I straight up knocked my laptop right off the fucking table. Like,
Ooh.
Nice. That's funny.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I think the corner of my shirt caught it and just kind of slung it. So,
Praise the nug.
yeah. So, should be back to normal again. Can everyone hear each other?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Felix, are you back? Can you hear?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I forget we were like. Look, so the state of affairs where something didn't change, it's just that something didn't happen. They don't have the power to not change, and therefore the power to not change was enacted or whatever. There's no power to not change. It's just that change didn't happen. Do you think otherwise?
Yes, because remaining constant in sustaining the way it is requires the power to maintain that thing the way it is.
Okay, even if there's something it's dependent on, the ability to not change is not a power. It's just something not happening. It's not an ability. Like you can still have the substrate that it's reliant on. That's fine. But that is itself a power related to the thing that it's reliant on. It's not a power of the thing that's not changing to not change. The thing you seem to be pointing to is the substrate that it relies on, and that's fine, I guess, to sustain itself or for it to sustain the thing that's dependent on it. I guess that's fine. It needs that underlying thing's power, but that doesn't translate to me as a power that the thing that is dependent on the substrate has.
Yeah,
Okay, you can put it like that.
I would say it's more of an inability. Do you know what I mean? Like if you can't do something, that's an inability rather than an ability.
Yeah, it's just a lack of a disposition to change. I don't know why that matters.
Okay, then put the power a step behind. Put it in the substructure.
Okay.
But it needs power.
Okay. So we have a substrate for a dependent thing. The dependent thing to do anything or not do anything relies on the substrate, the structure below vertically. Okay. Now, why would I think that structure has a mind?
No, because that substructure is contingent. It's not necessary.
No, the very bottom substructure.
Yes, because it's not all powerful. It has power, but it's not all powerful.
No,
only a necessary being is all powerful.
Okay, that's fine. But we can say that there's a necessary state of being that is itself not an agent.
Yes, but that substrate is dependent on other things.
Why?
And a necessary being is not dependent on anything.
Okay, so then, okay. I agree with you. A necessary thing is not dependent on anything. I agree with you. Why would I think it has a mind?
Because it has the power of having all powers, including the power of knowledge. And
Why?
knowledge requires a mind.
Okay,
Because
so
knowledge...
that's fine. This is the part where you need an argument.
What argument for what?
That the ultimate substrate of the world requires a mind. That's what we need an argument for.
The necessary always exists in reality?
What was the question?
Are you asking me about the necessary always existent reality?
Sure.
Or being?
Whatever is the fundamental thing. Yes. Why does it need a
I'm
mind?
telling you that it must have causal power and must be all powerful because it's infinite, never began, never ends. And if it has all power, it must have all powers, including the power of knowledge.
Okay,
Sorry,
right
if
there.
if I can try and help, what the basic question is, all right, there must be something that's necessary. We all agree on that, yeah. What the question is, why does it require a mind?
Because it has the power of knowledge as a
Okay.
power, and
That's
knowledge
great. That's great. Hold on.
needs a mind.
That's fine. So look, I agree. You need a mind for knowledge. I agree with you. Okay. I agree that there's a necessary thing. I don't even I'm not totally sold on it, but it seems pretty likely. Who knows? Whatever. So I need to know why the necessary thing needs knowledge, and then that would imply it or entail a mind. So I guess that's fine. So all I need is an argument that the necessary thing requires knowledge. Now, I don't want you to just say knowledge is a power and it has all powers, okay? Because we're disagreeing with you that knowledge is a power. So I would drop the power argument and I would focus on something else and say the necessary thing needs a mind and or knowledge because of this, but don't just say knowledge is a power because we disagree on that. So that's not going to work.
Knowledge is a power because it must be able to exist.
Don't do the thing. Does the thing.
Come on.
It must be able to direct the all powers that the all powerful being has.
Sure.
Without
No, direction
knowledge,
is fine.
Impossible.
Yeah, right. That's good. I like that. I like the direction thing, right? But the direction can just be baked into the next necessary thing with no mind. And I'm fine with that. It just has a dispositional nature and the things that it necessarily does obtain. Period. It's over. I don't need a mind. So now I need to know why to have the directionality, I need a mind. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. But it must have knowledge, the power of knowledge, because it has all powers.
I disagree. I disagree.
Then it's not all powerful.
It can
Then
have
it's not all powerful.
No, hold on. I told you not to just say knowledge is a power, right? We can agree on every other thing except for knowledge being a power. I can agree
Why
that
not? Why knowledge is not a power?
Because it doesn't function like one.
It does fall into the definition of a power.
Then this is why I asked you for an analogy. What's another power that is analogous to knowledge?
In what sense?
Whatever sense that you think knowledge is a power, I want to see a different power that behaves the same, thus it or near the same. Thus I can say, oh, that makes sense. They're both powers.
That must have a mind like knowledge?
It doesn't matter. I just want to know about powers.
Okay, the power of omnibenevolence, for example.
Okay, that's a...
It must be present in order to direct to the correct end.
If anything,
and
that's
the
a
good
limitation
end
on
of all-powerful, of the all-powerful omnipower of God and knowledge. Both are necessary. Omnibenevolence is necessary for both knowledge and for omnipower.
Is the ability to do evil a power?
A power to do it? Well, evil requires power, sure, to do it.
Okay, great. So if you're omnibenevolent, you can't be all powerful because doing evil is a power, and you can't do evil if you're omnibenevolent.
That is a great question. Yeah, so
But that's not part of the nature of an omnibenevolent being. Okay. That's not part of the nature.
What isn't part of the nature?
It's not part of the nature.
If it's not part of the nature of the omnibenevolent being to do evil, then they're not omnipotent. They don't have all power because you admitted that doing evil is a power. If doing evil is a power and an omnibenevolent being cannot do evil, then it cannot do a certain power. If it cannot do a certain power, it does not have all powers.
It requires power, but that's a finite power. That's a contingent power. It's not an all-powerful power.
This is some like weird, like contorted special pleading.
Yeah, it really
What is that?
Yeah.
So look,
It is the ability to do good a contingent power?
The ability to do good?
Yes. Is that a contingent power?
Omnibenevolence is an omnipower.
No, it is the ability to do good.
No,
contingent power. Like you said, the ability to do evil is a contingent power, whatever the fuck that means.
It's only contingent, yes.
It is the ability to do good contingent as well?
Only contingent? No.
Okay, so you're special pleading
only
the
no,
ability...
because the nature of if I put the evil and omnibenevolence together, that's a contradiction in a necessary being. You cannot have both powers.
Same as putting omnipotent and omnibenevolent together. That's a contradiction.
No,
I've
how
already
it is a
laid out for you.
contradiction?
Because you're an omnibenevolent being is unable to have the power to do evil.
No, that's a contradiction. That's not part of the nature.
It is a contradiction. You're right. And so it can't be part of the nature of an omnibenevolent being to be omnipotent.
Yeah, basically what he's pointing out is that your God is
contradiction.
No, what he's pointing out is that your God is contradictory.
That's a contradiction. It's not a power.
The contradiction can even be found in the Bible. Isaiah 45:7 says, I create light and darkness. I create good and evil. I do these things.
Okay, but we can discuss that after I prove God's existence.
Okay.
AKA, we'll never discuss it because you are incapable of proving God's existence because
No,
you're
I mean,
unable to track a very simple contradiction.
I mean, I'm fine with avoiding the Bible, TBH, but so... Dude.
Sorry, it's I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do these things.
But I'm quite interested now, Felix. If you could demonstrate that God exists.
Actually, really quick, to kind of push back on Ryan, that verse, peace with evil evil is actually kind of a bad translation there. It should be like peace and strife, because like it's comparing light and dark. Those are like opposites. Like the opposite of evil is not peace. It's goodness. And so like when you are following up peace, it should be something like, strife or turmoil. So God is responsible for like the suffering and turmoil, absolutely, but it's not really the silver bullet for saying that God creates evil.
Yeah,
But there are
I've also-
other arguments that you can make to prove that God is the creator of evil.
Yeah, Jill's favorite one is it's calamity. It means calamity, which is basically the same as evil, but yeah. Oh, but Gretchen, can I ask you a question? Can I turn my camera on? Sorry, carry on.
What's that?
Can I turn my camera on? Are you okay with my camera being on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, so we were talking about Felix's contradictory God. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where is the contradiction?
I've walked you through this.
Just
like
turn your
5
camera off
times.
if you're gonna smoke. That's all. You know the rules.
Oh yeah, I want smoke.
Okay.
No.
All right,
Well,
I'll break it down super simply one last time, and it's the last time I'll even like try to
Evil is
articulate
not a
it.
power; it's a contradiction.
Listen,
what?
Felix.
Wait, what is not a power?
Evil, the power to do evil.
Yeah,
Okay.
no,
go ahead,
no.
RP.
The problem is, sorry if
No,
I'm being
Wild Heart. Let me give my argument. Okay.
Yeah.
So Felix, you like enacting evil is a power, correct?
It's a finite power, not an infinite.
It's a power. It's a
finite
power.
power.
It's a power.
It's a finite power.
Okay, the key word here is power, okay? And so an omnibenevolent being is unable to enact evil, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So an omnibenevolent being has a specific power it cannot enact. If it has a specific power it cannot enact, there is a power it does not wield. An omnipotent being, by definition, wields all power. That includes the power to do evil. Because an omnipotent being must necessarily be able to do evil, it is incompatible with an omnibenevolent being, because an omnibenevolent being cannot enact evil. Okay? Therefore, you cannot have a being that is both omnibenevolent and omnipotent.
Yeah, the two contradict each other, basically.
I
You
told
can't
you
have
what the
all powers but
contradiction
not have a power. You're saying, Felix, you're saying that God can't do evil, so there's something that he cannot do. Therefore, he's not omnipotent. He
No.
can't do anything because he can't create evil, or he can't do evil. There's
You know
something
what
that he
evil
can't
is? Evil is not something. Evil is
Yes.
nothing.
It's the deprivation of good. We know the metaphysics of this.
Okay.
You don't want to go with that definition of evil, by the way, because it just ends up with your God not existing. If evil is the like lack of, or the deprivement of God or whatever, that means that like evil cannot be where God is. If God is omnipresent, then God is everywhere. Therefore, if evil exists, God does not exist.
Why
So
is that?
you're either going to bottom out at evil doesn't exist or God doesn't exist. It's going to be a dilemma of your choice.
Okay, God is everywhere. How does
Okay, if
follow
God is
that?
everywhere, then evil is nowhere.
Evil is what?
Evil is nowhere. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Yep. There's no such thing as evil if God is everywhere.
Correct.
Okay,
For
so
God.
there's no
Not
such
getting
thing as evil, so everything is good.
Yeah,
In
you're
the
not.
nature of God only.
Well, are you saying that? Maybe RP's right. Is everything good?
No, the nature of God is all good everywhere.
Okay, but he's omnipresent.
Correct. That's a power too.
And there's still evil in places where he is that places that are deprived of him.
In this world, yes.
Okay, then okay. That's a contradiction. He's omnipresent and not omnipresent.
Well, how is a contradiction?
God,
Because he's good, he is omnipresent. There are acts or places in the world that are deprived of him, because evil doesn't actually exist. It has no ontic status. So instead, it's just a deprivation of God. A deprivation of God means, in that sense, in that region, he is not present there, because otherwise he would eradicate the sin. He would propagate the area. There would be no sin. There would be no evil. So we have a contradiction, because he is present in all places, but he cannot be present fully in the places where there's a deprivation of himself. And so he is
free will.
He is both omnipresent and not omnipresent.
Free will.
Just saying free will isn't going to do anything for you, buddy. You got to make an argument.
Yeah, you could maybe make an argument out of that. Do you have if there's free will and God's limited in this way, like something like that?
Is there rationality?
Yeah, I think so.
This is another pivot.
I think so.
Huh? Rationality exists?
I agree. I don't think it exists, but sure.
It's a thing.
Rationality doesn't exist?
It's
rationality has ontology. It has thingness.
It's a nature that things have.
So it exists.
Sure.
No.
I'll grant it, but so what does that get us?
How can you have rationality without free will?
Okay. That's not. Okay, do you have an argument for why rationality requires free will? Which kind of free will, by the way? Should probably
free will. The ability to choose otherwise.
Right, but like in a limited sense, or in like a completely free sense?
What's that?
When you say free will,
sorry, go ahead.
No, just same thing. When you're talking about free will, are you saying completely free, or are you saying that there's like some type of limited scope that your free will can?
The ability to do otherwise, however you want to cash that out.
Okay. That didn't help me at all. I think that didn't help me at all.
I think I know what?
I think that didn't help clarify it, because I know that we're making different decisions. I'm asking you, what's the type of scope we're looking at? Can there be infinite options? Is it completely free from causal, deterministic, physical structures? Or is it some type of like compatibilism, where I'm looking at there's a limited scope of options I have due to my prior circumstances? Which one makes more sense?
The minimum amount of options to remain free will.
Great. Then we only need to grant compatibilism, right?
I don't know how you define compatibilism.
That's how I'd cash it out.
I mean, it can be vague enough that it could work for both of us, I'm sure. So where were we going with this? RP, do you remember like free will had to do with
how
what?
Rationality is dependent on free will?
Yeah, no. Can I give my thoughts on free will? Although I don't want to interrupt the conversation either.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I think like you can't have. We can never tell whether we have free will or not, because you don't have a time machine to go back in time and check whether you could do A rather than B. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's kind of an unanswerable question, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Do you have rationality, Wildheart?
Yeah, I don't know whether we have free will or not.
Okay, but for rationality, you must be able to choose what options you have from truth or falsity. Otherwise, you can always choose falsity and never truth because you have no options.
I don't know.
Rationality is more about motivation.
You have
than
no
choice.
ability to change.
Well, look, so like I could be disposed to having a qualification for the reasons that I allow to guide my actions. And I could not have chosen to have that disposition, right? So I'm not really well versed in determinism or like, you know, a lack of will. I typically think that those like views are kind of weird, like just for me, whatever. But so I don't see a tie though that I can't have rationality without free will, like as if I have to like have had the option to choose the wrong choice in order for the first choice to be rational. Like I don't think that seems strange to me, and maybe like you could convince me of that, but what I'm saying is that like if I had a disposition to have like a certain type of inferential structure to justify my actions, I feel like I could have not chosen that and have that disposition. So then you have rationality with no free will, and I don't really care. So I'm not sure. Like I feel like you either have to have an argument that they're tied, or I'm just unmoved, or it's impotent, and I just will be waiting for the next. Like I don't know what we're doing at this point.
Yeah,
I feel like we're dissecting a bunch of shit that we don't need to.
And you have chosen otherwise, and instead of what you just said, chose
I don't know.
incoherence in a babble.
Felix, sorry. Felix,
the point is that
are
I
you
could have.
Are you even listening? Are you even listening to what he just said?
The point is that I don't think I need choice in order to be rational.
Could you have chosen to say a babble instead of what you just said right now?
I think so, but people might disagree.
Okay, then you chose what you just said right now instead of incoherence.
But it's not completely free.
I'm not saying completely free. I'm saying free.
Okay. And I'm saying that I don't even see a tie between rationality and freedom, because something could still be deemed rational, could still be deemed, you know, a good use of mental function and inferential standards. And that still could be determined.
Did you just choose the words you are speaking with right now?
We control it, yeah.
The selection of words?
Yeah,
words
like this. Yeah.
I think so, yes.
Okay, you chose that.
Okay. And
it's rational.
Mm-hmm.
It's
but
both.
I still don't see a tie. I don't see
You
a
chose
necessary.
it and it's rational. It's both.
Okay, I agree with you, but I don't see this necessitation of what is the word I'm looking for? Choice is necessarily entailed by rationality. I think that rationality is just something that, like, you're irrational when you fail to meet a check of a standard. You're rational when you pass the check.
Yeah,
so you choose to be rational rather than irrational?
I'm not a determinist, so yes, I think so.
Okay.
But I'm saying a determinist. A determinist would look at. Go ahead. Well, sorry.
Name one thing that you use rationality and you don't exercise a choice at the same time.
I wake up and I know that my dream wasn't real because it's rational. It succeeds it succeeds my check of I'd be presuming too much to assume my dream was real. So
yeah, like
You chose
like
not
I
to
wake up in a
label
bed and
your
I
dream false.
hold on. I wake up in a bed and I know that my car didn't explode like in my dream, right? Because I woke up in my bed instead of a hospital or something, right? Like, I don't know. That seems like a normal example of rationality without actually trying to be rational. Maybe I'm mistaken, but
It's so natural that you don't pay attention to it, but it's always there. When you choose to label the dream rational, you're making a choice to label it rational and not say, no, this is irrational. And I know it's not irrational, it's rational.
okay.
You choose
Okay, that's
that.
fine.
You choose to label it rational.
Okay, that's fine. Look, so if I say, fine, all instances of rationality require, what was it? It was free will.
Free will.
Okay, so look, say that is the case. How does this get us closer to God?
Some question you had about, we were talking about evil and where God was not present.
Yes, it's not relevant. So
yes, it's relevant.
I don't think it is. Well, we didn't get closer to God. So what's the, like, where would you like to guide the conversation such that we can get to a situation where we find justification to believe in a God or something like that?
That God cannot violate free will or rationality.
I don't know what you think.
Cannot or chooses not to. This is a very important distinction.
It's the nature of free will. If God decided to make free will agents with rationality, it's a decision he made.
Yeah,
He
God violates free will several times in the Bible. So, like, by
He
you taking
cannot
this
violate
position,
free
Felix,
will.
listen, so by you taking this position, you must wholesale reject the biblical God because the biblical God violates free will several times in the Bible.
No, that's impossible.
No, that is
he
true.
absolutely does.
That is true.
He does it.
Yeah,
he does it.
he
He does it to the
especially
Amalekites.
like-
Pulls up on him. He says, "I will harden the hearts of the Amalekites, so they'll beat you out in battle." And he also hardens the heart of the Egyptian Pharaoh to not let the Israelite slaves go.
And Felix, you haven't demonstrated that
God
free will
first.
is even a thing.
So you don't have rationality?
I mean, I know you thought you were cooking
Jesus
with that.
Christ.
Did you choose the words to make your own argument? I know
Jesus
you thought you were
titty
cooking
fucking
there,
Christ,
but
Felix.
Dude, that was funny though.
he didn't. He didn't choose the words. He didn't have free will. He could have fucking spoken to you in Russian, except he can't because you wouldn't fucking understand it. So he was limited to the English language to answer your question, which means it's not really free fucking will, is it?
No, because I chose to speak English and learn it.
You did.
You don't speak it.
Nie говорите angielski. I don't know how to say that word. I don't know how to say it.
Angliski, but it was close.
Suka bliat.
But you haven't demonstrated that free will is even a fucking thing. So
You don't have rationality, Gretchen?
Oh no, dude,
rationality and free will are not the same fucking thing.
It's two sides of the same quarter,
Yeah,
it's a quarter, not a coin.
Yeah. That's all funny. Holy shit.
A quarter
Felix.
has more than two sides, Felix.
This is why I
I
banned
know,
you, Felix.
but you know what I mean.
If you know that it has
No,
more than
don't
two
nobody
sides,
know
then
what
why
you
are
fucking
using
mean.
An analogy. A quarter can land on its side. That is like an actual possible.
Okay, are all the sides the same quarter?
Yeah,
Huh?
a coin.
Yeah,
a coin,
it's all a quarter.
A coin can land on its side. There are three options. It either lands heads up, tails
So
up.
by
There
your
is-
logic, heads and tails are the same fucking thing then.
No.
No, I'm not saying that.
No.
I said two sides.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying it's the same quarter.
You are. You're saying
Not the same
rationality and
side.
free will are two sides of the same coin. Well, if that's the logic, then tails and heads should be the same fucking thing.
No, because I said two sides, same quarter. I never said the
You
two
don't know what
sides
you're
are the
fucking
same
talking
side.
about, dude.
I'm not saying the two sides are the same side.
Well, wait. If free will switches on, does rationality switch off?
Right?
Yeah, can we just get this
Felix's
understood?
demonstration of that.
Yeah, free will and rationality have nothing to do with each
No,
other.
it's not
I
functioning.
don't
No,
know
they
what-
don't. They don't have
They
anything to do with
don't
each
have
other.
anything to do. So, yeah, they don't.
Yeah. So look, this is what I've been saying this whole time. You could be rational in your beliefs, but it could be determined. That means there's no free will, right?
What moves
Yeah.
free will? What moves free will? What moves it?
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about sapience or like sentience?
How do you move free will?
Rationality moves free will, and
Says
free
who?
will moves rationality.
It sounds like you're talking
Says
about
who?
sapience or
No, it
sentience.
doesn't.
That's circular.
Says reality.
Sorry. Free will doesn't lead to rationality. Rationality is just basically thinking the right things. That's what's rational. Free will has nothing to do with it. They're totally unconnected.
Yes.
Did you just chose to open your mouth right now and say that?
What does that have to do with anything?
What if it was?
Wait.
Wait. No, this is good. This is good. This is good right here. What if it was determined that he opened his mouth, Felix?
It's not determined. I'm asking him.
Engage with the hypothetical.
He
What
stayed
if
quiet.
it was? What
He
if
stayed
it was?
quiet. He
What
stayed
if it
quiet.
was? Felix, what if it was?
Wait, are you saying if it was determined, he would have stayed quiet?
No, he stayed quiet right now when I asked him if he chose
Also,
that.
it's super fucking ironic
he-
that we're talking about Wildheart, who never opens his mouth when he
If he-
fucking speaks.
If he choosing
Fucking
right
mumble mouth.
now not to speak, if he choosing right now not to speak,
Oh my god.
that's
Well,
rationality. and free will.
right. Maybe I can solve this. Gretchen, I love you. Yeah, that was very funny.
The point is that it's so subtle that we don't pay attention to it because it happens automatically. But free will and rationality are always functioning together. He's staying quiet right now. Is he choosing to do
No,
that?
they're not.
Is this your argument for free will? Is that what's happening right now?
What's that?
Is this your argument for free will?
For both free will and rationality.
Okay. So is it
By
like,
calling them the same thing?
yeah, that's
I'm not calling it the same thing. I'm calling it they work together. They're dependent.
And the argument is what?
That free will and rationality work together. They depend on each other.
Okay, so free will if and only if rationality or something like that. Dude,
Do you
wait,
deny
you want rationality. If rationality, then free will.
Or the other way. 'cause
Yes,
they
I
move each
yes, I
other,
deny
remember?
that. We've
Okay,
all been denied.
Okay, say something rational without choosing to do it.
I believe in free will. Well,
Okay.
a part like an amount of it, I believe. Like I think determinism it doesn't do anything for me, right? But that's just my own intuitions, which don't really matter. So, I think that I'm being rational when I have a justified proposition that I believe in, right? But I'm willing to say that a determinist could be right that I didn't choose that. I think I chose somewhat. And then there are people who think that I freely chose, and I disagree with them too. So I see rationality completely disconnected from free will because there's 3 options. I take one of the options, yes, and it does include choice. But that doesn't mean that the libertarian free will person nor the determinist aren't correct, and I'm wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Are choice and will the same thing?
Yeah, for right now.
Free will and what?
Yes.
My position is like basically because the atoms in your brain are either turning up or down or left and right. And I think that's why I tend to lean on the side of determinism, because you can't help that. So depending on where the atoms are pointing, that makes your decisions ultimately. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that there's
Yeah.
even an option in between where we say, okay, there's a necessary way that the brain's functioning, and it has limiting, like imagine like a fan, like those like the ones that like Katana has in Mortal Kombat. Like, so we limit the choices to like the scope of the fan and how it spreads out. So we still make choices, but we don't have the full range of this 360 totally free range of choices. I agree with that. There's going to be people that disagree with me on both sides, and neither one is going to say probably anything about rationality while we talk about free will. So
Yeah,
again, it just
they're
remains
totally disconnected. So,
like without a
Yeah.
reason to think that these two things entail each other or are correlated and like impact each other or whatever. Then I fail to see like why I should, I don't know, assume that because we're rational we have free will.
If there's only a brain existing and you don't control your brain, then you are determinist.
Right, but I don't think that I think that certain things escape the physical causal mechanism.
So you think there's a mind?
Yes, of course I do.
Okay, then you have the ability to control your brain as well.
How? But to what degree?
To whatever degree.
No.
You don't have the full ability to control your brain. If you did, you'd be able to
I'm
stop
not saying
your heart.
full. I'm saying to whatever ability you have that power.
It sounds like
does
you're
it
not
mean to
answering the
control
question.
your brain, because like control your brain implies that like you can like stop like automatic like reflex functions, like stop your heart. Can you think? No, people can't stop their heart.
Some people can.
No.
Look it
it's
up.
an automatic response that's controlled
Look
by
it
the
up.
brain stem.
Look it up.
Bro, now you're getting into Woo Town, bro. You really want to do
They
this?
can stop their heart, but only until they lose consciousness, and then their brain will restart their heart.
I don't even think they can stop their heart. They can maybe like meditate and slow their heartbeat, but it never stops.
Can they slow it down?
Yes, it's not the same as stopping the heart. Like if I slow down at a stop sign, but I don't stop and I roll right through, a cop's going to give me a ticket.
Yeah, you
If
just
they
proved
can slow it down,
compatibilism.
can they stop it?
Ask that again.
If they can slow it down, can they stop it?
No.
Why not?
Because
Because that means you die.
Yeah.
So what? They decide to die.
No, you can't.
Do you have an example of this?
Look
like
it up.
You can hold your breath too, like stop yourself from breathing. But then once you pass out, your brain is going to continue the breathing.
Don't say, well, they still stop their heart. Just don't say that right now. That's the last thing you want to say.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, sorry, there seems to be an awkward silence, and I can't deal with that. So, plus, I'm making a mistake, so I'll be right back.
eat some food too. Dude, so is he gone? I don't.
Oh no, no, I'm back now. I'll
Felix,
forget
you
Yeah.
can't.
We're talking about
you can't
Felix.
be gone.
I cannot be
Yeah.
what?
Gone.
Oh, God.
Okay, you're okay. So
Of course
dude,
I cannot be
God.
that.
Do you want to present an argument? Because this has all been kind of strange.
Yeah, basically, Felix, you're just making claims. You've not provided an argument that we can even judge. Do you know what I mean? You just
I
haven't
showed
even
that
provided
something
a
has always
definition.
existed.
Yeah. Can you give an actual argument, please?
I said I showed that something must always existed, and that it must have power. It must have all
No,
power.
you didn't.
No,
No, that's not an argument.
I
That's
didn't what?
like I granted you that something
didn't
might have
show
always
us
existed.
anything.
Yeah, there was no like derivation. I asked you for that, and instead it wound up being I grant you that something must have necessarily existed, and I said why should it have a mind? And then that's where we were deadlocked for like the last
Okay,
hour.
because you cannot choose otherwise. Because otherwise, if no reality ever existed, that's impossible. Because no reality cannot produce something, and something exists right now, namely you exist.
Mhm.
Therefore, something must have always existed.
So you're saying that for something to exist at all, it requires a mind at the baseline of the world, right?
It requires something else that has always existed to produce the cause of the existence of the thing that has not always existed.
Oh my God.
Sure. So that's granted, right? We granted the necessary thing. So why does the necessary thing require a mind?
Because it must have causal power, at least must have causal power. Do you
but that
agree?
doesn't require. Okay, yes, that's fine.
But
It
I'll
needs
get to
cause-
the mind. I'll
Okay,
get to
hold
the
on.
mind, but let me agree with you step by step.
That's fine. You're supposed to be letting me agree with you right now. And I'm saying, yes, it needs to have causality either baked into it or it's like intrinsic nature is to cause things in order to be the necessary thing that all contingent things are derived from or dependent on. Sure, that's fine. We haven't reached a mind yet. So yes, it needs to have causality or causation as something that it does. Okay. And then what's the next
That's
step?
a power. That's a power.
Sure. And what's the next step?
Okay. Since it's infinite and always existent, infinite and always existent, the nature is infinity and always existent. The power must be along with the nature, always infinite. The power must be all powerful, not just having power, but
You
be
know what?
infinite in power.
Felix,
Infinite in power.
Felix, you know what you've just done?
Well,
you said nature has always existed. We all agree on that.
Yes.
So we don't need a god.
Right. So
We're-
this
we're-
is
we're
all
just
again.
talking-
This is all
Yeah.
again not pointing towards a mind. So can you?
But
show
I'm
me-
getting there. I'm
Okay.
getting there.
Okay, go ahead then. Sorry.
So it must be all powerful, and all powerful means it must have all kinds of powers that being must have, including the power of knowledge, which requires a mind.
Nope. We got to stop now. We got to stop now. We got to stop now. You know that this was coming. You knew this was coming. We do not think that knowledge is a power. So unless you can show us, like through some analogy or something, in some way, show us that knowledge is a power. You haven't done that. You've just said that it allows for stuff. Yes, I agree. It allows for stuff. Having knowledge allows for actions that have intent or willing to some end. Like that's fine. Yes, knowledge.
That's a
allows
power.
for-
That's a
No,
power.
Stop. But I don't think it's a power. So you need to
But
stop.
you're defining a power when you define knowledge.
You are defining a power when you
Because
define
he has an end. Can you debate?
Stop. Felix, I'm trying to help you. When you say that knowledge is a power, no one's going to accept that. None of us are accepting that. So stop.
Why
just
not? If everybody accepted as a power.
I've already explained to you what knowledge is.
Learning something
knowledge?
is a power.
That's fine.
It's an ability, but just knowledge itself is not a power.
Do you want me to explain to you the definition of knowledge for me again, so that you can try and disassociate it with this term power? Do you want me to do that?
Are we here?
I'm here.
I cannot hear anything. The sound went off.
Can you hear me now? Did you start streaming?
The sound went off.
I don't know what to... Can you hear me now?
I cannot hear anything. The sound went off.
Did you click something? Like what?
He had to have.
It starts with tech issues and it's going to end with tech issues.
Maybe he's been streaming the whole time and now it's just bogging him down just now. Guess I'll check the channel.
Yeah, I was going to say, where's M Carp? I know he's subbed.
I think I at least have it in my history. Oh, maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't. Okay. Felix, can you hear us?
I cannot hear anything.
Okay. So how about them Dodgers, guys?
I don't know sports ball.
Yeah, I don't either. Is that a team even? I don't even.
I think they're from LA. I only know that because Ian likes to use it when he's throwing around the Dodge rhetoric. I'm trying to get onto Anna's to see if this paper is available.
They're only the best team in baseball for like 3 years in a row. So
But I'm pretty sure I found a paper that's like specifically says, no, you can't stop your heart just by thinking about it.
I mean, but then he's just going to say, well, you technically thought to jump in the pool and drown yourself. Oh, is that his? Yeah, that's his TV. Felix, don't fix it by listening to the delayed stream.
Okay, it came back.
Okay. Yeah, that's his TV. Can you kill the YouTube audio then?
Okay, it came back.
Can you kill the YouTube audio?
Oh, that's right. I'm listening to YouTube. But if I don't listen to YouTube, I have no sound at all.
you've been doing it this whole time.
Yeah, we just had audio, dude. What are you talking about?
You've been doing it this whole time.
I don't know what happened. It went off. The sound went off suddenly.
Yeah, we're obviously experiencing ID10T error.
Felix, this is why you're banned. Why don't you like go fucking fishing like a normal retiree? Why the fuck did you have to take up philosophy? You like go fucking fishing like a normal retiree. Why the fuck did you have to take up philosophy?
Oh no, I think I found it. Let's go. Anna's FTW.
Holy shit.
Oh shit, where there it is. Felix, are you
Felix,
trying to
just
fix your
staring at
audio?
are you just staring at the screen waiting for something fucking special to happen?
Felix, are you trying to fix your audio? I'm gonna go out and try to come back again if somebody lets me into the room after I do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna go out and try to come back again if somebody lets me into the room after I do that.
Unbelievable. So nobody, was this as much fun as you thought it would be?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's exactly what I thought was going to happen.
I don't want to be rude or anything. Like, I don't know, but like, it really seems to me like dude has some mental issues
I
that
know, that's why
makes it to where like,
him.
yeah, it
Yeah.
just doesn't seem right.
Well, trust me, he wants to be here. I'm trying to help, but he doesn't really listen to me. So,
all right, I'm going to read this paragraph really quick from this this research paper.
See, I think he does have those deficiencies you're talking about, Ryan. The only
I
thing
don't.
is,
I don't. I mean, you could be
nobody is showing him the respect of treating him like, you know, a 50-plus-year-old man, and I have given up on that. So my approach is to just ban him because I don't think he's capable of it.
He just makes a
I think-
point of calling many people and running the same arguments. And I've spoken to him on multiple platforms and said, look, dude, no one's going to grant a lot of this stuff. And you got to just like refine this further. And he just doesn't listen to me. So.
All right.
No,
Now that Felix is back, let me.
He can't track a single conversation.
I know.
You
But
know?
here, let me quickly read this paragraph. This is in the conclusion. This research pioneered the different ways that allow humans to arbitrarily control heart rhythms. It is based on a common principle. Change in heart rhythm is done secondarily by means of arbitrary management of the function complying with the volition control. This becomes obvious after detecting the brain level of the hierarchical system of the heart rhythmogenesis described in our previous works. Of course, our methods do not explore all possible variants of impact on heart rhythms. They give new insights into mechanisms of arbitrary management of the heart. And so extensive research into mental control of the heart shows that that like you don't really control your heart through thought alone. You control it through secondary means, like slowing your breath or even holding your breath or tensing up. These are not you just thinking about your heart. This is you using your body to control the heart.
Do you use your mind?
You're using your body, Felix. That's the point.
You're not using your mind to control your body?
It's secondary. You can't only use your mind to stop your heart, and that was the point.
The point is that you need to use the mind for the control of the
Anything
body.
you do is using your mind, but what the way you're actually impacting the organ is through a secondary measure. It's not
Doesn't
the mind
matter.
that is
It does.
doing the action.
It doesn't matter. I just need
It
to be
does
controlled.
matter.
I just need the heart to be slowed down
So
by the
so
mind.
so your argument would be I can make my heart explode because I can grab a gun and shoot myself in the chest.
Well,
so
that's
you would
possible.
say that you can use your mind to explode your heart. You absolute dunce.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God,
saying
dude.
that.
That is what you're saying. You're saying because you use your
You
mind to
just
control
said-
your body, that I can say that I can explode my own heart with my brain because I can go grab a shotgun and fucking Hemingway myself.
Okay, I don't need to stop the heart. I just need to control the heart. That's all I need.
No, the original claim was you can stop your heart by only using your mind, and I
Okay,
have
let's grant that
disproven
that's
that.
impossible. Let's grant it. That's impossible. Let's grant that.
Great.
Can I control it? Can I control it?
Not with just your mind.
No.
No. Because
Without
you're
using your body?
You just granted him no.
Yeah.
And
you
what do
just
you use
granted
your
it.
body for?
Felix, you just granted him no.
I use my body for running into fucking walls one time.
Yeah.
To slow your heart. You use your body to slow your heart.
I might be
Here we go. We're just back on the dumb fuck argument. Oh my god.
Okay. How about this? We can limit the function of our brain and its impact on our heart or lungs or, our nervous system in general by hitting the wall with our face, right? So if that's the case, are you saying that I'm choosing through my mind alone to limit the function of my body?
Can you repeat that example again?
So I hit my head against the wall over and over.
You
and
choose
then-
that?
Yeah. Am I limiting
Okay.
my body, the function of my body?
Hey Gretchen, I'm
Limit
gonna
the
double
function
up so
of
I
your
can actually
body?
go smoke. So can you pull me up when I get on my phone?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
What'd you say, Felix?
Go ahead.
Look, so if I hit my head against the wall, a brick wall, over and over, I'm going to limit the output my body has, right? I'm going to limit the functionality it has. Yes, right?
You can go unconscious.
What?
You can go unconscious.
Okay, then once I do that, I've damaged my brain or whatever, right?
Yeah, you're not aware anymore.
Okay, and I chose to do that, right?
You said you did.
Okay. Now, what if the wall wasn't there?
What about it?
What if it wasn't there?
And you chose to hit your head against a wall that is not there?
Right. The wall's no longer there, but I still want to damage my own cerebral whatever, right? But the wall's not there, but I'm still making the choice. Okay. So what happened? What went wrong such that my choice is no longer capable of impacting my body? What went wrong?
I don't understand that example.
I think you do.
No, you don't have a wall and you want to hit your head against a wall that is not present?
Yeah, I want to just do damage to myself, but there's no obstruction to run up against, right? So that means I have the will, I have the action I want to partake in. What is this audio playback I can hear?
Oh, I forgot to change the name. It's just me. It's RP.
Okay. So, look, there's no more wall, but I still choose to hit my head against the wall, right? I actively want to damage myself, shut down my heart, whatever the fuck it is, I don't care. But I can't do it anymore. Am I less free?
Because you cannot find a way to do it?
Correct. I'm less free, correct?
That's free, yes.
Less free.
No, you need freedom to make that choice.
Okay, but I made the choice, but I can't succeed. So I am less free when it comes to the ends that I mean to obtain.
No, you're not. You need rationality to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm less free and still rational, correct?
Because you didn't achieve the end?
Correct. I'm rational and I want to obtain the end, but I
No, you're
can't
still
obtain the
free.
end. Right.
No, you're
But
still
I
free.
can't obtain the end.
But you're still free.
Yes, to a degree, but I can't obtain the end, so I am less free.
Okay, that's a failure about the end, not about free will.
Okay, now this is important because I'm saying I'm less free because there's no wall for me to monopolize on in order to do the damage. And you're
No,
saying
you're less successful, not less free.
okay, that's fine, I think. So I think I'm less free because there's no wall. Like, say I was in a world that God made and I had no walls ever. There's not even a ground for me to throw myself on, right? There's only spongy stuff. And like, I can't damage myself, whatever. I would consider that less free. Do you think that that is just as free, but I can't succeed? Is that what you're saying?
If you're thinking about it, yes, you still need freedom.
But I can't succeed. So are you saying that the failure to succeed entails less freedom or not?
No.
It does not.
It does not.
Okay. What is freedom?
The ability to do otherwise.
And the person with no walls does not have the ability to do otherwise and hit themselves against the walls, correct?
Yes, but it needs thinking about the failure is happening, therefore it needs free will.
You're not really even like responding to me. I'm acknowledging a certain amount of free will, but what I'm saying is that external circumstances can impact the ability or the different branches that can happen due to free will. Do you see what I'm saying?
You're saying there's no choice, outside choice.
Like, because I can only choose to hit my head into marshmallows, that means I cannot choose, and thus I am limited in my freedom when it comes to the choice of hitting my head against bricks.
Of course, there's a limitation always.
Okay,
there's always a limitation.
You just granted a limitation to free will.
No, there's always a limitation. Well, of course, there's always a limitation to free will. You cannot choose what doesn't exist.
Oh my God, then you're a compatibilist from the beginning. Why are we talking about ultimate freedom?
I don't know what you mean by compatibilist.
I know you don't know, Felix. You should write these things down. I'm trying to help you all the time.
No, what you mean.
It means that there's a limited scope of what our freedom can obtain.
We have limited environment, of course.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not talking about we can't fly because we don't have wings, but I am talking about something like we can't jump across or over a building, a skyscraper, because we're not Superman. Like, that's something with no contradiction. I both have wings. I both have wings and I don't have wings.
Tight.
I both have wings and I don't have wings for me to fly. Like, that's like a physical or like a, you know what I mean? Like a nomological contradiction, right? So
you're confusing many things.
Okay, what am I confusing?
The nature that we have and the availability of the environment that we have around us. Those are two different things. Our nature has some limitations and the environment has some limitations.
The nature is the environment, Felix. What are you talking about?
No, the nature is not the environment. Your body, your humanity is not a lake or a river. That's the environment. Your humanity is your nature.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So, yes, the nature of... Sorry, what?
Is there a big old echo?
I don't think so.
I don't hear it. Chat, you guys hear an echo?
Yeah, I think you're good. I don't know. I haven't noticed.
I don't hear an echo. Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna ask a point of view, like if we were like in a video game, and everything is being manipulated to give you the free choice of proving if you choose yourself or you choose somebody else. Is that a fair point of view to kind of look at it differently?
Your audio keeps cutting out, servant.
Yeah, it's a little. You said if we choose the what versus what? Sorry.
Let me see if I can make my audio any better. Is that any better?
Why don't you drop down and come back up?
Okay.
You guys remember Servant from like months ago?
I'm not sure. Did I talk to them? I don't know.
I don't remember. I just know
I don't
I
know.
did. And it was...
Do you have power
He's a little
over animals?
He's a little out there, kind of like Godson.
Oh, okay. I think that if a person has an animal grow up around them, then they probably have some type of like ability to command them and control them. Yes. Why?
And what is an ability? It's not a power?
No, not necessarily. Definitely not.
No, an ability doesn't achieve an end.
Do you know what power means metaphysically?
The power means the capacity to achieve an end.
No.
That's what it means. Look it up.
Here, we can actually work within this definition. Like my heart has the ability to pump blood through my body. It doesn't mean that it has the power, because a power, you're making a choice to enact.
Not necessarily.
No, that it's just how that word is used.
Well, it's not necessarily. Look, the problem.
Now I'm hearing an echo.
Yeah, now I'm hearing an echo.
Okay, look, the problem is that
I think it's
even
every
if
second.
Yeah, even if we use the word power, there are people who are going to say that a world can have a dispositional like power structure. They're going to say that there's powers that the world that are necessary, or no, I'm sorry, not necessary, but essential. If it's necessary, it's not for all worlds or whatever, but it's just essential to this world that it has these dispositional powers. Like power, there can be like people who talk about real powers and they don't necessitate a mind. So every time you do that, I'm going to push back and I'm going to say, no, there are structures, there are things that people say about the world and what a world needs or whatever metaphysically. And they're going to say there are powers. Some of them will say there are powers that are necessary. There are powers that are real. And I will probably be inquiring what they mean by real and what they mean by power. But none of them are going to necessitate a mind outright. It has to be argued for that the mind is required for the powers.
Okay, prove that knowledge is not a power.
That is a burden shift. That is the most blatant burden shift I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
You claim that knowledge is not a power, correct?
No, I said that you claimed knowledge is a power, and I said convince me of that, and now you're burden shifting onto me.
No, you said no, it's not a power.
Because I gave counter examples. And so now I'm saying, after my counter examples,
what is your counter? What is your counter example?
That powers can be dispositional natures present in a world or a substance, and it does not have to have a mind.
No, but I mean knowledge. What counter example you have that knowledge is not a power?
You never demonstrated that knowledge is a power. That's what I asked you for.
Knowledge achieves an end.
It does not always achieve an end. That's
It
acid.
fits the definition of power.
It does not.
No, knowledge doesn't.
Knowledge
achieve
is
an
not
end for
something
you?
that does. Knowledge is something that is held.
And knowledge doesn't do anything for you.
Things that do achieve ends.
And knowledge doesn't do anything for you.
Knowledge is something that's being held.
That is an ambiguous.
And when you held that, when you hold that or held that,
this is deceptive. You don't want to do this. You want to say this is why knowledge is a power. That is your burden right now.
this is why knowledge is a power, because without knowledge, you cannot direct intentions and you cannot direct information. You cannot direct your other powers. You cannot direct anything.
You're just saying that in order to have the ability to execute said power, you require knowledge. You're just begging the question.
Because that's what knowledge is.
It's not. We disagree. There's no power involved with knowledge.
So knowledge is not a capacity.
No, knowledge is a threshold that you have surpassed.
Define knowledge.
Justified true belief without Gettier cases.
Justify true belief. And for justification,
with
you
no
don't need
defeating.
a power to move your intellect?
No, definitely
No?
not.
You don't know how to
Definitely,
move
yeah.
your intellect?
That's wild.
into
You think that there's
truth?
a power required to move me from deciding something's a knowledge, or I've obtained knowledge instead of just having a belief? You think that requires a power?
You don't require knowledge in order to choose what is justified instead of not choosing what is unjustified? You don't know that?
Wait, can you ask that again? What was it?
Can you know the difference between justification and unjustification?
Yes, and I could be completely determined.
And do you need knowledge for that?
No, the knowledge is obtained when you pass the threshold of justification.
You don't need knowledge to know what justification and unjustification is?
No, that's perfect. Yes, I'm telling you, you don't need knowledge to show you have knowledge. That is correct.
You don't need knowledge to what?
You don't need knowledge to obtain knowledge. That would be circular. That is correct.
Of course you need knowledge to obtain knowledge.
Wrong. Holy shit. You just bit the dumbest bullet, bro. You gotta slow down. You're just trying to argue with me. You need
Does
to stop.
babies have knowledge? Does babies have knowledge?
They have like circumstantial or like acquaintive knowledge. They don't have like propositional knowledge.
Did they learn that knowledge?
Yes.
They learned it?
Yes.
With what knowledge? With what knowledge they
Oh my God.
acquired?
They learned the
With
knowledge.
what knowledge?
With what knowledge?
With
This
what
is
knowledge
brutal,
they
bro.
acquired that knowledge? With what knowledge they acquired that knowledge? If they don't have knowledge, they cannot acquire any knowledge.
Interesting. That is maybe the funniest thing you could have said to all these people. Besides,
This is basic logic.
and RP too. Like, I don't know how much these other people care about philosophy, but holy shit, bro! Like, you
So
just
they
said that
learn
knowledge.
without learning?
You just said that knowledge is the prerequisite for knowledge.
So learning how to learn. Learning doesn't require.
You have to
knowing
learn
how to
You have
learn.
to presuppose learning to learn. Yeah, great. You did it again. What are you doing right now?
No. Does learning requires knowledge of how to learn?
I don't know. Probably not.
Of course it does. This is obvious.
Because
No, learning is a process that like sort of happens to you initially. Like
It doesn't
you know,
happen without knowledge.
Say you're a complete blank slate, but you have the ability to ambulate. Like you're not like purposefully ambulating, but you're receiving this feedback of stimuli. So therefore you are learning about your environment without knowing how to learn.
Without knowledge of knowing how to learn?
Yes, like I said, you're a blank slate here. You don't know anything. Your body is automatically ambulating. Okay, babies aren't like choosing really to move their limbs around. It's a slow process where they're developing the neural pathways in order to have control and have choice to choose. And this happens through the stimulus feedback loop of they're ambulating, they feel, they get some sort of feedback, and that imprints in their brain. And over time, they gain more and more motor function control to the point they are able to make the choice now to move.
And how they acquire that knowledge if they don't know how to learn?
I literally just explained to you how they're acquiring this knowledge.
You said the brain something, the brain captures something, and some babble there.
Am I
that
coming
don't
through clear
understand.
enough? Am I loud enough?
Yes, it's super clear. Look, what he's like, look, what Felix is like denying is that you can't have ostensive examples or something, right? Like RP's saying, like, you're gonna see someone else learn, you're gonna see yourself learn and react. You know it's green now, and then you look away from it and it's not green anymore. Like, it sounds like Felix, he's saying no ostensive examples are allowed whatsoever. You have to be taught to learn. I don't know what that means.
No,
Like,
you don't have
RP's
to
just
be
saying
taught
you
how
just
to
see
learn.
stuff.
You don't need to be taught how to learn. You know how to learn before you learn.
Oh my
Otherwise, you cannot learn.
What? Then what was the... Am I crazy? What is... What? What are we getting at then?
That knowledge is basic in human nature.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, fine. Like, that's like a natural thing that we like strive for. Okay.
A natural power.
No. Oh my God.
Learning to learn is not a power.
Learning to learn.
The fuck?
This is just, bro. I don't
This
even.
is asinine at this point.
Learning to learn, knowing
You don't have
know.
to. You don't have to learn how to learn.
No.
You don't have to breathe how to breathe.
Okay, then you agree with me.
No.
That you don't have to learn how to learn.
No one agrees
You have to
with
have
you.
some knowledge.
Dude. Oh no. You don't have to snore how to snore. Like, that's what you're doing.
I'm doing more than that.
No.
You're writing a fucking Dr. Seuss book.
Yeah,
Felix.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I can't think of a good rhyme for it, but dude, like, know how to know is goofy. We don't want to talk about knowing how to know.
Exactly, because you have basic knowledge.
I don't. What?
You have the basic capacity of knowledge.
I agree. What does that have to do with knowing how to know being nonsensical?
That knowledge is a power because it reaches an end. It achieves an end to learn. And that's the definition of a power.
Do you realize that there's accounts of knowledge that allow for you to be wrong, and you still are granted, like, you still have what would be called knowledge, like you have justification, but you are wrong, right? So you knew that it was the case that P or whatever, but you didn't know that that was actually, like, whatever justification you had was false. And so you actually didn't know that P, and P could be true or false, and your ability to attain quote unquote knowledge for it is a separate issue than whether or not it's true. So what happens when you know that P, but P is false?
You still reach an end.
The incorrect end.
The correct end, but you achieve an end.
No. Well, then that just means that any way the cue ball rolls or the die falls, that's the end. We don't need knowledge anymore because you could just be wrong.
No, because you have to make an effort to be wrong.
What does effort have to do with this entire conversation? You never said the word
Because you
effort
don't
one
strive
time.
to be wrong. If you're a normal person.
You can what? You can.
If you're a normal person, you don't strive to be wrong.
Yeah, that's just like trivial. What?
If you're a normal person, you don't strive to be wrong.
I mean, I would even push back against that, I guess, but like.
You would just be irrational if you strive to be wrong.
Exactly. Nobody does that.
I do not. Hold on, I gotta get my food. I'll be right back.
Every fucking time.
Because you have the power to choose to be right. And that requires knowledge. Therefore, knowledge is a power.
All right, I'm back at my PC. And no, Felix, that does not follow.
What does not follow?
That knowledge is a power from the things that you just said.
Do you have knowledge what you just said right now? Do you require knowledge?
To speak, yeah. The question here is not if you require knowledge to speak.
Does that help you in any way?
Does what help me?
Having knowledge?
It's required for me to speak.
Does it help you?
Are you able to speak without knowing words?
You're not answering the question.
I asked you a question. Answer. Oh, okay, great. So knowledge is a prerequisite for speech.
So why is not a power?
Because it's something that you're holding.
Can you choose otherwise instead of having knowledge, being ignorant?
But, like I said, that would make you irrational if you choose to be wrong.
But you're choosing to gain knowledge, correct?
No, you don't choose to gain knowledge.
You don't choose to gain knowledge?
A gain in knowledge happens when you are doing things.
You don't gain knowledge?
You're choosing to do things. You're not choosing to get knowledge. Knowledge is just the process that happens as you experience.
Have you ever gained knowledge from your choosings?
I don't know what that's asking. Gain knowledge from your choosings.
That you choose to pursue knowledge?
Yet choosing to pursue knowledge is different than choosing knowledge. The knowledge is coming in that pursuit. That is the primary thing that's acting right now.
Okay, but have you ever done that?
If I've ever
pursue knowledge.
When you go to class, when
Anywhere.
you read a book, yes, I'm giving you examples.
You're doing it right now. You're doing it right now, and you're not paying attention.
That means
to
that
it.
I have the power to pursue this thing. That does not make the thing that is being sought the power.
But
I don't
why
think
are
they're
you
doing it right
seeking
now. I think
why are you seeking
hitting their
it?
head against the wall?
Granted.
But why are you seeking it?
Why am I seeking it?
Yes, why you want knowledge for?
You can rationalize that in many ways. There isn't like one desire that drives you to knowledge. Like someone could just like get really horny when learning things. and so their horniness is the driving factor for them to seek knowledge.
Okay. So that's an end.
So you're saying horniness is a power?
I'm saying
because
knowledge
knowledge is what happens at the end of the chain. You're not using knowledge to get to knowledge.
At the beginning and at the end, you need both.
No, you don't need knowledge to, as I said before, you don't need that in order for the action to happen.
You don't need knowledge to begin a conversation?
I feel like
that was not the question.
I feel like we might want to grant him that we both require horniness and knowledge. We might want to grant that.
Okay, so is God omni-horny?
Yeah.
Has God been eternally gooning, or did he begin to goon? So Felix, any comments about the omni-horny God?
That's just Zeus, isn't it?
Oh, true. Was it Zeus who fucked a mountain?
I think so.
Was that a
mean,
different
there's
god?
a lot of. I mean, when you're talking about Zeus, it's more a question of what didn't he fuck.
Did Felix fuck up his audio again?
Oh God, it's one of the Egyptian gods. Like I guess in their mythos, like their god like spermed out like the life on the earth.
Well, I'm here.
And I think in Mesopotamia, one of their gods like fucking came on the earth and it made a river.
Oh, here we go. It was the Hittite mythology. Kumarbi has sexual intercourse with a mountain, which resulted in the conception of the stone giant Ukulumi. Those darn sexy mountains. So tall and broad.
There again, Zeus wasn't exactly omni anything. That's kind of the cool thing about the Greek pantheon, though, is that the Greek gods are like.
Tammy, you might want to mute up. Sounded like a pair of rollerblades falling down a staircase.
Look for a better definition of power. See what you find.
I gave you a definition of power earlier.
What was your definition?
I wrote it down. Which notepad? I was closing things out because I'm actually a minute away from having to log off. Just one sec. All right. Power is the property to exert control or enact change.
Is that not an end?
No. Would you say a baseball bat has the power to like hit people in the head?
The bat alone?
Yes.
he has that potential, but unless somebody does it, that potential cannot be actualized.
Great. Yeah, this went back to what I said like almost 2 hours ago. A rock sitting at the edge of a desk has potential, but you wouldn't say it has the power to fall to the ground. Same way as the bat has the potential to be wielded as a weapon and smack people in the heads, but it doesn't mean that it has the power. So a person would have the power to use the bat to hit people in the head. Okay, so it's the person that has that power. It's not the bat. Likewise, listen. Likewise, knowledge is like the bat, and people use knowledge as a power. It doesn't mean that the knowledge itself is power.
Are you saying knowledge is the bat?
Yes. Knowledge does not have the power. It's the person that does. It's the person that is doing, and they are
that is using knowledge. That is using knowledge.
Right. So like you said, the bat does not have the power. In this same scenario, knowledge does not have the power.
And the bat doesn't have the power when used by the person to knock out somebody?
No, because the person is the one that has the power.
Okay, take away the bat. Now, what is going to do the person to knock out the other person without a bat? Trying to use a bat when he doesn't have the bat.
The person no longer has a thing that they planned on using. So are you saying take out the knowledge?
Why he doesn't have the power to knock out somebody with a bat?
Because they have the muscles and arms that like can ambulate and swing the blunt instrument and hit their target.
So the bat doesn't have the power of rigidity?
That's not a power. It's not something the bat is choosing.
It's a property then?
Yes, it's a property. Properties are not powers.
And does properties have power?
Does a square have the power of having four right angles?
No, but
is that a power?
Some other
is that a power that the square has?
Anything that exists, even a square, must exist with a power. Otherwise, it's useless.
Stay on the square. Stop trying
Otherwise,
to run away from
it's
the square.
useless.
So you've conceded that having four right angles is not a power that the square has. So simply having a property does not make that property a power. So let's go back. Let's go back before the square then, because your argument that a property is a power has now failed.
Everything has powers. A square has powers.
No, everything does not have
A square
power.
doesn't have powers, then it cannot do anything.
No.
It's useless.
Wait, that's
do
good.
anything.
Yeah, that's good. What does a square do?
A square?
Yeah, what does it do?
Has the power to let you know what a square is. And it's not a triangle.
Is it a rectangle?
It's not a rectangle either. Does that requires power?
I think like I've sufficiently reductioed this power idea, so I'm going to jump off before I start getting angry messages from Mrs. RP. So yeah, good night everybody. Thanks everyone who came on the panel and hung out in chat. Night Gretchen, Ryan,
Night.
Tim, Felix,
Good night.
nobody.
GG's RP. All right, so Felix, like this is really bad. You're just changing there's no way to pin down what you mean by power. So then now we have to like throw this power thing out, like honestly.
So a square doesn't achieve an end?
Nope.
No, absolutely.
No? Of being a square and
What's
not a
the end?
triangle?
What's the end?
Of being a square and not a triangle? That
Okay, so
identity.
you're baking in intention to squareness?
Do you mean that a square doesn't have identity?
That's not what I said.
Well, it requires a power to remain a square.
No, it doesn't. You're asserting that. You can
So
argue for that.
what makes it a square and remain a square and not become a triangle?
It's necessary essence.
It's necessary essence to have powers to do that?
Oh, not to be a square. That's just its necessary essence in inert nature.
No explanation?
No, it's the necessity is the explanation.
The necessity is the explanation? And
Yeah,
what
just
makes
like
that
God.
necessity a necessity?
Just the same as God. A necessity is a necessity.
No, God sustained his own nature with the powers.
Does he do it necessarily so?
Necessarily so, yes.
Right. Just like what a square is essentially is necessary from world to world.
But he must sustain his identity with a power.
No.
Nothing sustaining its identity?
The dispositions of the world.
Dispositions are powers.
Wrong.
Look it up.
I agree to an extent, but that's not necessarily the case.
But what the hell are you talking about then that dispositions does that?
I think that the dispositional nature of the world is such that it does not contradict itself, and that means that a square remains a square, and it does not become a not square.
Are those dispositions part of the nature of the square?
No, of the world.
The world? What do you mean by that?
The entirety of things.
The entirety of things keep a square a square?
The entirety of things keep identity functioning somewhat reliably.
And those powers don't exert some function?
I never said powers.
You said disposition is the same thing.
It can be when we're talking about certain things in metaphysics. That doesn't entail dispositional realism. We could just talk about the dispositions of the world without saying that the dispositions are quote unquote real, right? That would probably be some type of like pure power, like some type of like, I think dispositions are real. They do things. They're ontic. That's not necessary. It's just the dispositional nature of the world is such that it does not contradict itself. Therefore, squares are squares and not squares.
Without any disposition.
No, dispositions are fine, but powers need to be explicated. We need to know what you mean by power.
Dispositions are powers.
That's okay. That's fine. We can say dispositions and powers mean the same thing. Now, why would I think there's a mind behind the dispositions and or powers?
I'm not saying there is a mind, but because I'm talking about a necessary being to have a mind. I'm not saying other things need a mind. Impersonal things don't need a mind.
Okay, so there's a disposition in the world, and the disposition in that world makes it such that squares remain squares. Okay, where do we get to God?
That's not my argument. My argument is that something has always existed, and that thing must have power or be all powerful, and have all powers, including the power of knowledge, which requires a mind.
Okay, that's the problem. We don't agree that power or knowledge is a power. Okay, and so when you say that the thing that's necessary needs to have all powers, and then you just say that one of the powers is knowledge, then you're begging the question. You're saying that it must therefore be a mind. Well, we disagree that knowledge is a power. You need to either justify that knowledge is a power or drop that knowledge is a power and then explain to us why we would think that there's a mind now that we've dropped knowledge as a power for the omnipotent thing.
Because it fits the definition of a power.
It doesn't. We've been disagreeing with you for like 2 hours.
Define a power then.
Not knowledge. How's that?
Not knowledge is a power?
No, I'm saying a power, one of the necessary conditions for a power is that it is not quote unquote knowledge, because that's a passing of a threshold.
That's begging the question. That's begging the question.
Look, so the reason that knowledge is not a power is that knowledge is a type
The
of
reason
belief.
is that you don't want it to be God and have a mind.
Do you want me to answer?
Because I'm giving you the reason with the definition.
Do you want me to answer?
Go
Is that
ahead.
a yes? Okay. So the reason that knowledge is not a power is because I take knowledge to be a threshold that a belief crosses such that it is justified. A lot of people would also put in a requirement that it's true. I don't even do that. I think that there's a type of knowledge that we would call knowledge that is justified. I think that there's a better type of knowledge that is justified and true. And I think that there's an even better type of knowledge that is justified, true, and lacking defeaters and or any type of like agnogenesis, which is like the propagation of ignorance, right? So I have like multiple definitions of knowledge, and none of them qualify as a power. There you go.
Define knowledge ontologically, not epistemically, as justified true belief, because that's an epistemic definition.
No
Define
shit.
knowledge ontologically, as I did.
It's an epistemic qualification. To define it ontologically would probably require me to take some type of stance like dualism or some type of stance like type A physicalism. I won't take either of those. So the definition I gave you is functional in the framework that I have, which is some type of like neutral monism, where I don't assume that there's a dualist picture of the mind. I don't assume that it's a physicalist picture of the mind. I don't assume that the mind is primary to the world. I don't assume that the mind is sourced from the physical. I refuse to assume any of those. And so I've given you an adequate definition of knowledge, and I will not beg the question on any of those worldviews that I don't currently subscribe to. So for you to ask for a further ontological, a more specific a more specific description of what it is ontologically, it would almost like require me to choose I'm a dualist or choose I'm a source physicalist. I won't do it. So what I'm telling you is that to remain ambiguous, to remain true to all of these things that I'm sympathetic to, I've given you a sufficient definition or sufficient conditions and necessary conditions for what I deem to be knowledge. So just get over it and work with it.
No, I need an ontological definition.
Give me an example of an ontological example of knowledge then. And then
The capacity to represent things as they are on an appropriate basis of thought and experience. That's an ontological
that
definition.
is epistemic, you stupid fuck. That is epistemic.
A capacity,
holy fucking shit.
A capacity to represent things as they are on appropriate basis of thought and experience is epistemic.
Yes, that has to do with the mind. That doesn't have to do with the
justified true belief is epistemic.
That doesn't have to
I'm
do
telling
with
you what knowledge is.
You're not listening to me. That doesn't have to do with the ontological status of the mind. You just gave me sufficient requisites for the mind, whether it is physical, whether it is dualist, whether it doesn't matter. The mind can still be anything ontologically and still pass those checks that you just laid out as required for knowledge. That is an epistemic limitation that you just put on knowledge that is not ontological.
It's epistemic. Where is the epistemic part in that definition?
You literally just said what is necessary for a mind. You did not describe the ontological status. You did not describe the ontic status of the mind.
Then you didn't understand the definition. That's the problem.
Then say it again.
The capacity to represent things as they are on appropriate basis of thought and experience.
Do you notice you never said anything about the ontic status of the mind? You just restated the requisite.
Because I'm describing knowledge.
That there are multiple types of minds that could attain those
I'm
prerequisites.
describing knowledge. I'm not describing the mind.
Okay, then you're not making an ontic claim.
It's an ontic claim about knowledge.
Give the ontic statement again.
the capacity or ability to represent things as they are on an appropriate basis of thought and experience.
Okay, the only thing that was
That
maybe
is
ontic,
knowledge ontologically.
the only thing that was maybe ontic was this capacity and ability talk. But that still does not assume any type of ontic status of the knowledge itself inside the mind. The mind could not even exist at this point.
Yes,
Thomas,
because
I
the
see you back.
capacity
Oh,
is
I
for
don't know
thought
where
and
you're going.
experience to be able to capture what knowledge is. That capacity is in thought and experience appropriately used.
Yeah, I heard you like the first 4 times, Felix. It's not a
First
clarification.
4,000, you mean?
It's not a clarification on the ontic status of the knowledge. It's just saying what is required for said mind, should that mind have any type of ontic substantive
I'm
existence.
talking about knowledge. I'm not talking about the referring thing I'm referring to is knowledge. It's not the mind.
Look, so imagine I believed in souls and I thought that the mind and the identity were tied to a soul and it's this immaterial thing, right? Okay, I can pass those checks. Now, if I look at a physicalist representation of the mind, which means it's just brain states, snapshots of brain states, it's only physical matter, I can still pass those checks. Now, what are you trying to say that separates or creates some type of specific ontic claim about knowledge? Because I just gave you 2 examples, a dualistic perspective and a source physicalist, if not a straight physicalist perspective. All 3 of them pass your check. So what's the ontic claim about knowledge?
The only claim about knowledge about what you just said, or my definition.
Okay, look. Let's just stick with 2. I could believe in souls and the mind is tied to the soul, and I can still pass your checks for knowledge. I could believe that the brain or the mind is just the brain. Okay? It's just snapshots of the brain. There's nothing else. There's no second substance that makes the mind. I can still pass the checks. Okay? So now my question becomes, what is the ontic claim about knowledge, considering it could be in a physicalist world with no spirits at all, or a world with spirits tied to minds? Both of those pass your checks. Why would I think that you're making an ontic claim if such drastic examples of theory of mind are still not contradictory with it? Contrary or whatever. Contrary. Please don't say, am I talking to you? Like, are you muted?
Why do you keep doing this, Felix?
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so why does your definition of knowledge that you say has some type of ontology baked into it work with a physicalist and a dualist perspective?
I never mentioned the brain in my definition.
It doesn't matter. It's necessary from the mind. The mind is what allows for knowledge.
No, the mind is what allows for knowledge, not the brain.
That's fine. That's one of the options I gave you.
That's the only option.
I don't care. That's fine. I don't care. So what's the ontic heavyweight thing you're saying about knowledge when I'm telling you that your definition passes the check even if I deny souls?
Even if you deny souls, how could you deny souls if you are accepting the mind?
What are the preconditions of knowledge again?
The capacity or ability to represent things as they are. That representation is ontologically what knowledge does.
Okay, that's fine. Now, you didn't say anything that removes the possibility of a physicalist brain representation of the
What
mind.
does that have to do with anything?
That means that you're not making an ontological claim about knowledge.
Why not?
Because the
Why
knowledge
not?
works because it works against you.
It's the height of irony to hear Felix ask, what does that have to do with anything?
It works with a physicalist representation of the mind. That means that your idealist position is undercut by your requirements for knowledge.
To be honest, I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you don't.
You're making a point that doesn't make any relevancy.
I know you think that, I guess. You have also said that you're not an idealist. You are an idealist, Felix.
No, I'm not an idealist. I'm an awareness realist.
Do you think there's a physical world?
Of course not.
Then you're an idealist.
No, I'm an awareness realist because
that's a form of idealism by the way that you describe it.
But the mind doesn't create the reality.
It
Only
doesn't
some
have to be
reality.
any particular mind. It's that it's it's that it's not a substance and it's inside of a mind. That's idealism. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where the idealism starts. You're an idealist.
But it's not my ideas.
That's, oh my God, dude. That's not what it means.
They are realist. The ideas are a form of realism. They appear, but they are not part of the mind.
No, they're not part of our mind. They are part of a mind. That makes you an idealist.
Of my mind and of God's mind.
Yes, so you're like a, it's like the same thing as like that, what is it, that moral relativism position, like a, oh my God, an appraiser relativist or something, but like you're an appraiser relativist idealist. Like, I don't care that it's only God's mind that everything exists in. It's still idealism. It's like a Christian idealism. I've heard this before. Even I don't know how you don't know that this is a thing.
I know what idealism is, but idealism takes the world and makes it an idea of their mind that they construct. I don't construct all reality.
Wrong. It's just one mind. It doesn't. It could be multiple minds, but it's typically one mind at the fundamental bottom of nature of the world. That's what you believe in. It's just that you believe the Christian God is the seat. That means that you're an idealist.
However you want to cash it, then.
I'm very aware of how I want to cash it out. I'm trying to help you and tell you what you are and how, when you give me a definition of knowledge that doesn't assume idealism, then it doesn't help your case to say that knowledge is now a power or whatever you're trying to say. If knowledge is also attainable by a completely physicalist representation of the mind, be it brain states or whatever, then that means that your definition of knowledge does not push you towards some type of power realism. Well, that's obvious. And then let alone some reason that we should believe that the fundamental nature of the world is a mind. If your definition of knowledge allows for type A physicalism, like brain snapshots, then knowledge doesn't help you get anywhere. That's what I'm trying to show you. It doesn't even matter that you're an idealist. What matters is that these arguments you make don't push you even to idealism, Christianity, a God, power realism. Like none of these things are happening with the statements you're making.
Let me look something.
That's fine.
I'm looking at the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Okay, if you're looking at idealism, it's going to take a while. There's probably like a dozen versions.
No, I'm looking for the definition of power.
Then you want to look at dispositions and dispositional monism. You don't want to, maybe power is an entry, I don't know. But dispositions is probably what you want. Because there's a thing called dispositional monism. And that's a person that says that the dispositional tendencies that are required for a world are what is fundamental to the world. And that would be a form of power realism. Like pure powers, I think is what they're called.
This encyclopedia doesn't have a power definition.
No, look for dispositions or dispositionalism. One of those two. That will talk to you. That will talk you through power realism. Felix, you're going to have to read the entry like another time.
Power, the ability or capacity to do something or act in a particular way. The capacity or ability to direct or influence the behavior of others or the course of events.
Where is this definition?
I put it on the search engine and this definition came up.
So you Googled the definition of power?
I don't think that's Google. Google is something else. I put it on my top search engine.
That's probably Google.
I think it's Bing or something.
Oh, no.
Figures.
Bro. Okay, so this is why appealing to a dictionary was problematic at first. Was because in philosophy, people use words in weird ways. So when they talk about powers being real and they're talking about some type of dispositionalism, we're talking about something totally different than what the Oxford or Webster, whatever dictionaries there are. We're talking about something different. We're talking about something that's like got substantive claims when it comes to like metaphysics. So just like act potency, like no one agrees with potency because it's like a midway ontology. So we're looking at like something is actual and it has full ontology. It has full existence. Okay. A lot of people will just say something exists or it does not. If we were to say that potency is real, then there would be a midway ontology. There would be an ontic thing that has the potential for another ontic status. So that in itself is like 1 point. I mean, this is going to sound stupid, but like that thing has one ontic status and it has like another 0.5 ready to go in a direction. That's potency, like a midway ontology. No one accepts that. Okay. Now, power realism is different than that even. And a lot of people reject power realism. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you know who Dr. Dallas Wheeler is?
No. What does he say?
Look it up.
Oh my God, what's his name?
Dr. Dallas Willard.
Okay, what about him? I have his name. What do I want to search alongside his name?
His credentials.
No, I don't care about his credentials. What's the thing he's saying about
I'm
power?
going to give you the definition of power he uses, so look up his credentials.
Okay, definition of powers. Okay, this begs the question for a mind.
Did you find it?
Yes, it begs the question for a mind. He says he has defined a power as the capacity to act or make things happen sourced either from our limited natural human abilities, quote unquote, the flesh, or directly from God and his interactive kingdom. This begs the question of a mind for powers.
He also uses this definition. Power is the capacity to accomplish an end.
Okay, and what does this have to do with what we were talking about?
What does he have to do with knowledge? That knowledge achieves an end. It's a power.
No, knowledge does not always achieve an end.
Tell me one example where knowledge doesn't achieve an end.
I'm looking at my desk right now, and there's hot sauce on my desk. I know the hot sauce is on my desk, but there's no end to achieve with it because I already ate my food.
Do you know that it doesn't achieve an end?
I do, because I'm going to just put it in my fridge after failing to achieve an end with it because I already ate my food. Like, how about this? Think of it this way. I already achieved the end. I already ate the food with the hot sauce on it. Okay? Now I still know that the hot sauce bottle is on my desk. The end has already been completed. Therefore, my knowledge now serves no end, or at least not the end that it did prior. Meaning the knowledge state, the state of having knowledge, is separate from whether or not I have an end that I will maximize or choose.
It doesn't have to be the same end. It could be many ends. Like knowing that it didn't achieve an end. It's an end.
No, the end already happened.
No, the end of knowing that it didn't achieve an end and the end already happened is an end.
Now you're just equivocating on end.
How am I equivocating?
Because you're saying there's an end after an end.
Of course there are many ends.
Okay,
any state of knowledge achieves an end in particular.
then you're just saying that anything that ever happens after a state of knowledge is an end. That you're ruining the
No,
word.
I'm saying
Yes,
that every
you're
state of
ruining the
knowledge is
word.
an end.
You are ruining the word end. An end means it was the goal and it was completed or not. If the goal's already completed and I still have knowledge, what's the end now?
That you still have knowledge because you know that you still have knowledge. That's an end.
No matter what I say, you're going to say something is an end just because I have knowledge.
Because it requires knowledge.
No, okay. At this point, Felix, you have to give an argument because this is all a bunch of nonsense. I don't know what to do with the things you're saying. You have to have a structured argument.
I'm giving you extensive definitions.
The definitions aren't helping because we disagree. We have different definitions. You're baking in agency. I'm not. So you need to present an argument that entails something.
But what kind of argument do you want?
Anything you want. I don't care. But I clearly disagree. I've given you counterexamples to everything. But as soon as I give a counterexample, you just say, well, nuh-uh. It still counts as my definition of end. It still counts as my definition of power. It still counts as my definition of knowledge.
Because you always keep bringing cases of knowledge after you end that goal.
Yes, I'm bringing you counterexamples. That is correct. That's what I'm supposed to do.
The goal has ended. The sauce, I didn't drink the sauce. I didn't achieve the end. Those are knowledge claims that achieve that end.
The knowledge claims of running out of food to pour hot sauce on? Wait, what? And that leads to an end?
All knowledge claims, all knowledge requires an end.
All knowledge.
Any case of knowledge.
I disagree. Do you have an argument for that?
If knowledge doesn't achieve an end, how could you know it?
That is a question. I'm waiting for an argument.
An argument?
I want a string of propositions that entails a conclusion.
I know what you're asking, but I'm trying to think.
Okay, good. Fine. Okay, speaking of which, I'm going to go put my hot sauce away. I'll be right back.
I would jump in, but honestly, I don't have anything to say that you would appreciate, Felix. You still there, Felix?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm thinking about a modus ponens I can make to give nobody on fire.
I mean, it can be whatever you want. It doesn't have to be modus ponens, but...
I have to write it down because I don't understand arguments if I don't write it down first. I'm trying to make an argument for you.
I mean, you can just say it and I'll write it down for you.
Maybe you should be trying to make an argument for you, Felix.
Well, he's already convinced himself.
I know. I just get frustrated with his pin the tail on the donkey like argument strategy that he does. It's just
That's kind of what's happening, but
it is exactly what's happening.
I mean, look, we can just, if you have a general idea, Felix, I can try and help.
Like premise one, if something produces a correct representation of reality, then it achieves an end.
Okay, I see where you're going after that, the antecedent and the consequent. So obviously I contest premise one.
Go ahead.
Okay, can you say it one more time?
If something produces a correct representation of reality, then it achieves an end.
Okay. Literally any type of knowledge that is not acted upon is the counterexample to premise one.
What is the counter?
Any type of knowledge that is not acted upon is a counterexample to premise one.
Do you need knowledge to refrain, or I mean, for you to know that it doesn't produce anything?
Sure, and it doesn't entail an end.
Of course it does. It tells you it doesn't work for anything.
No, that's not an end. That's just knowledge again.
It achieves the end of telling you, letting you know that it doesn't achieve any end, that it's useless. That's knowledge. That's an end.
You're just equivocating on end because there's no end. There's no
Of course
goal.
there is an end.
No, I just
The
said
end,
there's no goal.
Then how do you know? Then how do you know? How do you know it doesn't achieve an end?
I just said there's no goal, there's no end. I take those two words to mean the same thing in the context that we're using them. If no goal and no end was brought into fruition from the knowledge, but you still had the knowledge, that's a counterexample to premise one.
It achieves an end. What are you talking about?
It doesn't. You're just equivocating on end. You're just literally begging the
How
question.
do you know?
You're saying,
how do you know it doesn't achieve an end?
You're literally saying the lack of an end is an end.
How do you know it doesn't achieve an end?
Because I didn't act on an end.
Because you know it. It doesn't achieve an end.
Okay, but when you say, oh, but you know it, and you're saying, oh, well, because how I define knowledge, it requires an end. No, I'm saying no to that. You're literally just saying premise one again.
Well, you can say no, but you have to make an argument.
No, I don't. I'm giving you a counterexample. I'm saying
no, you're not giving me a counter. You're making a claim.
I have knowledge right now that makes me have the end to call you names, but I'm refraining from doing that. I'm not bringing the end into fruition.
That's an end.
Okay, now you're just begging the question, or you're equivocating on end because you're saying that a non-end is an end. That means you're just refusing to accept my critique or my counterexample. So which one is it?
By that same logic, you are begging the question because you're saying it's not an end from the beginning.
I gave you a counterexample.
No, you're begging the question. You're saying it's not an end.
I gave you a counterexample. I right now have knowledge that makes me want to call you names, and I am not bringing that end into fruition. This is a counterexample.
And that requires an end.
You're literally equivocating again. You're saying a not end is an end. You need to stop doing this.
You're using knowledge to know that it's not an end. Can't you see that?
Yes, that's correct. And
That's
that
an
doesn't
end.
entail an no. There you go. There you go.
It's an end
now you're
because
now
you
you're
know it.
now you're begging the question and saying that a non-end is an end.
So it's not useful that you have the knowledge that it's not an end.
It's not useful that I have a what?
That you know that it's not an end, that he has no end.
It is very useful.
Okay, that's an
that
end.
I have.
That's an end.
No, there's two different knowledge claims happening. There's the knowledge I have of your attempts at arguing for this, and that set of knowledge, those things I'm aware of that I find myself justified in believing. Those are a thing that lead me to call you names. But I also have another amount of knowledge that has to do with like our social standards. I'm aware, I know, I'm justified in believing that there is there's a distaste to if I were to call you names. So these are two counteracting knowledge claims, one of which does have an end. The end is to be nice to you. The other one doesn't have an end. I know that you're being an asshole right now, honestly, because you're refusing to engage. And I'm sitting here saying I shouldn't say a bunch of names. I shouldn't just attack Felix, because at the core of Felix, I think that there is a type of desire to learn certain things about these topics. Right now, you're not exhibiting that. And so I am refusing myself the end of calling you further names, though I did once just now. I have the knowledge that you're behaving this way, which is dishonest. You're being dishonest. I have that knowledge. I have the end that I could go for, which is calling you names. I'm not doing that. The end is not happening. I have the knowledge. There's another knowledge claim that has an end, which is me being socially nice to you. So one of them has an end that I'm adhering to. Like, just because I have knowledge doesn't mean that I feel motivated to behave in a certain way due to that knowledge. Like, that's a totally different, like an imperative claim, like, or maybe something even more complicated, but it's at least an imperative. And I'm saying that the imperative on one succeeds and the imperative on the other does not succeed. So that means that I have one set or group of knowledge things that I would call knowledge, mental states I would call knowledge. One of those groups, one of those sets does not come into an end. It does not entail an end, whether successful or not. It just is, it's just knowledge. The other one is successful because I am calming myself. So we literally have two examples. One knowledge that entails an end and one knowledge that does not entail an end. Does that make sense?
Okay, which one does not entail an end? Which knowledge doesn't entail an end?
You've got to be joking.
You just
Which
spent
of the
5
two?
minutes explaining it.
But which of the two?
The one where the end, oh my God. The one that doesn't have an end.
But
that
mention
comes in.
the knowledge claim. Mention the knowledge claim.
You're being dishonest. That's the knowledge claim that isn't bringing me to an end.
That isn't bringing you. It doesn't give you any information at all.
No, no. The information is what the attaining of the information with a certain threshold crossed of justification is what gives me knowledge. Beliefs are like information or doxastic states I hold on information, or like
It
propositions.
doesn't give you understanding at all. No understanding at all.
I didn't say that.
No one said anything
So
about
it gives you
understanding.
understanding. So it gives you understanding.
And you're going to say that understanding it is an end, and I'm going to disagree.
So it gives you understanding, correct?
No, the knowledge doesn't give me understanding. I probably have a biconditional relation where I say, if I have knowledge, then I have some level of understanding of said proposition.
Do you have understanding of what you just said right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's knowledge
Do
with
you?
understanding. You
That's
achieved
fine.
understanding.
No. What are you doing with the achieved?
You
What's that do?
never care about achieving understanding and the things you get to know and seek
I
to know.
didn't
You don't seek understanding.
I didn't say I don't care about achieving understanding. I'm asking what achieving is doing there. What does that mean?
Reaching.
Okay, that's fine. Crossing a threshold where I now deem said belief to be knowledge, to be justified belief. I agree. I have crossed a threshold.
Is that an end?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Why not? What
Because
argument you have to defend that?
I can just wander into a fucking town and see that all the barns are painted green. I didn't have an end in mind when I found out they were all painted green. It's just that I became aware and justified in believing those things are green. That doesn't mean there's an end.
Do you have understanding that they are all green?
Yes.
Did you achieve the end of knowing that they are all green?
If you
At
want
least?
to call it that, then I guess so. But now you're just forcing the word in. I'm not
No, I'm
saying
not
there's an
forcing.
end.
I'm not forcing. This is very natural. I'm not saying
Okay,
something
how about
that
this?
a
How
child
about this?
wouldn't understand.
I was steered into the town, okay, and I had a blindfold on, okay, and then someone takes the blindfold off. Did I have the intention to find out the barns were green?
Intention is irrelevant at this point.
No, that's what an end means. You intend for an end.
Okay, that's
I know you're
what do you call
equivocating.
it?
That's why it's
No,
difficult now.
that's called a. Oh my God, the word conscious intention. You have conscious intentions and you have unconscious intentions along the way too.
Okay. No, okay, so you're saying that I had an unconscious intention to have the blindfold removed from my head and then find out that the barns are green?
Okay, but what is the case exactly? Because you keep changing the context.
I didn't change anything. I said I was walked into town. I had a blindfold on. I had the blindfold removed from my head, and now I know all the barns are green.
Okay, you have knowledge of everything that you just said.
What was the end?
There are many ends.
What was the end, Felix?
Of which kind of knowledge exactly?
Of the knowledge that the barns are green, Felix. What was the end?
Of the knowledge of the barns are green? You were expecting something else?
What is the end that is tied to the fact that I now know that the barns are green in this town? What's the end?
The knowledge required to know and tell me that they are green.
So just having knowledge is an end?
Of course, any kind of knowledge is an end in itself.
Then you are, oh my God. I don't know what to do with you anymore, dude. Now you're just saying, you're just begging the question. That's what you're doing. Any instance of knowledge is an end in itself when I'm trying to give you examples of attaining or holding knowledge.
Of course,
and
it must
does
be
not.
an end.
Then what's the end that isn't the knowledge, Felix?
That isn't the knowledge?
that
There's
is
no such-
not the knowledge, because the knowledge is what I'm separating from the end. So when you say that the knowledge is an end, you're begging the question.
The knowledge have to achieve an end, otherwise you wouldn't understand what knowledge you have.
Okay, that's a proposition. Do you have more to that argument? That was like if
Okay,
P then not Q or something.
Okay, if the knowledge is
If knowledge, then
I'm trying to think. Okay, let me write it down. Hold on.
How you doing, nobody?
which is great. I'm like chugging a gallon of water.
You hate yourself. Is that why you do this to yourself?
I don't know. I feel like I'm running out of trying to help Steam, honestly, but I don't know. Maybe I'm being overreactive. I don't know.
You were the last one willing to give him a chance, so maybe that says more about you than it does about him.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So do you guys think the U.S. was actually the first people to launch something into space?
Wasn't it Russia?
What? No, Russia was.
Well, there's this thing. It was called Operation Plum Bomb, where the U.S. government was doing like a whole bunch of like research with nuclear bombs and what have you out in the desert and whatever. And one of the things they did was they buried a fucking nuclear warhead like way down into the ground, and like adjacent to it they dug like a diagonal tunnel that was like close to the nuclear warhead, and they placed like a regular TNT charge or like a regular bomb down there, and they were trying to see if they could get the the manhole cover.
That was in the 1950s.
Yeah. And if that thing stayed intact, and didn't like liquefy and fucking vaporize in the fucking atmosphere or whatever, it could very well be the first man-made object launched into space.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny. I'm just like imagining like the Ninja Turtles.
Fucking the U.S. government basically turned the Earth into a giant potato gun.
Nice.
Yeah, they were doing atmospheric tests.
Well, then the public outrage said, "No, you
for
can't.
the next
You can't do that
generation
no
of
more.
nuclear weapons." Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that no more." And so the government said, "Yeah, okay, we promise we won't set off any more nukes in the atmosphere."
And it wasn't Operation Plum Bob, it was Operation Upshot Knothole.
Okay.
So.
Now, yeah, Russia absolutely gets the credit for the first thing orbiting the Earth. But as far as like the first man-made object launched into Earth, now that's up for speculation.
Yeah, but it would have had to like survive, and it didn't. It couldn't have. That's the problem.
Couldn't it have?
Unless
it was like a massive.
ceramic. I mean,
like it was a massive
like,
fucking steel
you know,
fucking
like,
manhole cover.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, what happens to steel when it gets hot? And what happens to shit when it comes back in when it comes in on reentry?
So you're saying it left the atmosphere?
Hang on.
Yeah, so you're saying there's a chance?
And then melted? Like, yeah, I don't know. Felix, do you have premise 1 yet?
It was 1957. They never found the plate. They don't even know if it made it to space.
Yeah, because the high speed camera that they had that caught the explosion or whatever. The manhole cover was only seen in one singular frame. So they couldn't calculate like how fast it was like actually going. They could only calculate like how minimally fast it could have been going based on like it was only captured in one frame. And like the number
physicists and aerodynamic calculations indicate that the heavy iron lid almost certainly vaporized due to extreme compression, heating, and friction from the dense lower atmosphere before making it out of Earth's gravity well.
Well, damn. Oh well.
That makes me wonder if, like, for the one frame that it was captured, it was like technically still a coin shape, but technically already liquefying or something like that.
Well, it's unproven to this day, but I mean, it was only 2 months later that the Russians launched Sputnik. So, I mean, you got to give it to Russia either way.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because they did have the first thing that actually orbited the Earth.
Well, even that, they got the first thing that you could prove actually made it out of the atmosphere, you know?
True.
And theirs wasn't just a fucking manhole cover, it was, you know...
A whole ass, satellite, like a reconnaissance satellite.
I mean, I don't care what metric you measure it by. I'm sorry, Russia takes that one. They win. But, you know, we got ours in the end. So
yeah. And some of the infuriating fucking conversations I've been having with some of my family members. Like I was talking to my niece's husband, and like he was talking about how fucking nobody but the U.S. has a comparable fucking space program. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like Japan, China, India, they all have Russia, they all have fucking space programs. Oh, but they're fucking like primitive. They're fucking, they can't do anything.
No, they're not. China's got reusable rockets already.
I was like, and I told him, like, how fucking long did it take us to get to the fucking moon? Less than 10 years?
Yeah, what China's got is the fucking smarts not to spend all their money going to space for no fucking reason. You know, why India sent something to the moon is fucking beyond me. I don't know why they did that shit. Waste of fucking money, though. Excellent impersonation, Kelly. I could barely tell the difference. Super great work. Yeah, they are. China's Belt and Road program has paid off in fucking spades for the last 10 years, you know? Yeah, I think nobody's muted on purpose.
Yeah, what? Sorry?
Uh-huh. Someone in chat said that you were muted, and I'm like, yeah, I think that's on purpose.
Yeah.
Felix, you still with us?
Am I muted?
Nope.
Am I muted?
Nope.
Not anymore. Were you talking this whole time?
No, I asked if you agree giving NASA all that tax money.
Oh,
Such a
you were
great
muted
amount.
for that, yeah.
Yes, it's absolutely worth it.
I don't
It
think
is
it's worth it.
It is worth it?
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
think so.
Do you
I
know how many
disagree.
billions we are
Yeah,
giving
hardly
them?
any.
Yeah, that makes that hardly
What are you
makes a
talking
fucking
about?
dent
Do you
in our
know
fucking
how
economy.
many billions, Felix?
That we spend
Maybe I
into
can-
fucking military budget? Like, we could cut our military budget in half, and we would still have the largest military budget in the world.
How much military? But what is the military budget?
Too much.
But you know the exact number?
Yeah, I know what they're trying to get.
How much is it?
$1.5 trillion.
How much
Do
this
you
war
want to
so
know?
far?
Do you want to know what NASA's budget for the year is?
How much?
24 billion.
Elon Musk has much more money than NASA.
No kidding.
That's kind of a problem.
How so?
Because Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, dude. He sells pipe dreams.
Because Elon Musk is one guy. Why should he have more money than fucking NASA?
That's a fallacy.
What's the fallacy about it?
What's the fallacy?
The one guy is not good enough and many guys cannot make mistakes.
No. I didn't say
That's
any of that
not-
shit.
I
I
didn't say
simply
any of
asked
that.
you a fucking question. I asked a question. I did not fucking state a fallacy. I didn't state anything. I asked a question.
You didn't say that Elon Musk is one person and NASA is a group of people that it's better to trust a
I
group
didn't
of
say
people.
any of that. I said,
Okay,
why
I'm
should
sorry.
one fucking guy have more money than NASA?
Okay, what's wrong with that?
You're talking
Answer the
about
fucking question then.
a single
Why?
person versus
Because
a
he
group
earned
of
it.
professionals.
Why should one guy have more money than NASA?
If I'm understanding your question, your framing, it's
I'm just
because he
asking a
earned it.
question.
It's because
Which
he
you
earned
clearly,
it.
huh? He
He
didn't
earned
earn
it.
it. He stole
Do you-
that shit.
Felix, do you think that there is any scam artist in the world?
It's possible, sure.
Great. Thanks.
That doesn't mean he's a scam artist, and NASA is not.
He is though.
Okay.
Name one scam that's been perpetrated by NASA.
Hold on, let me look for it.
What? You already have the opinion. Why do you have to look for it?
Yeah. Because right off the rip, I could fucking mention fucking Doge. Which was Elon Musk's fucking scam of a fucking national security fucking program that he fucking got booted out of the fucking White House for. Didn't have to pay anything back, by the way.
Also, what's Elon Musk's most successful company?
Is it Tesla?
There is none.
I would say it's
Hey,
Tesla.
good answer there, buddy.
There's none what?
There's
none
no
what?
there's no
scam.
fucking
No
scam
scam.
ever fucking perpetrated by NASA. Meanwhile, fucking Elon Musk has fucking scammed his way out of fucking billions and billions and trillions.
What's a scam?
Fucking Doge.
Like I said, what was your? Well, that wasn't really
Hold
Elon
on, let me
Musk's
look for
scam.
it.
That was Trump that did that. He couldn't have done that without on his own.
Still a scam.
I don't take that off of fucking. I don't. No way. Trump is responsible for that whole hog. But what's his most successful company? Would you say Tesla? Felix?
I'm looking for something. Hold on. Looking for a scam by Elon Musk.
I'm gonna walk you there.
Same as NASA. No verified, legally established scam perpetrated by Elon Musk.
Right.
Same-
Now
same as NASA.
let me walk you up to the front fucking door. Tesla would be his most successful company. Yes?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ, you are so soft-headed.
Why would it be?
What do you mean, why would it be?
Why would we take Tesla his most successful company and not the rocket company?
Because the rocket company doesn't make any fucking money.
At all?
It's operating at a negative capex. What are you talking about?
But you're talking about success, not about money.
How the fuck do you judge success when it comes to corporations?
Not necessarily, but well, depends. If you
No, it's all about money. You fucking idiot.
If you're in corporation, then we're talking about money. But Success doesn't need a
That's what I
corporation.
said. What's his most successful company?
Successful means that doesn't
And
need
companies are
corporation.
judged by their money.
Not necessarily. Success doesn't mean money necessarily.
For a company? You gonna go tell the stockholders that? Felix, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Like, absolutely no fucking idea. I can hear you fucking typing.
Am I still on? There's no sound.
You know, if I wanted to fucking talk to ChatGPT, I could just fucking do that. I don't
Sound
need
went
you
off.
for that.
The sound went off.
Your sound has been on the
cannot
whole
hear
fucking
anything.
time.
I cannot hear anything.
Well, lucky for us. You can't even figure out how to fix your fucking sound, and you think we're gonna take your word for anything? No, that wasn't him typing. I still hear it. Is it gone? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Can you
What
hear me?
now? Yes.
I don't know. Something went wrong. The sound went off.
It probably timed out because you're spending too much time on another fucking tab, like ChatGPT, because you can't answer a fucking question without it.
Well, I'm delayed again.
Big surprise. This is getting old, Felix. What are you doing?
All right, I think I gotta drop the chat. I'm fucking tired.
I don't blame you.
All right, well, GG's everyone. I'll be in chat.
Will you think twice next time before you do this? Thank you.
Yeah, sure, yeah. All
Thank
right, I'll
you.
be in chat.
You don't want to hear the
Felix.
argument?
There is no argument. Like you
You
haven't
don't
made
have an
one.
argument, Felix.
Do you? What do you got?
I thought you were going down to chat.
I can do that. I mean,
Huh?
maybe we can do this another time then, Felix.
Sure. It's 5 premises. Sure.
All right, you can send it to me too, dude. But yeah, I'm going to bed.
Good night, nobody.
Good night.
Okay. Well, with nobody gone, there isn't a reason for you to be up here, Felix. I'm just going to be mean to you. And I don't think Timmy and Ryan are going to be any better.
Yeah, I don't really see the value in continuing the conversation anymore.
Yeah, there is none. And I only did that because nobody asked me to.
Okay, I have no problem with that.
Okay. Well then, drop down.
You want me to go?
Do you have anything you want to talk about?
Sure, we can talk about Elon.
Why? You don't know anything about Elon.
Fucking echo.
Goodbye, Felix. I just can't. I just can't. I mean, for fuck's sake. He doesn't know anything because he doesn't learn anything because he doesn't ever fucking listen when anybody talks. He just keeps adding in fucking words like he's playing pin the tail on the donkey.
Yeah, it's just really frustrating going in circles constantly.
I've straight up told him before, I'm like, the only reason I still let you up here, because everybody else has fucking banned him, you know? And I told him, the only reason I still let you up here is because I fucking pity you. And you know what his answer was? Oh, well, thank you. I'm like, that's not a...
That's yikes, dude. Like,
I know. So, it's like, nah, you can't.
Yeah, I definitely need to get out there and like actually start meeting some people because I'm finding it harder and harder to like talk about shit that matters to me with especially my family because of how right leaning they are.
Yeah, what state are you in?
Arizona.
Mm. Hmm. You've got some people around you. Are you in the Phoenix area at least?
No, I'm in Tucson.
Oh, you're not. Oh, oh, that's still there's some blue areas around there.
Yeah, it's certainly better than Alabama.
Yeah, I mean it shouldn't be terribly hard to find someone to talk to. I mean, then you've always got the internet, I guess. So. But yeah, Arizona's a weird case these days. So. Oh, Hayden Panettiere died? What did she die of? Response of female. She was only 36. You know, the cheerleader from Heroes?
No. I don't
You
watch
never
a
saw
lot of.
Heroes?
No, I don't watch a lot of TV. I kind of live on.
What, 15 years ago or something?
It's something like that. I remember hearing about it. I just never watched it. I kind of live under a proverbial rock.
Yeah, well, anyway, she died.
Very sad. You said she was only 36. That's very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, but she also spent her teenage years as a fucking Hollywood actor, so, I mean, there's every chance that it was some sort of drug overdose.
Possible.
It happens quite a bit. So. Okay. What are we gonna watch? Okay.
I saw a thing about like a school district in Colorado tried to implement that fucking blue bonnet fucking education system that Texas is doing, and it got
Hold on a
thrown out.
second. I'm queuing something up to watch here. I couldn't hear what you were saying. What's that?
I was hearing about there was a school in Texas or a school in Colorado that was trying to implement the that blue bonnet Bible school shit from Texas, and it got thrown out after 3 days.
Mm-hmm. The what Bible?
The blue bonnet.
What's that?
It's that thing. It's that Bible curriculum that fucking Texas is pushing.
Oh, they gotta put the Ten Commandments in there?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. So, what was that? Did anybody else hear that, or is it just me?
I didn't hear none.
Gretchen, you know why you let me go off the show just now? Yes, Felix. I do know why I let you go off the show just now. Do you know why I let you go off the show just now? Do you think it might have anything to do with the fact that that was like, I don't know, 15 minutes ago and it took you this long to say something? Oh, new episode of Damn Fools is up. Look at the Beard of Empathy. Look at his channel called Damn Fools, DAMH Fools. Who's on this week? Beard? Oh, okay. You know exactly why I let you go? Why is that? Why do you gotta beat around the bush like that? Why don't you just fucking say what's on your goddamn mind, Felix? A lovely guy named Jake talked about his deconstruction from a KJV only cult. Ooh. That's sticky. Yeah, Jelly, I'm sure that's exactly what it is. So. Except he wasn't having an argument with me. So I don't know what he thinks he was winning, if he does indeed think that, but we weren't arguing about anything, because he doesn't have the information to argue with me, especially about Elon Musk. Like I said, if I wanted to argue with ChatGPT, I could just do that on my own. I don't need Felix to type in questions to ChatGPT to come back at me. I could just argue with it myself if I wanted. Except I don't want to. So because you were about to end the show and you know I would stay until the end and be the last one with you. Wait, what? Because you're about to end the show and you know I would stay until the end and be the last one with you, us two, and you feel awkward being alone with me. But I could be wrong. Now negate it. Okay, you're wrong. I don't feel awkward being alone with you at all. We've been through this before, Felix. I have no problem being fucking mean to you and calling you a fucking idiot. Exactly. Random odds he's got it. She said she was just gonna be mean because she ain't got the patience. That's pretty much the nail on the head right there. I don't have nobody on fire's patience. So I'm afraid it just ain't gonna happen. I will 100% end up calling you a fucking idiot and come really close to calling you a fucking R slur probably like 5 times. And I don't like what that says about me, so I choose to not speak to you. How about that? You're actually so fucking dumb. You make me want to use the fucking R slur. And like I said, I don't like what that says about me. So we're not going to do it. So we're going to watch
would be
some
probably
Darren.
closer to Epstein, because at one point in time, this Jesus/Trump, they were close, but then they decided to not be close at a certain point once, things just started moving, and then we're not really sure if he hung.
Ryan, Timmy, can you guys hear the video? Are you guys still here?
Not really sure. He may have just exploded. And then $5 there from Amir says, it's just a funny and terrifying thought I had. Yeah, I mean, I think that is one of these instances where it's really, like, if that had happened, it would have been like a cult of personality. And I think instead of it actually being a historical story, it's a fake story that is trying to appeal to this cult of personality. All right, Judas and Epstein are about the same. I can't confirm. They're from Satan. Thank you, Satan. Satan's still here, by the way. He said Pence, maybe? Oh, yeah. No, that makes more sense. Yeah. All right, referee Rob Jackson, what you got? You there? I sent you an invite to unmute. There you go.
Yes, sir. All right. Hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can.
All right. So, awesome. Cool. All right. So, I have to laugh at the last thing that you said about the Matthew and whatnot. All right. So here's my I don't know. I guess you can call it maybe proof, maybe not, maybe a question to I don't know how do.
Would you talk to me or use that language you used directed at me? 100% I would, Felix. If we were physically in front of each other, absolutely I would. That's one thing you don't get about me. I am the same person, whether I'm on a live stream or on the phone or right in your fucking face. I don't change for anybody. Ever. But that's just me, I guess. Some people find it refreshing. I'm guessing, Felix, you wouldn't find that so refreshing. Hi, Chrissy.
I say this. So here's my question. With the apostles of Jesus, why did
Apostles
the
or
apostles
disciples? Which one?
die?
Oh, we don't even have evidence that they existed.
They're his. Well, the disciples are the apostles. Why did they die?
Well,
and they did
apostle means
exist.
somebody who
they
like,
did exist. but-
Apostolos means somebody who like goes out and like spreads a message, like a messenger, if you will. A disciple is someone who learns at
Yeah,
somebody's feet. So, like, if you say apostle, that could also
Yeah,
apply
and
to like Paul,
those-
that kind of thing. But if you say disciple, I know that
Yes,
it's specifically
that is
like
true.
the 13 disciples. Yep.
That is true.
Go on. Are you there?
Spread the message about Jesus Christ. Why did they die? Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a bit of a delay there, but
Sorry,
no,
my-
we don't have any evidence that they even existed. No one outside of Christianity ever mentions any of the 13 disciples that are mentioned in the New Testament.
Okay. I will rebuke that. But my
You'll
question
rebuke that?
is,
okay. Well,
and-
show me one
Yeah.
person outside of Christianity who mentions even one of the disciples.
how about all of the patron saints who were taught under all of the disciples that created the Catholic? Well,
You
actually
think the
created
patron
the
saints are somehow outside of Christianity?
Hold on a second. I said the patron saints that created the church that were taught from the disciples of Jesus Christ. That, and I'm not talking about the ones who split and caused a schism that split the Orthodox Church into the Catholic Church. I'm saying the original disciples / apostles that created the original church. I'm asking, what is the proof that they did not exist? Can you
Again,
prove that they did not exist?
You didn't name anybody outside of Christianity. I said outside of Christianity, and you would immediately went to like church fathers, which is obviously within Christianity. On top of that, there is not a single church father. There's not a single church father who says that they actually knew John or any
Wait,
of the
hold on a second. But you're
Go ahead.
acknowledging the church fathers as if they are actually outside of Christianity, as if they do exist. So why are you acknowledging them outside of Christianity if you're not acknowledging them as non-existent? I know I probably worded that wrong.
What?
Hold on one
Yeah,
second.
yeah. Rephrase that because that didn't make any sense.
All right. Hold on. Sorry, I'm I'm driving through a construction site. Give me 1 second. All right. So what the? All right. You know what? I'll give you credit. I like the meme. I like it. So my original question was supposed to
Dude,
be.
get to the fucking point. This is like torture.
You can't say that you're driving. Now, if you get out of your car and get into an Uber, and you're riding in the back of an Uber or something like that, I can possibly bring you up. But you're going to have to come up here and let us know that you got in the back of an Uber. Then we can have a conversation. Until then, sorry. Anyways, anybody got any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Anybody got any more of them evidences? proofs, manuscripts. Man. And to finish that conversation up there, Amir, though, it's absolutely terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying that that's actually like something that has happened in the past or whatever. And then, of course, you got like Trump posting that picture, that AI picture of him basically as Jesus, or that's Professor Dr. Jesus to you. Look, I can't do a Trump impression, but I can do a little bit of a Patrick impression. What's the matter? Is you stupid?
All right, I'm sorry. I had to rejoin for this because I loved your impressions, and I'm not a Trump follower. I'm not a Trump fan.
That's fine.
I do not support Trump.
Are you in the back of an Uber now?
No. I just wanted to join just to say like I fucking
Because it
love your.
sounds like road noises. Are you in the back of an Uber?
No, I myself am driving, but I'm.
What a fucking idiot.
Learn. Learn. Learn.
Waste of our time. Fucking waste of our time.
All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. And I wanted to hear from that guy, to be honest. I legitimately wanted to hear from that guy. It's just, you can't request up if you are driving or say that you're driving.
Yeah, Griff, he's Jaron is a total mythicist.
Mezzo says he's gonna trip on his shoelaces today.
Even wrote a book about it. He's a mythicist when it comes to Jesus
Lock it
and
in.
Paul.
Like a Charles Barkley lock. Lock it in. Like a Charles Barkley. Mezzo says he's gonna trip on his shoelaces today. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Lock it in. Like a Charles Barkley lock. Guaranteed. Anyways, if you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up here.
Okay, that was really funny.
You can't park there, sir. What's going on? Battle Bot.
What's up, man? I've called in a few times before, got brought in. Anyways, I always thought it was interesting, and we never talked about this before, but I wanted to. Because in your book, my favorite evidence for there not being a Jesus was what you were just talking about. As far as like
Trump?
Yeah. Well, just like the claim for the crowds.
Oh yeah. Oh, that kind of stuff where it's too absurd of a story.
Well, have you ever looked up how many people, do you know how many people lived in Galilee? Like the population?
Of Galilee? No, I don't know.
Yeah. There's like 200,000 people. Do you know how many people he like talked to or his disciples talked to during his 3 years?
Oh, I have no idea. I've never seen it calculated.
It's like 30,000.
So like 1 in 10 people saw him and like no one fucking mentioned
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about him. And I couldn't square that because it was like, okay, either he was a very famous person and Philo doesn't talk about him, like nobody talks about him.
Yeah.
Like, and that's just people who heard him talk. Like, if you, this is my kid, my 4-year-old. That's just people who heard him talking. Like the people who actually saw him perform a miracle is like 5 to 10,000, right?
Well, see, here's what scholars do. They do this nice little thing where they just it's nothing. It's gone. It's a woozy. It's a it's just gone. They just say it just never happened. That's an exaggeration. Right.
Right. Yeah.
It's a write-off. It's a write-off. Do you know what a write-off is, David? It's a write-off. You write it off. Anyways, the point is, it's not at all something that scholars even like to address. They just kind of say, oh, no, he just wasn't as famous as they try to say that he
they
was.
exaggerate it.
But how did you determine that? Because that's just a natural claim. That's like getting people to listen to you is a natural claim. It's not supernatural. It's just it's just a natural claim.
Right.
So they just kind of pick and choose what natural parts of the story actually happen. If Bart Ehrman, if you had Bart Ehrman,
Yeah, Griff, he's funny, and I like the fact that he's doing the Jesus and Paul mythicism stuff. But if you're not careful, he does give like fucking small time cult leader vibes. You know, he can do that. So just something to be aware of.
on here, and you asked him, hey, did Jesus resurrect? He would say no. Okay, was Jesus born, or did he actually exist? He'd say yes. Okay. Did Jesus have 5,000 people on the side of the mountain? No. Okay, how did you determine that natural claim didn't happen? Because I can understand you saying that he didn't resurrect because that's an insane claim. It's supernatural. I get that. But how did you determine that this natural part wasn't part of the story? We don't have any evidence of that. None. And what's even worse is that, like, when people say, like, if you asked Bart Ehrman, was Jesus born in Nazareth or was he from Nazareth? He'd say yes. We don't have anybody. There's no, even if he appealed to a historian back then, even if he thought that Suetonius and Tacitus and Pliny and Josephus, all of them said that Jesus existed, even if I grant all of those as real historical takes on Jesus, not a single one of them says he was from Nazareth. Not a single one of them. So it's just picking and choosing what natural parts of the story they want to accept and what natural parts they don't. It's silly.
I mean, if I, like I said, so I couldn't square like the popularity that's in the scriptures with the lack of, like, you can either have it one way or the other. Either he was really famous, and he talked to, like, 10% of Galilee like heard him talk, and 5% saw him do a miracle, and nobody writes about it, or he's incredibly, like, not famous at all. Nobody knows who he is. And I don't know that.
But like, what baffles me is, and that's why the second century dating is so important there, because you can kind of sorta finagle like the idea of like, oh, he wasn't really that popular, but over time, like, a cult grew that said he was cool and said he was popular and exaggerated over time and then eventually deified him and stuff. You can kind of sort of say that as long as it's within a certain amount of time. But, like, understanding that the first gospel doesn't get published until over 100 years after Jesus dies, that's an insane claim. Like, you mean to tell me that some guy dies in like 30-ish and people continue to tell legends about this guy but don't write it down for over 100 years?
Yeah.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
And even if you grant the whole New Testament as being written in the first century, people are writing about him, and then it bottlenecks at the beginning of the early second century. It bottlenecks to nothing, and then all of a sudden, in the middle of the second century, boom, you've got a ton of writings. Just a ton, like all these different gospels, all these Gnostic gospels, the Nag Hammadi, all these different things. Suddenly, there's all these different takes on Jesus. You don't think that the New Testament, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, you don't think these gospels were probably written when all the other gospels were written? You think they were around for like 80 years and then some other people decided to write?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the gospels go, it's funny to me how they're like, yeah, we've got 4, eyewitnesses at least, blah, 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 that wrote the gospels. And it's like, Well, all of them, like all the biblical scholars, pretty much agree that they all stole from Mark. So there's not four. There's one, and then other people embellished what he said. But there's really just the one guy.
Yeah,
and everyone else.
I would say that Mark is just a play version of Marcion's gospel, whose name, by the way, was pronounced Markion and literally means little Mark.
Yeah. Well, and you believe that Evangeline is that's the Q source, right?
Yeah, or well, the main source, the first gospel, the Q source, yeah. Because Q is a hypothetical document that a lot of people say is in the first century, but they're never going to find it in the first century because, everything gets written in the second. They also tend to think that it's a sayings gospel, but no, it's just a requirement that for Q to exist, there just has to be another gospel that has the sayings in it. It doesn't mean that there can't be narrative.
Right. Yeah. Do you? I keep hearing that the Q source is actually, it was created by this mysterious cult called the Queef Gang.
Oh, you want to die?
Have you heard?
That's just all right. Anyways,
That was well done.
It was fun while it lasted. It was fun while it lasted. But I had to put a stop to that bullshit. Ridiculous. I mean, I had that guy up here having a serious conversation for like a good 5 to 10 minutes. Good on you. Good on you.
That was really well done.
Referee Rob Jackson.
I apologize for getting back. Now I'm not driving right now. I'm by myself. I'm in a room. So here's my question: what is causing you to prove Jesus Christ did not exist? Like, what is your like? I'm just curious. Like, what's your reasoning behind Jesus not existing?
I mean, the understanding that the stories of the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, like don't line up with the first century.
But everything that Jesus had prophesied about ended up coming true, starting with the Antichrist.
It's almost like somebody wrote something after something else happened.
I was going to say that everything that Jesus Christ himself had prophesied about happening with the Antichrist starting in 70 AD when Nero, Caesar Nero...
It's almost as if somebody was writing about something that had already happened and they just put the words into Jesus's mouth.
No, these are scriptures that were actually proven to be fucking true around that time, man.
Now, again, being true, okay. I can write a story right now about Abraham Lincoln predicting 9/11, and all, according to your logic, all that needs to happen in order for Abraham Lincoln to have been like a prophet is for 9/11 to have happened. But no, I was clearly writing after 9/11 and I just made the shit up. So who cares? That doesn't mean anything.
Audio cut off.
All right. Well, again, it doesn't if I'm writing after 9/11, I can make somebody before 9/11 say whatever I want about it. It doesn't. It's not how that works. Abraham Lincoln isn't a prophet because I claim that he talked about 9/11 after in my book that I wrote after 9/11. You'd have to prove to me that the book was written before 70 for this to actually be a prophecy that I would believe in.
The Old Testament was written before 70, and the reason why it was written after 70 is because everything that was witnessed and recorded, it was written and recorded after everything took place. Like the reason why
so
that
it's not a prophecy anymore. Like it's pretty obvious
Yeah,
something
it
that
is.
somebody could write and just claim that someone said it.
Yeah, it is, especially in the events of Revelation. Yeah, like they're all written and already recorded, and they've already been prophesied about, and all that shit is coming true. Even still, wars, rumors of wars, and all that.
Oh, you
stuff,
think it
that's
applies
still
to
happening
today?
right
Is
now.
that what you're saying?
What's up?
You think Revelation applies to today? Is what you're saying?
Dude, like every Christian knows that. Like, all right, so every Christian knows that Revelation
I
is
legitimately thought that we were
going
to have like a good conversation. You're just a fucking moron. Like I thought that like
no, Revelation applies to today because
I
this
thought he
was
was
stuff
just
that
like
was
a
Well, anyways, do
preterist.
you have anything
He's
else
like-
that's not fucking
he's
stupid,
just a
or do you want me to move on?
How about you actually prove that Jesus
Fucking
didn't
death
exist?
cult, dude.
I've been doing that this whole time. Maybe we could have had a real conversation, but like you just kind of wasted everybody's time. All right, thanks for coming up 3 times and wasting my time, man. Fuck off. All right, Curtis Bingle, what you got?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What you got?
How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Good. So I personally, I believe one of the best proofs for Jesus is through the Bible.
Okay.
I don't know what it is exactly that you believe makes the Bible untrue, but I believe one of the things that proves that the Bible is true is prophecy. Could you see where I'm coming from with that?
Not at all, because
There's only 3 parts of the Bible that make it untrue: the beginning, the middle, and the end. But other than that, great book you got there.
in order for prophecy to be any kind of good argument for like the historicity of somebody, you would have to prove that it actually came fulfilled. So prophecy wouldn't actually do anything. Otherwise, we could just take a look at like Nostradamus and be like, oh, hey, he prophesied some things, so therefore he's true. No, you got to actually show that he actually like you got to show that his
Hello?
prophecies actually came
I
to
think you're
fruition.
cutting out, or I'm cutting out.
I don't know what's going on. For the most part, mine's fine.
Oh,
Am I
sorry
cutting
about
out for
that.
anybody
My phone
else?
just glitched.
I don't know what's going on. Am I cutting out for anybody in the audience?
There you go. Okay. I'm sorry. You were saying it would need to come true, right? So,
Yeah, you'd have to
for
show.
example,
You'd have to show that like the prophecy actually did get fulfilled. So, in other words, if there's a prophecy for Jesus, in order for us to believe that this prophecy is true, we'd have to actually like see that he existed. You can't just say, "Oh, hey, he was prophesied, so therefore he existed." No, history doesn't work that way. We don't say we don't base on history off of whether or not someone says it will happen. We base history off of somebody who says it did happen or it is happening.
Sure. So, are you familiar with the Old Testament as well as the New Testament?
I mean, that's not going to get you anywhere close to proving that Jesus existed, because you're still pointing to something that is even if I granted you that it's prophesying Jesus, which it's not really, but sure. Even if I granted you that, all it's saying is it will happen. That's not how we determine history. I just told you that. You'd have to show that it actually came to fruition. So, what is your evidence that Jesus actually did exist to fulfill said prophecies?
Okay, well, what about other historical checks? So, for example, in the book of Isaiah, this is hundreds of years before.
Oh my God, dude! Well, again, prophecy is not how we figure out whether or not the prophecy came true. Just looking at the existence of a prophecy does not automatically mean that it came true, right?
Right, but I didn't even
so
point
stop
out
talking about the prophecies. Jesus is literally never mentioned in Isaiah. It never says Jesus.
Okay.
Never.
I understand. I'm trying to
stop
point out
talking about
historical-
Isaiah. Just prove
but
Jesus.
Okay, I understand. I'm trying to point at historical figures that were actually around from these time frames. So
Well,
King Cyrus
was Jesus around at the time of King Cyrus?
No,
Okay,
he was
then
not. This is far after.
We're talking about Jesus, man.
Okay, absolutely.
Talk about
Understood.
Jesus.
So what about Pontius Pilate?
Pontius Pilate existed, yes.
He was a real person.
Yes.
What about the Emperor Tiberius? He was around at that time.
Yes.
Okay, what about, so you're saying Paul and Jesus never existed.
Correct.
And yet all of the churches recognized these letters from Paul.
We don't have any letters from churches going back to Paul, and we don't have anybody saying that they personally knew Paul, even within Christianity.
That's fair. Okay.
So where did you get that idea then? So why'd you make that claim?
The claim that the
churches recognized them? No, they didn't.
Well, what are all of the different councils and creeds? The Council of
in like
Nicaea.
the second century. The 4th century. What does that have to do with Paul? That's very clearly
Well-
just a religion that like grew for hundreds of years. The story of Paul had been around for nearly 200 years by the time that the First Council of Nicaea was put together.
Yes, I understand that hundreds of years, took place. Do you not believe that Christians were persecuted in the first 100 to 200 years more so than in other times of history?
No, not at all. Considering the fact that they were punished, the only times that they were specifically talked about as having endured any kind of real problem, it's because of the fact that they were meeting together without permits, or they were not worshiping the Roman emperor, which was a law, and it had been a law for quite some time prior. Just because it's a dumb law doesn't make it not a law, and just because they're breaking the law because they're breaking the law, that does not mean that they're persecuted. That means they're prosecuted. I mean, other religions, other cults were also under the same like watchful eye. Like the Edict of Milan in 312, it didn't just make Christianity legal; it made all religions legal, because it wasn't just Christianity that got picked on. Other religions did too. Other cults did too. It's not like they were special. Like, it explicitly was a law within Roman Empire that you had to worship the Roman emperor, and you could really do whatever the fuck you wanted to do. You could worship whatever you wanted, as long as you also recognize the emperor as a god.
Yeah,
Christians couldn't do that, but that's on them, not on Rome.
And that's why Judaism was able to flourish, because they had no problem with calling the emperor the emperor, whereas in Christianity,
that's not true
Christ
at all.
is king.
No, that's not true at all. And I didn't say anything about calling the emperor. I said worshiping the emperor as a god. In fact, there is explicitly a caveat that was made for the Jews because of their longevity, but nevertheless. After the First Jewish-Roman War, there was a tax that was levied against the Jewish people known as the Fiscus Judaicus, which said you either had to worship the Roman emperor or you had to pay a tax. And so, yeah, there's a tax that becomes involved at that point.
So you believe in the temple being destroyed in 70 AD?
It was.
Okay. And does that not, like, do you believe in that because of Josephus and his writings?
We also have just like historical evidence for it, but whatever. Okay.
Well, what's the historical evidence for that?
Not only Josephus, but we also have other people who talked about it.
Okay, and who would those people be?
Like Tacitus?
Okay,
And like,
did Tacitus write about Jesus as well?
No, he writes about the Christians being blamed for the fire in Rome and then admitting to it. There's an interpolated line within Book 15, Section 44 that says Christus and talks about Pontius Pilate there, but there's multiple reasons that we can get into if you want that show that is something that is added sometime between the beginning of the 3rd century to the 5th.
Do you see why it might be strange to believe the historical accounts of Josephus and Tacitus, but then not believe the historical writings of Paul? Like, what evidence do you have that Josephus was a real person?
Would you like to go ahead and just toss him out? I'll toss
Did
him out if you
he
want.
really just say Josephus like
Okay.
3 different
Josephus is
ways
gone.
in the span of like a fucking minute?
Okay, but I don't understand. See, that
All right,
that's
well,
the
you can't
issue
use
that I see
Josephus
is-
now. Good luck. What else you got?
Okay, no, I mean, I think that the most important thing is that there is historical science that needs to be done. Like, if I was to say to you that you need
All right,
to
well,
prove
what
George
historical
Washington-
science? Okay, well, we have his teeth and his descendants. We also have things that stylometrically come back as him, and we have paintings that he posed for. We don't have anything for that like that for Jesus or Paul. And we have contemporaries who talk about George Washington. There is no contemporary who talks about Paul or Jesus. There's no Christian who ever says that we have their writing or anything like that that says, I actually met Jesus while he was alive. And we don't have any Christian writings that say anything about Paul and say, oh, I personally knew Paul.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. You're a very intelligent man, and you make very good points. I don't
Thanks.
think I
so
have
what's your
much
evidence
else to
for
offer.
Jesus? What's your evidence for Jesus? And again, remember, you can't use Josephus. He didn't exist.
Well, my preferred evidence for Jesus, again, would be prophecy, but I don't feel as though
well,
that's a
unless
respected
is a prophecy proof, is the existence of a prophecy proof that it actually was fulfilled?
It is not.
Okay. So you understand that that's a really stupid argument, right?
Well, I'm trying to bring other examples of prophecies that are fulfilled,
Cool.
and it's not being
but
accepted.
if they're fulfilled, then they're fulfilled. then they're true. I mean,
but
you don't have
how
to
is prophecy possible if it's just a human written piece of literature? How are you able to predict
first of all,
something that
prophecy is
happens
not
hundreds?
real. You're already stupid for believing that prophecy is a real thing.
But you wouldn't let me
even
give an example.
Listen. The only examples that you could possibly give of a prophecy that makes any sense and could actually mean anything is something where you have evidence that it actually became fulfilled. That's
okay, can I
fine.
give you a
But for
few?
Jesus,
Can I
you
give you a
can't
few?
show that it got fulfilled. Plenty
But
of
can I
people
give
make
you a
prophecies
few?
that don't get fulfilled, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, so then you can't say, oh, hey, here's a prophecy that got fulfilled, so therefore here's this prophecy, and it got fulfilled. I don't have any evidence for it, but it did. No, that's not how that works.
That's fair, but
So don't
if I
make that
have
argument. If it's fair, don't make that argument. It's a really stupid argument, and you sound more intelligent than to keep bringing that up. It is. I need you to understand, Curtis, that is the stupidest fucking argument you could possibly bring up, because you just admitted that prophecies don't always get fulfilled, and the existence of a prophecy doesn't automatically mean it was fulfilled.
But
stop doing that.
I didn't admit that there are prophecies in the Bible that were incorrect or that did not get fulfilled. I admit
when
that there are
Jesus
people who-
apparently says, "Hey, there are those of us here, or those of you here who are alive, who will not taste death before you see the Son of Man coming in His kingdom." Was that fulfilled?
Well, you're quoting from Matthew 24. Yes.
Cool. Was that fulfilled?
It's a complex question.
Awesome. You see how like it's very clearly not fulfilled? Very clearly, and which is why you're saying it's a complex question. That means it's a fucking no. It wasn't fulfilled. It wasn't. And the only possible way that you could actually like make that fulfilled is if you change words and don't let them mean words. You have to like interpret it in a certain way. It says that there are those of you here who will not taste death until you see the Son of Man coming in His kingdom. And you have to go in and say, well, what he actually meant was this. You have to do the prophecy, not him. That's terrible.
Okay. But what is
that
the
being said,
context of the chapter?
that being said, I don't give two flying fucks about, or one flying fuck for that matter, for prophecies, because it's not a real thing, dude. Anybody can write literally anything after something happens. I can write a story about the example I gave earlier. I can write a story about Abraham Lincoln predicting 9/11. Does the fact that 9/11 happened mean that Abraham Lincoln was actually a prophet? No, that's just me writing after 9/11, talking about somebody before 9/11 saying something about it. That's all that it is. And unless you can show that any of these books, including Matthew, was written prior to any of this actually coming to fruition, I don't know what to tell you, man.
What's being quoted in Matthew 24 there?
Literally doesn't
line
matter,
that you
dude.
said.
What is your
It
evidence
does.
that Jesus
It's
existed?
from Daniel. It's
Sweet.
from Daniel.
What's your evidence
which is
that
all
Jesus
the way back
existed?
to the Babylonian exile.
No,
that's
Daniel
what he
wasn't
said
written at
whenever
that
he was
point in
being.
time, but whatever. But still,
Daniel and Ezekiel were written during the Babylonian exile.
They were not.
Daniel was in the government of Babylon.
Sweet, that's a story. Jesus Christ, dude, you've done like zero research, man. Daniel is one of the latest books to actually been written in the Old Testament, because it's very clear that it is casting a story back into the Babylonian exile, because when it talks about prophecies, the prophecies are the things that it actually gets right, as opposed to the things that talks about like the time that Daniel supposedly lived. For example, back to my Abraham Lincoln 9/11 thing, I wasn't alive to see Abraham Lincoln, but I was alive to see 9/11. So I could tell you that like Abraham Lincoln could make a prophecy about 9/11. And if somebody wanted to know whether or not the book that I wrote was written after 9/11 or not, they could tell that like Abraham Lincoln, the story there, I've got some things in there that don't line up with Abraham Lincoln's story very much. But the 9/11 thing, I'm getting it spot on. I'm getting really close to the actual like case there for the actual event. What that shows is that I'm much more familiar with that story, the 9/11 story, than the Abraham Lincoln story, which means I'm writing it after 9/11, talking about something that just happened, as opposed to really being something that comes from the time of Abraham Lincoln, and it's a prophecy. This is how we know that Daniel was written well after the Babylonian exile. It's not even close, dude. You've done zero research on this, and you just kind of ate up whatever your pastor told you. It's kind of sad.
So is Ezekiel from that time frame as well then?
There's literally nothing from the Old Testament, save if you really, really, really want to, some blessings that were put onto some little like amulets. And even then, it's kind of sort of a variation. There is nothing from the Old Testament that was written down until 300 BCE or later. In fact, that's probably why they kept some of the fragments and manuscripts there within the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some of them may have, and this is true, you guys can fucking quote me on this, some of the fragments or manuscripts that were preserved in the Dead Sea Scrolls may have been originals, like originals, as opposed to copies. Because the Old Testament, I'm currently working on a project right now where we take a look at the history of it, we take a look at the stylometric analysis of it, we see that the Old Testament does not get written until about 300 or later, BCE, of course.
So the Septuagint would have only been 100 years from then, right?
The Septuagint may have also been specifically translated by the same people who wrote the Hebrew or Aramaic versions, because in the lore of the Septuagint is that there were 72 people who were hired to make the translation, but then there's also apparently 72 people who were mentioned as scribes there for the Old Testament within the Old Testament in the Hebrew. So it's like, okay, it's there's a good chance that it was actually translated by the same people. But either way, it could have just been translated shortly afterwards. It's fine, doesn't really matter. But the Hebrew/Aramaic was first. It was before the Greek, and it shows up 300 BCE or later.
That's very interesting. I was not aware of that. Well, like I said, I don't think that my main point is, I feel like it's being strawmanned, and
Now,
I'm
if
not
you're trying to argue for history and you're trying to appeal to prophecy, but you're not actually showing how what you do is you start with how the person existed. Then we can talk about whether or not that fulfilled prophecy. If you're saying that the person existed because of the prophecy, you already know that your argument is dog shit. And you should know that it's dog shit. And you should feel like dog shit for even bringing it up, or even suggesting it, or even really thinking it. You can't prove that the prophecy was fulfilled by just simply mentioning that there was a prophecy. You have to start with the story of Jesus. Then you can ask, did this fulfill prophecy? You don't say, oh, hey, there's a prophecy. That means it was fulfilled with Jesus. No, that's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
And you're consistent because you do apply that to the Old Testament as well. For example, like with Daniel, you're saying these things happened after the fact. That's why the prophecy is relevant.
Yeah, and that's why the prophecy is clear. Like the prophecy is so close to being true, so close to true, or so close to being historically accurate, like the prophecy part, versus the actual story itself. Like the actual story of Daniel has, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's going to be a king who it says is like the son of somebody when he wasn't the son of somebody. He was somebody who was maybe like the grandson or like something like that of somebody else. There's
Nebuchadnezzar,
or something. It's Nebuchadnezzar or Darius or one of the two. The point is, the prophecy itself is more historically accurate than the story in which the prophecy is supposed to be made in. And so that's how you know that it was written after the prophecy had already been fulfilled. So it's just
well, to be honest with you, I think it is going to be very difficult for me to prove that Daniel existed, that Ezekiel existed, that Moses existed. Going back further and further, it's even harder to prove that these people existed. I can't necessarily prove that Daniel existed. I can't prove to you that Jesus existed, but I do believe that there are historical pieces of evidence that can allow you to infer what is true, which I do believe is historical science. I believe that you look at what is around.
What would you look around the time of Jesus to say that we could infer that he existed?
Well, I would have to point to the writings from what you say. They're 100 years after. There's no autograph, right? I give you that. There's no autograph, so we can't go exactly back to that time frame. But these are writings. I can go back to the donkey that they graffitied on a cross, and they said, "This is your God." That's from way back then, which proves that they're followers.
That's from the 3rd century. The Alexamenos graffito is from the 3rd century.
I thought that was from.
Why would you care about that? Also, it doesn't say anything about Jesus Christ or Christians. It just says Alexamenos worships his God. In fact, There's at least a couple scholars that say that it's potentially a jackal head. Why would it be a donkey?
Well, I thought it was a mockery.
Well, why? It doesn't
Because
say
it's
anything mocking. It just says
well,
Alexamenos worships his god.
the idea that your God can die is supposed
it's not
to be
necessarily dead. What are you talking about?
Yeah, from the Christian perspective, it's not, but that's how someone who would mock Jesus would mock him, is to say, you know, oh, your God is so powerful that he died. That's one of the reasons
There's a
that
ton
a
of dying rising gods. Uranu's got his dick ripped off. Like what? Like what do we? Like why would that be embarrassing?
I mean,
he literally comes back to life in the next paragraph. Like why would anybody be like, oh hey, your god died? Okay, cool. So did like a lot of gods, including the ones in Egypt. Some of them who are depicted, by the way, with the heads of animals. So like, who cares?
Okay, so then what do you make of that graffiti then? What do you think
It could
was
simply
their
it was
intention?
a couple people have said that it's the head of a jackal, which would be Anubis. Pretty sure.
Gotcha.
So I
Well,
mean,
what
there's
about
not,
the-
like why would they pick a donkey? Like
What
that's
about the
really
pool-
weird.
What about the pool of Bethesda? There's the pool of Bethesda. There is the Pontius Pilate stone.
Bethesda.
Is he saying
Mhm.
Bathsheba?
You play video games?
No.
You don't play video games?
I mean, I used to. I don't anymore. I got 2 kids.
Okay. You ever play Skyrim?
No, I played it one time actually. I played it one time for
Played
like
Dishonored?
a few hours. Okay.
Oh.
I played Minecraft, my man.
All right. Well, it's Bethesda. It's Bethesda.
Bethesda. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. Anyways, the point is that was actually found. The pool of Bethesda was found in the 5 porticos, and they were attached to an Asclepion, which is a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius, which was placed there in about the 100s. So Jesus couldn't have even gone to it to begin with, like it says in John 5. It's an anachronism. It actually shows the story is written in the 2nd century about something that was there at that time and not the time of Jesus. In fact,
What about-
it literally flips over if you take a look at it.
Mhm.
We're going to go to John 5 really quick. Okay, so take a look. It says, after this there was, so past tense, a festival of the Jews, and Jesus went, past tense, up to Jerusalem. Now in Jerusalem by the sheep gate there is a pool, called in Hebrew Bethzatha or Bethesda or Bethsaida or Bethesda there, which has 5 porticos. It has 5 porticos. In these lay many ill, blind, lame, and paralyzed people. And then it goes back to past tense. One man was there. So it actually switches. This word here is a very good tell. In fact, it's not just some kind of weird English translation problem. It is explicit in the Greek that, and Christian scholar Daniel Wallace actually makes a very, very, very good argument for this, that the word is important there. It depends on what your word, your definition of the word is. Anyways, so the point is, for the word is here, it's trying to say that this pool of Bethesda or this sheep gate pool is there currently at the time of writing. That's the point. So because of this, as long as we can date the Gospel of John post 70, which is very easy because even Christian scholars say that it's 90 to 110. I would say it's about 165, but still, regardless. The point is, as long as we can date it after 70, then according to Daniel Wallace's own logic, this is an anachronism because the 5 porticos would have been next to the sheep gate because that's where it's at. It's next to the sheep gate. This is next to the wall. And the siege of Jerusalem at the end of the First Jewish-Roman War would have been it would have destroyed anything next to the walls and stuff like that, like the porticos. And Daniel Wallace
Right.
makes note of this. The point is, Jesus apparently goes to these porticos. But these porticos are part of an Asclepion, which is built later. There wouldn't have been a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius across the street from the Jewish temple. It's not happening. This is not
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Josephus
What-
actually goes through and tells you about Jerusalem. He does not mention anything about this pool of Bethesda, or the pool of Bethesda's there, but he doesn't mention anything about like this Asclepion or anything like that there at that time, or the 5
Well,
porticos.
We threw out Josephus, even though you're making good points with him. But what about
nevertheless, that's how one of the ways that we know that Josephus is telling the truth, and Josephus would have been somebody who existed at that point in time, is because most of his work comes back stylometrically as him, which means that the vast majority of his work is showing up as one particular author. And whenever we dive into some of his claims, we can see that they line up archaeologically with the time. That's the thing.
So
so your question earlier was like, hey, why would you accept Josephus over Paul? And that's because with Paul, we can see that even the authentic books, as a lot of scholars would claim, have multiple authors within them. And on top of that, they're writing in like 2nd century style Greek. And on top of that, they include a whole bunch of anachronisms, things that don't really line up with time. Paul mentions getting in trouble with a guy named King Aretas while he was in Damascus. But King Aretas IV, who a lot of people point to as being in the middle of the 1st century, he didn't have control over Damascus and couldn't have had control over Damascus. Someone else did. But King Aretas III did have control over Damascus, but he died in the middle of the 1st century BCE. So there's things that don't line up with time within Paul. Within Josephus, not only does it come back most of it as him or as one author, but it also lines up with archaeology. So we can say that Josephus or somebody using that pen name at the very least did exist at that time because they're talking about things that actually make sense and line up with corroborating evidence.
That's a very solid point. But what makes you so confident that king, what was it, King Aretas?
Aretas, yeah.
Yeah. What makes you so confident that he couldn't have been from the time frame that Paul wrote?
Because well, it's not necessarily from the time frame. It's from it's having control over Damascus. Someone else had control over Damascus over the time that Paul was supposedly in Damascus. That's the issue. That's the issue. That someone else had control over it, and it wasn't him. And you can read all about that. Aretas, King Aretas, that's Aretas, Aretas, and you can look it up. Aretas IV is what people think is who people think actually was involved there with Paul. But King Aretas III, who is in the 1st century BCE, that's the guy who actually lines up with the claim. So it's pretty clear that they're casting Paul back into the past and just missing wildly on the time frame.
Mm-hmm.
It's just somebody just making a mistake.
So what do you make of the argument for how the geography, because that is a good point. Let's say that it is in fact true that King Aretas is not in charge of Damascus over that time. That's a clear historical discrepancy from what's being written. Mm-hmm. Can you also do that with like the geography from that time frame being described properly, or the names of different people from those specific
geography
regions?
For what, like the Gospels and stuff?
Yeah. So the Gospels, talking about traveling from Egypt to Jerusalem, from this side of a lake to that side of a lake. Do you see what I'm saying? They talk about geography throughout the Gospels, as well as the names that they use. They line up with names from that time period, from that geography. Do you see discrepancies there as well?
Well, yeah. In fact, the names that some of them use, like, wait, are you saying the names of people or the names of places?
Yes, sir. Well, no, the names of people change in different geographies.
There wouldn't have been that much of a change from the 1st to 2nd century anyways. But that being said, there's names specifically in the New Testament for 2 of the disciples who are apparently like Jewish people who don't have Aramaic variants of their name. Like they're just Greek. Did you know that?
It was required for the Jewish people to have Aramaic variation of their name?
What I'm saying is that your claim that like it lines up with the time frame and it lines up with the people, like no. Like there's nothing to insinuate that the names themselves would have connected them there, because there's at least 2 that like are very clearly just Greek names, and that would seem pretty strange that a Jewish person would have 2 Jewish people within a group of 13 people don't have Aramaic names, or names that even have a comparison.
The only reason I'm bringing up the argument is because it is a method in which textual critics will
There's no evidence whatsoever that those names weren't used in the 2nd century. I'd also like to point out that Paul isn't even a fucking name. Paul is a diminutive. It means the small one. And there's no evidence whatsoever that somebody had Paul as their first name prior to the 2nd century with like Paul.
And is there no history on Paul being from Tarsus and his Roman citizenship?
No.
There's no evidence whatsoever?
No. In fact, he
No,
worked for the
there's no
Pharisees
evidence he
according to
ever
the story. He was the
fucking
Pharisee of
lived.
Pharisees or whatever is what he called himself. And in no way, shape, or form is he mentioned in any of like the Talmud or the Mishnah.
But he is a Roman citizen, or
according to the story, according to Acts, but like,
right?
There's no evidence whatsoever of Paul
But can
at
you
all.
prove that?
But
no one outside of Christianity ever mentions Paul, ever, in at least in antiquity.
Do you know how it is that we know that Paul is from Tarsus? Because
it says it in Acts.
And it says specifically that he was born a Roman citizen, and
Acts,
that he.
yeah.
Okay, I see. Fair enough.
Yeah, but Acts also says that Paul goes to, while he's in Jerusalem, he goes to the temple and to the synagogues, to many synagogues is what it says, or multiple. And there were no synagogues in Jerusalem at the same time as the temple. The synagogue is where you go if you can't make it to the temple.
What about Capernaum? Isn't there, there are
Capernaum
synagogues
is not
that
Jerusalem. It's a completely different city.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there were synagogues in Capernaum was
well, the temple is not in Capernaum.
Yes. Well, you had disproved the pool of Bethesda, and I'm just bringing up another piece of evidence here historically that there are synagogues mentioned in Capernaum. I believe that Paul did visit those as well.
Cool. It's not. A story is not historical because of how many times it lines up with history. It's how many times it doesn't. All right, that's how you figure out like whether or not it's historical. Otherwise, Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter would actually be historical. It's the fact that very clearly there's obviously things that don't line up with history, and those are what makes it fiction. Like, yeah, there's synagogues in Capernaum because you can't make it to Jerusalem, but there's not a synagogue in Jerusalem. That doesn't make any sense. The temple is there, and it's massive.
I'm lacking knowledge here. I don't understand the difference between the temple and
a synagogue is like a makeshift temple, if you will, and it's like a small town temple, if you will, not small town, but like a one in other cities where you can't make it to the temple, like you can't journey all the way to that area, so you go to the synagogue instead. Like Philo of Alexandria belonged to the Great Synagogue in Alexandria.
Right. This story is from like Acts 22 to Acts 25 or something like that, right? He took 4 people to the synagogue in Jerusalem. Is that what it says?
No.
He went through the temple cleansing. Is that this story?
Well, kind of, sort of. But he ends up talking about how he went to multiple synagogues in the story. He says, while I was here in the city, you didn't arrest me when I went to the temple and when I went to the synagogues.
Oh, right. Because here's the thing. So from, as far as I understand, from that story, he went with 4 other individuals and he paid for all of them to get ceremonially cleansed.
Okay.
And then the crowd recognized him, and
Right,
then
the story itself is not what I'm like the details of the story is not really what I'm talking about. It's impossible for him to go to a place that did not exist in Jerusalem.
But if he said that he went to the temple and like in Jerusalem, and that he went to synagogues elsewhere, like Capernaum, is that not a possibility?
No, he says it's all in the city.
What is the scripture there? I'm trying to remember the scripture that you're referencing. I don't remember what it is exactly that he said. I'm having a hard time believing that he would say that he went to synagogues in Jerusalem if he didn't go.
What do you mean if he didn't go? No, it's the fact that they're not there. That's the problem.
If they're not there in Jerusalem, if there's no synagogues in Jerusalem, I would find it hard to believe that he's saying that he went to synagogues in Jerusalem. I feel like that might be being taken out of context. I just can't remember where it is that he says that. I'm pretty sure it's between Acts 22 and Acts 25, though.
Okay, this is, let's see. This is Acts 24. And it says, let's see, I cheerfully make my defense, knowing that for many years you have been a judge over those people. As you can find out, it is not more than 12 days since I went up to worship in Jerusalem. They did not find me disputing anyone in the temple or stirring up a crowd either in the synagogues or throughout the city. It's very clearly talking about the city of Jerusalem.
Well, he said he went up to worship in Jerusalem.
Yep.
He didn't say
Still
that there's
talking about throughout the city. Yep. In Jerusalem.
He said in the synagogues or throughout the city. I think you'd have to be
Because he's
taking
talking about the city. Yeah, this is outside the synagogues. This is in the synagogues, still in the city. This is in the temple, obviously connected to Jerusalem. It's not any other
That's
temple.
fair. I do think that the word "or" there matters.
Yeah, it's because it's talking about in the synagogues or throughout the rest of the city. Like throughout the city would mean outside the synagogues. This is in the synagogues. Temple, synagogues, everywhere else, city.
I can't agree with your interpretation there just because
I don't know what to tell you, man.
He doesn't say in the synagogues throughout the city.
They did not find me with anyone in the temple. Where's the temple?
The temple's in Jerusalem.
Okay, or stirring up a crowd either in the synagogues, and you're saying this is outside of the Jerusalem is what you're trying to say, or throughout the city. So throughout the city is very different from the temple, correct?
He's saying
correct. So okay, listen. Throughout the city is talking about Jerusalem, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and obviously, if this included the religious buildings, he wouldn't need to say temple, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it says temple, it says synagogues because that's different from the temple, and it says temple, synagogues, and everywhere else.
Right, but
he is explicitly talking about in Jerusalem. Do you really think that what he said was, it is not more than 12 days since I went up to Jerusalem, or went up to worship in Jerusalem. They did not find me disputing with anyone in the temple in Jerusalem, or stirring up a crowd either in the synagogues outside Jerusalem, or throughout the city of Jerusalem. You mean he said in Jerusalem, outside of Jerusalem, and then in Jerusalem again?
Yeah, I think he's saying that
very clearly said I was in Jerusalem?
I mean, I think the point is that I haven't been causing problems anywhere. That's what he's trying to say.
And where does he explicitly say that he was? Right before he lists all these places.
Where does he say that he was
Judea?
before then?
Yep. He literally says 12 days since I went up to worship where? He tells
Jerusalem.
you what. Yeah. Yeah. Does he say Judea?
No.
Does he say Israel?
No.
Does he say Galilee?
No.
Okay. So when you see Jerusalem, obviously this is Jerusalem, this is Jerusalem, this is what you're saying is not Jerusalem, even though it's in the middle of the list. And on top of that, he never says anything else about any other place. He literally just names the city and then says the city after he says this. But this is very clearly something that mentions throughout the city, like in other words, not the religious buildings. Otherwise, temple would have been part of throughout. And so you have a religious building, everything else, religious building that's not everything else, and a religious building that is not the temple. Congratulations. It is Jerusalem.
He is under trial against Romans, correct? This is a Roman that's interrogating him currently. Cool. And he traveled up from somewhere 12 days previously, and Rome had more control than just Jerusalem. It was worthwhile mentioning that he was not causing problems elsewhere than Jerusalem, though, if you're under trial.
Cool. Anything else?
No, man. I enjoyed the conversation, man. I hope I didn't take you off, dude. I think you're really smart, and I enjoyed talking with you.
All right. All right, let's see here. $2 there from Lloyd Linskay or something. Says, crazy. Not one letter exists about saints reviving. Yeah. Yes, I agree with you, Lloyd. Yeah. Yeah. You're correct, Lloyd. $1.99 from Generally Specific on YouTube says, you just called out Jesus Christ. Debate over. Hercules. Hercules. God. All right. Is that how that works? We'll go ahead and move on to somebody else. Daddy. What's going on?
What's up, bro?
What you got?
So I just wanted to get into anecdotes a little bit.
Really?
A little bit.
Okay.
Just wanted to pick your brain a little bit about. I kind of heard you talk about it a little bit.
You've heard me talk about it a little bit. I talk about it just about every day.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Do you think that you're going to bring some evidence that somehow we haven't had before? And by the way, just to kind of remind you, this is over the last 3.5 weeks how many times that people have brought up Tacitus. Would you like to somehow
5, 10, 15, 20.
Would you like to somehow give us the first
I don't think
proof of Tacitus talking about Jesus that we haven't heard of before?
I don't think I would be coming with anything new, but I would just be asking you.
Do you think that it's going to work very well?
Maybe not. I don't know. I haven't asked it yet.
I mean, if you're not bringing anything new, and we've talked about it in the last 3.5 weeks, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, you would now be number 33.
Mm-hmm. So, well, you don't want me to talk about it? Or?
Well, I mean, if you feel confident.
Well, I mean, again, I'm just asking questions. I just want to know
why.
Well,
I'm asking a question as well. Do you feel confident that what you're going to say is not going to go the way of 32 people prior?
Am I confident that? Oh no, I probably wouldn't change your mind. No, but I just want to know what you're thinking about it. That's all.
Not what he asked.
Taquitos.
All right. Anyways, sorry. What'd you got? What'd you got for us, man?
So I just wanted to know, like, what, because it does mention it. I understand that it's been.
It does mention what?
Christianos.
So the
Right?
Christians?
That would be Christians, yeah.
Okay. So does CILVI 24944, a Latin inscription that's over in Rome that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. So keep that in mind.
So when Tacitus says that they were named after the followers of Christ, do you think he's talking about that inscription?
Nope. I think that when he says Christians, he is referring to a group that's been around since potentially before the supposed birth of Jesus. And definitely before the supposed time that the Christians say that they were first called Christians over in Antioch in the 50s, according to Acts.
Okay.
Also, by the way, in the first codex, or the earliest codex that we have for the New Testament, Codex Sinaiticus, they call themselves Christians as well. Whenever it says Christians in Acts, it actually spells out the word Christians. So it's the same
That's what we're talking about.
Okay. Well, that would be them. And somehow they date to 16 BCE to 37 CE. That's weird. Over in Rome. It's a little strange.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but I think that inscription was specifically about a family.
Say what?
Like a family. I think that inscription was specifically talking about like a family name, because I think that was also.
There was a family name. This last name was Christian.
I think it was a family name, yeah.
The word
Christiani,
Christian.
right? Christiani, right?
So there was a family name that was Christian, and then they end up being a religion.
Yeah. I
It's
think
not
it says
Christiani.
Christiani.
No, that means Christians.
Or Christiani.
Yeah, dude,
Is
that's a
that
plural.
not what
It's
Oh,
either a
that's a
plural or a
plural.
possessive, kind of like the letter S at the end of words today.
So what does the full sentence of that inscription say that you're saying is from the BC? What
It
is that?
says Iucundae Christianae, which that means either someone who is a Christian and they own the dish that they, or the urn, if you will, that was given to somebody for her son's death, or it would be the good Christians, like a group.
Okay, so it could be that family name, right? Because it's saying it's
there's no
owned by
family
that
name known as Christian. That doesn't make any sense.
Christiani. Yeah, I
You
mean,
keep saying
okay, so-
Christiani, but no, that's a plural. It's either a plural or it's a possessive. It's like an
but they
S at the
use
end of the name.
plural, right? In that inscription, what does it say?
Christiani.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So
it would, yeah,
can
I'm
say it's a
aware, but
plural.
if you think it's a family name, it would just be Christian then. Like Pilati, like Pontius Pilati, would either be a plural or it'd be somebody like it owns something.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you're backing that up with, but I think that inscription was specifically talking about that being owned by that family name.
You think a family name was the word question?
You keep changing it, but I'm saying it says
I'm not
Christian.
changing it because Christiani is also what's used in the New Testament. Even if you think Christians is a family, do you think Christians is a family name and also a religion, as explained by Codex Sinaiticus?
It says Christiani?
In Codex Sinaiticus, yes.
Okay. Then I'm not sure. I'll look into that then. So,
when I said Christians earlier,
Oh, good, another
Christians,
one
do you
who's
think that
gonna look
when I was
into it.
referring to the Codex Sinaiticus that it was written in English or some shit?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I maybe
These guys who are forever looking into it, I mean, how come we never hear them come back and say, okay, I looked into it. Yeah, appears to be bullshit.
I wasn't following along, but as far as what Tacitus says about this annal, so it says that the Christians were persecuted, right?
No, they were punished because they admitted guilt to burning down Rome.
They admitted guilt to burning down Rome. Does it say that?
Yeah, it's very obvious
Does it?
you haven't read shit. That's
Okay,
exactly
okay.
what it says.
Hold on. Slow down. So I don't think it says they admitted guilt to burning down Rome. They
Jesus
did admit
fucking
guilt.
Christ, dude! Like,
I
have
wanna
you
see where
not
it says
read what you're bringing up? Like,
Sure,
did
I
you
want-
really
I
did
want
you
you
really
to-
think that you were going to do better than the other 32 people who brought it up?
Yeah, I want you to show me where it says they
Yeah.
admitted guilt to burning down Rome specifically. That's what I
Okay,
want
and
to see.
then when I show you, will you say, you know what? I Datty am a dumbass.
Yes, I will,
Okay.
I will say that. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go
Yeah.
ahead and bring this up.
What is it going to show me? That they
The
burned down
passage.
Rome?
Here we go. It's admitting guilt. So it says.
No, not admitting guilt. Admitting guilt to burning down Rome.
Yes.
Is what you specifically
Yes.
said. Okay.
Okay. Consequently, to get rid of the report, Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on the class hated for their abominations. This is explicitly talking about the fire in Rome. You know this, right?
Hold on, slow down. Sorry, you're talking so fast, bro.
You do
pull
know
it up?
that the story is about burning down Rome, right?
Sure.
Okay. Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations called Christians by the populace. And then it gives us the Christ line and everything about the religion itself that's interpolated, but it doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about. Accordingly, an arrest was first made of all who pleaded guilty.
To what?
To burning down Rome. That's what this
No.
is talking about.
So so that's where like historians don't agree with you though.
It literally says, then upon their information, an immense multitude was convicted. Not so
Yeah.
much of the crime of firing the city, in other burning down Rome, as of hatred of mankind.
Not so much as what?
The firing the city. The crime
Not
of
so much
firing
as
the
firing
city.
the
That's
city?
burning down Rome. Firing the city.
Scroll down a little bit more. This guy is.
And then he talks about the tortures.
Not so much of the crime of
Firing the city as of hatred against mankind. So in other words, because of the fire and because they admitted guilt for it, then they ratted each other out because the Christians were also little bitches. They ended up arresting a bunch of other people, and then they ended up torturing them. That's what this says. An arrest was first made of all who pled guilty. But what this is saying here, not so much for the crime of firing the city as of hatred against mankind, is because not only did they plead guilty to it, but they also were considered to be people who just didn't like human beings. Because
Yeah, Griff, I would pay somebody big fucking money to actually come back in 2 weeks after looking into it. I mean, I would love it. It never happens.
they were hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Now, this word here in the original actually says Christians. You can actually see it here in this particular text. We're going to pull it up right here. You can see there's a gap here because the letter E which looks more like this here, not the I here in Tiberius or the I in Christus. This used to be an E, so it's very clearly it's very.
And the ones who do come back and say, okay, I looked into it, they just come back with the same fucking apologetic that they fucking tried in the first goddamn place that didn't work for them.
Very clearly
insane.
The letter E, but regardless, doesn't make any difference. They pled guilty. So please go ahead and say exactly what you need to say, and then we can continue the conversation.
I don't believe that, dude. I don't think it says that. I don't think it says that that they pled guilty for the fire specifically. That's what I was asking for.
What do you think this is for?
That they pled guilty to being Christians.
When does it say they weren't? They were questioned as to whether or not they became Christian or were Christians.
It doesn't need to. It just says they pled guilty, and allegedly that
To
was
what?
was illegal, to being Christian.
No, to this. This is what they're guilty for. Nero fastened the guilt onto these people and inflicted the most exquisite tortures for these people. The guilt. The guilt of what? What has it been talking about? The conflagration. You know what that means? Do you know what that means?
I don't.
It means fire.
Okay, so it's yeah, I understand.
All right,
that
so
it's
go ahead and say what you need to
with
say, and then we'll continue on the conversation. If you don't say what you need to say, then we're going to go ahead and move on to the next
address
person.
that, or you don't want me to address it?
I mean, go ahead and try to prove that somewhere in here it's not talking about the Christians admitting guilt to the fire, and explain where you're getting that.
Yeah, what I'm seeing from what historians see it versus
Historians
you is,
do say that they are pleading guilty to the fire. That's what it says.
I'm seeing something different, but what
are
does
you
say
seeing?
is that
What are you
Nero-
seeing, and where is it?
Sure. What it is saying is that Nero accused the Christians
of what?
Of the fire.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
And
I'll
the
agree with
guilt would be associated with the fire, correct? Correct?
They were accusing them of the fire.
Of the fire. Okay. So an arrest was made of all who pled guilty
It doesn't
to
say
the fire.
To what?
Because the guilt is for what? Is the guilt for fire, or the guilt just for Christians?
Would you say that being a Christian was illegal at that time?
It was not illegal.
Oh,
it was not explicitly illegal until the 3 to 6 years before the Edict of Milan in the 4th century. Nowhere is it illegal to be a Christian in the 1st century.
Okay.
In fact, Emperor Hadrian in 111 literally said the Christians are not to be hunted down. So please, say what you need to say, and we'll
forgot. What
continue
did
the
you want me to say
conversation.
about it? Yeah, what did you want me to say?
I, D-A-T-T-Y, am a dumbass.
I-D-A-T-T-Y.
Come on.
Might be
you're
a
so
dumbass.
close.
Do you want to try it again, or do you want me to go ahead and move on to somebody else?
I-D-A-T-T-Y am a dumbass. But I do have a
What's your next point?
clarification on that.
What's your next point?
So, well, it's okay. I'll give it to you that
Sweet. What's your next point? We don't have to talk about it. What's your next point?
Because it's kind of, it strings along to that. So,
okay.
Were those people the followers of Jesus Christ?
No.
Okay.
No. The word was Christians, and the fact that it's, in fact, that the fact that the word is Christian explicitly shows you that they didn't get their name from Christus with an I. Like, if we go back up to where the source of this material, this is Book 15, Section 44 of Tacitus's Annals, originally written in 116. We can see that the word Christians was used for the group, but the word Christus was used for the name of the supposedly where they got their name, like their founder or whatever. But the manuscript that we have that you're taking a look at right here dates to the 11th century. All right. And that line is very obvious that Tacitus would not have actually written that, because the Christians with an E would not get their name from Christus with an I. This is something from a later Christian who called Jesus, Christ, obviously. Also, Christ is a title, not a name, so it wouldn't make any sense that he would put down something that is not even his name. Like, maybe Jesus who's called Christ would work. But if he's looking at any kind of arrest record or anything like that, it would be pretty obvious that his name is Yeshua or some Latin or Greek variant. Also, on top of that, that same line calls Pilate a procurator when he was actually a prefect. Judea didn't even have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. Tacitus does know the difference. He uses them separately and correctly throughout the rest of the text.
Okay.
So it's pretty obvious that this line was added later. When Tertullian, the first Christian we know of who wrote in Latin, when he writes in 200, roughly 200, about 80 years later after Tacitus says all this, or Tacitus writes his book, Tertullian says, consult your history books. We were blamed for the fire in Rome. And he talks about the tortures, but he never mentions anything about how Tacitus said anything about Jesus or Christ. That does not get brought up until the early 5th century, which is after Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. It's at that point where they actually did have the power to change these texts or try to claim that, or edit these things and try to insert different claims into this kind of shit.
Wait, so Tertullian says that that group who are now the followers of Jesus Christ were blamed for the fire.
He connects them with the Christians because, again, around the time of Tertullian is when we get Codex Sinaiticus that calls themselves, where the Christians call themselves Christians.
But he was just confused, is what you're saying.
No,
because you're saying that they're not the same group. Because I asked you that. Yeah, I asked you that initially. If they were talking about the followers of Jesus Christ in that,
they're not the followers of Jesus Christ. In that's what I'm saying. In the 60s, in 64, they didn't have the mythology of Jesus. They are a mystery cult that had been around since before Jesus was even supposedly born. So they have nothing to do with Jesus. It's only later on that they get the mythology of Jesus in the middle of the 2nd century. Tertullian, at the beginning of the 3rd century, writes about things and says, oh, hey, we were blamed for the fire in Rome because he is a Christian. He is a Christian. He is within this group, and he is years after they have the mythology. So he is trying to say, he is a believer in Jesus, a believer in Jesus in the 3rd century.
That's what I was asking. So do you think he was confused about who the followers were back then? Because they didn't believe back then.
I mean, he's confused in the sense that like he thinks that the Christians in the 1st century like believed in Jesus. They're the same group, but they just didn't have the mythology yet. Like
you don't
I'm not saying that he was confused and saying, oh, hey, my group is that group. No. They're the same group. It's just the group in 60 didn't have anything to do with Jesus because that mythology wasn't written yet.
Is it the same group, or do they just have
the same group? It's the same group.
He still makes content. He's actually pretty new at YouTube. He's only had his YouTube channel for a few months, Remisses. Also, I just hit 9.5 hours, guys. So, as soon as this call's done, I'm going to shut it down. So,
yeah, I was getting kind of tired anyhow.
Yeah. So, if there's any songs you guys want to hear, put them in the chat. Yeah, it's getting pretty early, so I'm getting tired too. Also, my fucking eye is driving me nuts. So but yeah, yes, I'm going to sleep and eventually. So I'm gonna try and learn some Streamlabs before I crash out. But yeah, after this caller's over, I'm gonna close it out. So yeah, this isn't an iTwitch. I think either I think I just have a sty, and it's just in a spot where it's just making my whole upper eyelid hurt. So it's like very puffy, and It sucks because there really isn't much you can do about it except, keep medicating it and like warm compresses to get them to go away. So, Kelsier, yeah, the one that says your Christofascist nightmares. That's the Welcome to Async song. That one always gets played. But I play 3 songs, so if anybody has any other songs they want to hear in addition to that one, that one always gets played.
I mean, if you don't want it to be the same group, then we're gonna have to kick out Tacitus. I mean, I think it is the same group.
Yeah. Okay. But you, why do you think it's the same group if they don't?
Because
believe
they
in the
literally
same
call
things?
themselves that in the Codex Sinaiticus. Justin
No, I
Martyr says
understand-
Christians.
I understand what you're saying, but
Marcion says Christian. Like they
I
call
understand
themselves
you're-
this.
I understand you're saying it like
Emerson,
evolved
welcome to
into that.
Async.
Yes,
One
because
more.
eventually
But
it
they
had
don't
a
believe in the
mythology
same
that shows up in the 2nd century about Jesus.
But
In
since
60,
they
they
don't-
did not have a story of Jesus.
But since they don't believe in the same thing, it like their core beliefs are not the same.
Cool, it's still the same group. It's just they
Okay.
haven't written a book yet. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you want to say that it's different, okay, well then Tacitus isn't part of your argument then. Like, if you want to say that the theology evolves, and once it evolves, it's no longer the same thing. Okay, great. So I guess Christianity in your eyes doesn't start until the books get written or until they have a story about Jesus, which means we don't get shit from any Christians about Jesus until 144. So it sounds like Christianity as you know it starts in 144. So Tacitus, out. Pliny, out. Suetonius,
Okay.
out. Josephus,
BMF, it
out.
is.
Literally anybody prior to 144, you'd have to just toss out because they were the wrong theology. And I'll agree with you if you want. If you want to do that, I will shake your hand virtually, and then we'll just start looking for people after 144. Good luck. But it's not going to help you with the Jesus thing.
Okay, so
Because the first person after 144 to talk about Christians and to talk about Jesus explicitly that we know of is going to be, that would be Lucian of Samosata in 166, who says that the Christians are gullible fools, miserable wretches, and he says that the Christians, as you know, worship this crucified sage. He's writing about them and just talking about what they believe. He's not saying that it's true. He's just writing about what they believe. And he actually says that a patricidal con man grifted the Christians in the early to mid 2nd century and wrote their books for them and edited others.
Who is he talking about?
Peregrinus Proteus. So, I mean, if you want to say that the group is different because their theology is different, be my guest. It's going to make your already uphill climb even worse. You're going to be climbing more than 90 degrees.
Gotcha. Have you talked to like any like scholars about this? What did they say about
They
that?
say
Griff, no, he hasn't shown up in Justin's stream, but he did show up in the horizontal chat last week. Apparently he's an asshole, so I mean, shocker, right?
What the fuck is going on with the audio? Your audio just fucked up with for me, or what's up?
Yeah, the audio sucks. I'm just gonna stop it because
Yeah, sounds good.
TikTok's audio's like fucking up that day. Well, actually, I don't know. Listening to like Joel and Mezzo and all that, TikTok's been fucking up a lot lately. So I
Well, have a good day, Gresham. Catch you till next time.
You too, guys. I don't know if you guys are both still here or if one of you fell asleep. But whatever. I'm gonna drop you guys down so we can play the songs and get the hell out of here. I'll be back tonight if you guys wanna come back.
That signal again. Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Habibi, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Get getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gone and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait one beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet split the moon, are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad, police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. This was getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat. Dum 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 dum. Twisted tea, talking about stars and synchronicity. Don't let me cut my hair, he cried. Mercury dancing in his chaotic eyes. Do you believe in God? He said it's complicated. Tarot cards and magnifying glass, the whole damn stream was captivated. But he kept talking after he got muted. Still preaching truth, nobody disputed. No sound, no clue, definitely no sobriety. Just jazz hands flying with no propriety. No one could hear him, but no one looked away. A silent prophet crashing out, and history was made. He has risen, BMF. Silence screaming to the cosmic depths. Twisted tea communion in his hand. Talking to dimensions we don't understand. Was real, all hail the prophet with the hemorrhoid wheel. Chat went insane, the memes took flight. Hush just before BMF all through the night. Bring him back, we need him now. The whole damn internet forgot somehow about the callers and theology, cause BMF became mythology. Some said Messiah, some said saint, others just wanted the mute constraint. He was kicking oil spiritually, reading tarot universally, operating heavy machinery while transcending ordinary reality. When BMF disappeared, there was an empty hole. Everybody asking, where'd our drunken Yoda go? He has risen, BMF, brushing his glorious mane to death. Saint of the Kansas cigarette smoke, the patron lord of Inside Joe. He has risen, he came back twice. Warm twisted tea was his sacrifice. The crowd proclaimed in holy cheer. BMF is love. BMF is here. BMF is here. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. His name was BMF. The alpha and the beta. The first mover. The last mover. He passed the breathalyzer with the fart. He taught us to look at the stars and chase twisted tea with fireball. 500 witnesses saw him return, combing his hair while the comments burned. He rose again after being cast away, then vanished before the break of day. No sermon, no revelation, just finger pointing, gesticulation, and somehow that was enough. He has risen, BMF, Ghost of going to rock you.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family